Andy. Good. That'd be awesome and excellent, people. We're here with George Webb. This is Addy Ads. Mark Buckley is to George's right, and to his right is Detroit Dave. We got Andy here as well, as per the usual, and the two heads partners of the Reality OS podcast, Tracy L. Connors and Peter Duke of Peter Duke Photography, are joining us as well. I just want to thank everybody for joining us, especially you two, Peter and Tracy.
Thanks for having us.
Yeah, we've been turning into rabid fans of the Reality OS, your show, and we saw the one with you and Jim Hoft, which was great, on the drops with the Bannon thing and so forth. But we saw the
not necessarily the Bannon thing. You keep saying that, Tracy.
Jim didn't get it from Bannon. He told us on the stream.
Yeah.
Well, my question is then, who did he get it from?
What he said is that it sounded like a reader had a connection to the family of the repair shop owner, which makes sense. I mean, he's got huge traffic. So you think, hey, I'll reach out to Jim Hoft. I know the guy who owns the shop with the laptop got dropped off.
Okay.
And then he said his brother Jim flew out and looked at the stuff.
No, I'm not doubting Jim.
Yeah. Well, it made more sense to me that that's how it went down instead of just Bannon kind of feeding it out, because he kind of fed it out to Raheem Kassam, I think, who's his partner on his radio show, and then maybe Jack Posobiec. But sending it in too many directions just confuses everybody.
Yeah, wasn't there also weren't there many hard drives that got released at one point? I had seen that there were 7 different copies of the hard drive or something that had been distributed. So I don't know. It could.
Well, Bannon, Bannon's favorite line is "just flood the zone with crap."
Right.
Yeah, and so it had the Bannon signature. I'm not saying I've sat right next to Lee Stranahan when he was getting text messages from Guccifer too about the DNC leaks, and then interlaced with that literally was Bannon. Then Guccifer 2, a couple of more, about where he was going to post the DC leaks to, and then a couple more from Bannon. And we sat back and he asked me, "Who do you think Guccifer 2 is?" And I said, "Bannon." He's pulling your chain. He's goosing you. Brother.
Well, yeah, right. Well, Bannon may be pulling our chain, but I don't think Jim Hoft is pulling our chain. And I think that's Tracy's point. That Jim Hoft told us that he did not get those from Bannon, so that's the story that we're going to report from Jim Hoft.
Sure.
Sure. So.
And Lee Stranahan is the same way. He's as honest as the day is long. So he would never do something like that. He would, but I'm just saying, I wouldn't put it past. Anyway,
neither would I, George.
And neither would I.
Yeah.
So there was also the New York Times, the New York Post reporting on this story that was led to their that post being taken down, and then we had all the
and their source was Bannon and Rudy Giuliani.
Giuliani, yeah.
But that was also part of the story. I feel like was that that was the only outlet that was apparently interested in the story, and then it sort of seems like it got kind of.
Don't you think that it's interesting that Giuliani and Bannon were working on that at the same time that Borat was working them?
Yeah, it's just
you go through the timeline. It's not good.
Yeah, I mean, and we have over here, who's the big guy, Bob Ulinsky, the real guy that shows up in this whole mix down the end of the run here is this Tony Bob Ulinsky with the real Blackberries that Hunter really used. And
who's like a Navy intel guy,
right? Well, no, I'm not saying
it was Bannon, and we can go down the list.
Yeah,
but Bannon also is one of those that can all of a sudden just run into the back of the picture. Here I am, and I'm almost, because with this, what you were talking about, I didn't hear anything about Bannon until like after the fact. Like he just kind of hooked onto the story and made himself a part of it.
Oh no, he was in the war room. He has this show, The War Room,
sure.
and he was like, "Well, here's what I did," and then I hear that this is going to happen later this afternoon. Why? Because he's calling the guy to tell him to drop it later this afternoon. So, and there was the 1 laptop, and then there was the 2, and then there was the 3, and you wonder, and then all of a sudden the guy's blind, And then they're jumping through all these hoops of how this could have happened. I mean, if I had 3 laptops that said Beau Biden Foundation, and I lived in Wilmington, Delaware, there's only one big Biden family in, Wilmington. You drive over to the house, you say, "You guys want these laptops? You left 3 laptops here." I don't get it why on the 31st day you would run off and give it to Rudy Giuliani. I just seems so wacky.
Yeah, I agree. It seems like a parallel construction.
I mean, the Biden thing, the reason why that rang true with me is because there was phone numbers, there was text, there was names, places, dates. He was over here with Yi. Hunter was with Yi, meeting with Putin on Rosneft. They were over in Kazakhstan doing the deal with the uranium at the Uranium Bank for Buffett. They're over there in Luxembourg at the NATO airlift capability place, the SAC. They're at Monaco. I don't know if they're going to play Monte Carlo that night, but there's all these, corporate documents and text messages, and I guess it was verified. The emails were verified by, I want to say,
It was
a news organization.
no, it was Ratcliffe at NSA.
Oh, John.
Schiff said that they were disinformation, but the other thing with this whole story was that they had the laptop for a long time, and we went through the whole impeachment trial where we were basically trying to understand if Hunter Biden's relationship with Burisma was enough of a problem for Trump to withhold military aid. Seems like you would want to have that information as part of the impeachment if you're really digging into this stuff.
Yeah, and it seemed like the Bobulinski stuff may have come available or come out at about the same time this laptop is turned over in December of 2019, and nothing happens until 2 weeks before the election, the night that Trump's having his last debate. It just seems very Bannon-esque, I guess. So
I don't know. I mean, George, put yourself in the shoes of the repair guy. Say Hunter Biden comes in and drops off his laptop at your shop and then doesn't show back up. Do you go knock on his door, or do you think, holy hell, I just stumbled onto a gold mine? I'll do the right thing and turn it over to the FBI, but I'll make a copy in case they sit on it, which they did.
Well, yes, if Hunter Biden was in the news in late 2019, maybe I would do that. But
like you said, he's in Delaware. There's only one big Biden family, and everybody knows who they are.
Yeah, and you're close to where I was going with this. I didn't even want to go down the band. I was going to say I saw Peter's Santa Monica pictures, and I saw your Philadelphia rally or somewhere.
Reading. It's about an hour, 20 minutes northwest of Philadelphia.
And now everything's going to Pennsylvania. This is going to be the Florida of 2020.
Yeah.
So you were there, and you predicted it, and Peter said you need to buy this church. Ali Alexander needs to buy this church of, I don't know, alternative media is going to be called or something.
Right.
Yeah, turn it into a studio.
Could be. It's set up for that. It's got sound. It's got an organ. It's got a full commercial kitchen.
Yeah, it's got a giant pipe organ.
Yeah.
Wow. How big is it?
Was it 18,000 square feet?
Yeah, something like that.
My God. We could all live there at the neighborhood news hour.
Yeah, you could.
That's so great. Well, Addie, you got a question here. I'm sorry. I just.
Where is this church? I've never heard of it.
It's in Reading, Pennsylvania.
Addie's ready to move in.
Yeah. Go on loopnet.com, Addie, and search Reading, Pennsylvania, commercial real estate.
Will do.
I think it's on 5th and Chestnut. I'm sorry?
To check that out, I'll just link it in the description, as well as the Reality OS YouTube channel and Peter and Tracy's Twitters as well. But we spoke earlier today with Major Jeffrey Prather, and I wanted to ask you guys if you think we'll see any kind of siege tactics with maybe utilities being cut in any way, whether it's power, water, internet, or otherwise.
Well, I think Tracy is probably in the middle of the war zone. I'm way behind the lines in blue country. the one video that I did post today, I walked to the polling place where I voted yesterday, where there were practically no people there, and I walked by all the parking meters where I had put. Yeah, there it is.
That's it.
It's a beautiful building.
Yeah.
Oh, it's got
wait till you see all the pictures. And
it's got
and then-
stained glass windows and a pipe organ, the whole thing.
and they only want $400,000 for it, and it's in an opportunity zone.
Oh my!
Love the hat, by the way, Peter. Just fantastic hat.
Thank you. It's my. It's funny because I went to Friends of Abe Halloween party after the election, so probably 2017, and a veteran came up to me and said, "Did you serve in the war?" And I said, "In the." It was Halloween, and I said in the meme war, and they said, "Where was that?" And I said, "On the internet." and they said, "Well, don't you think that you're displaying stolen valor?"
No, Peter, I know the meme wars you've been in, and you earned every barred stripe of that spaghetti right there.
I know, but I wasn't gonna like have a shout down with a veteran, so I took the hat off and put it away. But I felt like she really didn't understand the reality of my world when she did that. So
Peter, you need to get a close up of the skull though, so let everybody know what it actually is, not the Pepe, the other one.
all right, so this which side?
Oh.
That one. Can you get a focus on it?
I don't know if if I hang on, let me see. It's
yeah.
it's the 4chan version of like the Death's Head that the Hussars and the other people who wore Death's Heads had on their hats. So
Well,
anyway, it's a troll.
I wanted to. Mark's our local expert here. As far as expert, he's been watching all the polls, and he's been looking at the places where there's been problems. I guess Flint, they pulled out had some voting machine problems, and
Columbus, Ohio.
Columbus, Ohio, and then no surprise with Wexner, and then where else?
Washington Township.
Washington Township, which
north
is
of Detroit.
just north of Detroit, and of course it's total havoc in Philadelphia. So we knew this would probably happen. You still have the 3-day open window for anybody can take a bus to Philadelphia and vote, right, Tracy?
No, I think they're just counting anything that's received by mail.
Yeah.
It has to be in, do we get 3 days? But that's not even the worst. I saw something yesterday. Washington State, which is entirely vote by mail, I believe, and has been, they can count votes until the 20th.
So what happens if you have like 120% voter turnout in these cities?
Well, I don't know if you guys have been following it, but Will Chamberlain and Jack Posobiec were on the ground in Philadelphia running around today and filming. And Jack put out a video of him standing in line to get a cheesesteak. And he said the line to get the cheesesteaks was longer than the voting line. That it's been kind of dead at the polls down in Philadelphia.
Wow.
Yeah.
California was interesting. I voted yesterday because they don't have polls this year. They have voting centers. And I thought, well, it doesn't seem like it's really going to make any difference what day I go. So I went the day before because I figured I'd beat the crowd. And it's interesting because in the old voter rolls, you'd walk in and they'd have a book there. And then they would have your name and address and birth year on a line, but it was always upside down to you. But if you could read upside down, you could look down at the person who's looking at the book and read it. And they always would ask you, they'd ask you for your name, and I'd say Peter Duke. And they would say, do you live at, and then they would read my address to me. This year, they had these like little flippy like iPad things, like they have in some retail places. And I walk up and I said to the woman said, can I have your name? And I said, Peter Duke. And she said, can you give me your address? And I'd never been asked that question before. And so I gave her my address. And then she said, can I get your birth year? And I had never been asked that question before. And I said, okay. And I gave her my birth year. And then she said, very good. And then she flipped it over and she said, is this information all correct? So they actually were more careful in this election in checking to make sure that who I was, than any election that I've ever been in California before. So that actually was good. And then they had these interesting machines. They took what looked like a blank piece of paper, but it was obviously some kind of a special piece of paper that had some kind of, it was designed to be read in a computer, and they stuck it in a printer, and then they printed out a custom ballot for me that had my name across the top and a barcode and a number, and they handed it to me. And then I put it in the, you put it in the machine, and then you touch all of the things that you want on the iPad, and then once you check it, you hit print, and then it actually prints everything that you chose out on the ballot. And then it asks you again if you approve it. And if you approve it, you push a button and the piece of paper goes into a bin. So it was interesting because it was a good hybrid between an electronic vote with a paper backup. And the individual paper backup was, it had this big barcode on it that I took a picture of, and I assume that I can go on a website and make sure that it got counted. So from a voter fraud standpoint, at least my report from California is that they did a better job of making sure that I was who I said I was than anybody else. The one thing that they did say that, though, was a little disturbing was as soon as I checked in, the woman said, "Oh, okay, great. That means that we will cancel your mail-in vote now." And it's like, so if I hadn't come in here and somebody had mailed in a vote for me, it wouldn't have been canceled. That was a little bit disturbing. So I came home and I took my mail-in ballot and I put it in a paper shredder. But I doubt other people are doing that. So,
wow. Well, can you describe the voting process, Tracy, in Pennsylvania?
Sure. I'll tell you, I got to my poll. It opened at 7. I got there around 7:05. And I was 132 in line this morning. Wow. So I thought that was pretty good. And then when I got in there, they have a book with my signature in it. So I tell them my last name, they flip to it. And then the signatures face one direction and the blank spot faces the other. So they turn the book around, cover your signature over with their hand, and then ask you to sign to check and see if they match up. But I didn't have to say my address is this or anything like that. And then I was handed a blank piece of paper, feed it into a machine, do touch screen voting, hit OK. It prints out. They don't let me keep that. I have to walk that over and put it into another machine. But I did take a picture of it. It had a barcode on it. And I made sure that everything lined up with what I voted. And then I was out of there.
Great. Well, I know Mark voted. It didn't take him too long in Ann Arbor. So in the People's Republic of Ann Arbor, how did the process go, Mark?
I went around 9:30. I was number 97 when I voted, and it was like any other time I had gone to the poll. No real delay, and there was maybe 4 or 5 other people that were there in the whole polling place. I always thought 9:30 was a good time to go. People were at work and school, and I was done in about the whole process in about 10 minutes. So it was a good experience for me to vote today. I was afraid it was going to be horrible, but I didn't notice. I mean, I had to wear I still got this, the mask for my face, so it'd be okay. But they weren't really crazy nuts, about. There weren't. I had to stand here. They did kind of have the little voting areas, 6 feet apart, so that you were socially distant. But you wanted anyhow when you cast your vote. But it was overall a good experience. So I'm kind of hoping it shouldn't take more than a day or two to get these votes counted. If my experience is typical.
Yeah. Well, so the late breaking news, I guess, on the election is that Trump says he's going to win Michigan easily. We're here on the border between Michigan and Ohio. So I assume that means he's going to win Ohio too, because Michigan was more in doubt. And then Biden is saying he's going to win Pennsylvania. So I'm thinking it's going to be a close one. Do you want to do predictions? Do you want to go around and have everybody throw in and look at the old map? And I think Addie's going to bring up the old map. Or maybe this 2020 map and throw in what you think is going to happen?
No.
I can tell you what I feel.
Well, let's start with the I don't know if you guys can see that or
Yeah.
not. You can.
Mhm.
Let's start with the swing states. Let's just kind of go in the round. How about Florida? How do you guys feel about Florida?
It feels like Trump has got it.
Solidly.
Eddie?
Well, we talked to, I think his name was Chip yesterday, this guy from Florida, and
Kirsten this morning.
Kirsten this morning. Yeah, she's in Tampa. That's right. So a couple sources there, both seemed like leaning Trump. But yeah, that'd be my impression. I mean, I didn't ask Chip directly, but we do want to get him on again at some point. But I mean, that's my hope as well. So there's that playing into it. So.
As far as what I've heard about Florida is that Trump introduced some kind of blockchain type technology. The White House made a late release called quantum.gov. I didn't even know that this existed, but it's a proposed technology for cross-checking. When you send a letter, apparently in the U.S. Postal Service, it leaves a kind of an audit trail, and then with other things like the phone the postman carries and so forth, is a corroborating audit trail, I guess, or the truck or whatnot. I don't know what's all involved in quantum.gov, but it seems like maybe there's some kind of electronic double check this year that there wasn't in the past. I don't know if you've heard about that or.
You're reminding me of one weird thing that happened in California, which was you could do an electronic sample ballot, which I thought was very interesting. You could go online and you could log into the California voter website and you could pull up your ballot and you could pre-fill out your ballot. You could practice voting. And I was thinking, boy, that's a great data collection opportunity. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, because
you're asking everybody before they vote how they're going to vote, and they tell you exactly how they're going to vote.
Yeah, you know which ballots to throw away.
Well, they do typically, at least in Pennsylvania, send out a sample ballot. Both parties do to their constituents, so everybody knows what it looks like, and they show you how to mark it up.
Oh, we got that too, but there was a digital sample ballot that you could fill out online, which I found highly suspect.
But you're reminding me of the one inconsistency that I saw today versus every other year that I've voted in a presidential election and any off year, is that at my polling precinct there was no Democrat or Republican committee people outside to greet you or try to give you the literature, tell you do you know who everybody is or anything like that. And I found that I talked to a couple other people at work who vote at different precincts, and they said the same thing. And then I talked to my dad, who lives in a totally different county, different, whole deal. And I said, were the committee people there? He said, oh, yeah, they were all set up outside with their tables. So I don't know if it was just unique to my county and if it's some COVID thing, but it was really bizarre because I fully expected to have to walk through the barrage of pamphlets and trying to tell who's what party by how they're dressed. I think I can do that, but the Democrats have always kind of thought that I was one of them and tried to give me their stuff. So I was waiting for that. It didn't happen. And my other thing is that down the street from my work is a school that acts as a voting precinct. And this is in the city of Reading proper. And I got to work at about 8:25 because it took me 57 minutes to vote this morning. And there was nobody in line at that place. I thought, this is crazy. They can't turn out at inner city to vote at all. I mean, maybe they've gone to work. I don't know. If they work first shift, maybe they vote at 3. But I took a walk around lunchtime, still a ghost town over there. And then I'm seeing the same thing in Philadelphia. Are they just not able to turn out these cities?
Yeah, we were downtown in Toledo in one of the early voting centers, and it was quite crowded at 11 o'clock. So it seems like these things, because the weather was nice and it was nice here today, maybe there's a weather thing going on there. But weather had to be good in Philadelphia today as well. And so,
I mean, it was 45 degrees this morning when I went and voted, but it got up to 55 in the afternoon,
yeah,
which isn't bad for November 3rd.
no, it's sunny here. So Eddie's putting up different takes. There's ABC News that has the Biden winning 339 to 168. Or
I hope you're screenshotting all this stuff.
Yeah, wrong. You should be. Yeah.
Well, I think what happens, you guys can see that one right there, which is 290 to 248.
Right, but it looks like, do you have the option to toggle them off and on over on the right-hand side there?
This is the people's pick. Here's 538s. We got Biden winning 334, 169. Which again.
Let Peter talk about 538 because he knows about them.
Go ahead with 538.
No. I don't know about 538 except that I just think they're, I think all of these polling things are propaganda.
Yeah, this is ABC News, and this is the 2016 one. So let's look at what actually happened in 2016, right? So, what did Trump lose in the Midwest? He lost to Illinois and Minnesota, and everything else he pretty much won.
Can we stay on that map for just 1 second?
Yes.
Because I think that's the easiest way for us to talk about this is
Is it with the 2016 map?
Yeah. How did
you guys don't have that up in the share window?
Oh, okay. Well,
we're still seeing the ABC map.
I'm sorry.
No, it's no problem.
This is the 538. Let me do this again. This is ABC.
Okay.
Okay. And let me go over again. This is how things happened in 2016.
Okay. Let's stay right there for a second. So how would you think things may or may not be different from this map in 2020? I guess that's the question.
Let me. I have my latest email from Ali Alexander. Ali has been tracking this stuff. So this is the one that came in at 4:00 in the morning. So it's 12 hours old at this point, and he's already jumped away from this and is in his spreadsheet and doing this stuff. But in Tier 1 battleground states under Pennsylvania, he had I think this is Republican committee polls. So he has the Republican committee numbers. The average was Biden up plus 1.2. Yesterday, Biden was plus 4.3. To compare that, the 2016 RCP average was Clinton plus 1.9, and the 2016 result was Trump plus 0.7.
Yeah.
So, Minnesota, the final Republican committee polling showed Biden plus 4.3 unchanged. The 2016 Republican committee polling had Clinton plus 10, and the 2016 result was Clinton plus 1.5, so it was off by 8.5%. Wisconsin, the final Republican committee polling had Biden plus 6.7. He was plus 6.6 yesterday. In 2016, the Republican committee polling average had Clinton plus 6.5. And in 2016, the results was Trump plus 0.7. In Michigan, the final Republican committee polling average was Biden 4.2. Biden was 5.1 yesterday. The 2016 Republican committee polling had Clinton at plus 3.4, and the 2016 results was Trump plus 0.3. So that was off by 3.1%. I can keep going.
I think the trend there, Peter, is clear that there was supposedly a group of voters who, for whatever reason, didn't want to admit to the fact that they were voting Trump. I guess especially women didn't want to say they were openly supporting Trump, but voted for Trump in the voting booth. And is that going to happen again this year? The interesting thing about this 2016 result is even if you put Philadelphia in the Biden column, it's 280 for Trump. I think I can't read it. If you just, it's 284 for Trump, and it would be 247 for Clinton, which still gives Trump.
You mean Biden?
Biden.
No, well, yeah, he's looking at the 2016 map. That's why he's saying Hillary.
Right. Yeah. Okay.
So it would be 284 to 247. So I think it's 270 to win. That would give Trump still 14 to play with.
Trump, Ali did a long Periscope this morning with Dr. Taylor. I can't remember his last name. Taylor Marshall, and the numbers they were coming up with, they were predicting, or their gut feeling was telling them somewhere between 280 and 290 for Trump.
I think Trump runs the board here. I think he can pick up. I think he can carry New York. I think he can pick back up Colorado, Minnesota, and Nevada. Maybe,
I want you to be correct.
Yeah, I do too.
I think he's got that much sway. I can't say about Illinois or California.
Well, the question becomes, how motivated are the Democrat voters in places like California and New York to actually go to the polls when they think it's a slam dunk in their state? Why bother?
Right.
Well, and we also have a little bit of data from the candidates saying, Biden coming out and saying, I'm going to win Pennsylvania. So I'm just taking it. Let's say everybody's right, and Trump says he's going to win Michigan, which means to me that the two last ones in the Midwest, the Rust Belt, that are still in question there are Ohio and Wisconsin from the victory. His closest razor thin margin was only 7,000 votes in Michigan.
Remember the caucuses, man?
Well, I want to go to the closest election with Trump involved.
That's what I'm
sure.
Comparative statistics, right? So, but I appreciate your enthusiasm. I remember the McGovern map where he only won Massachusetts.
Yeah.
So if that's true, there's 14 points at play, and I don't think Biden would say he's going to win Pittsburgh if he couldn't win it. Or excuse me, Pennsylvania.
Well, I thought they backed off of that a little bit today on Twitter.
Oh, did they? Okay.
I think the exciting part isn't going to. I think the president's going to run in here. Mine is like, what if Nancy Pelosi loses? Are you going to go away quietly? Adam Schiff, are you going to go away quietly? If it's a Trump revolution, a lot of these old Democrats could be out, and that's what the fight is going to be about. Is that they're not going to want to because they can't believe they're done. But I'd like to see like Adam Schiff going away. Goodbye.
From your lips to God. No, Adam Schiff is running against a guy named Eric Early, he's somebody that I am 1 degree separated from. I would love it if he weren't so dumb when it comes to how to campaign against Adam Schiff, but he's dumb. So I don't really see that working.
He has some young competition here that was formidable. But that would be, but in a lot of these cases, I think that's what a lot of the entertainment is going to be, is in the down ballot races.
Let's talk about down ballot for a second. We'll come back to the presidential. So we got James running here, for the black helicopter pilot, the military helicopter pilot, which would be a surprise. You guys are Michiganders, so I'm going to ask you two guys what you think. He's an underdog, I think. Or no?
I don't follow that. I honestly don't know that much. I know he ran for Senate 4 years ago and lost. He
pretty handily, I think.
Yeah, I really don't know that much about Peters and Stavanaugh, to be perfectly honest. I really don't know that.
He got absolutely no support from the Republican National Committee. You know, it was just because he wasn't in the clique. I think that other Republican Party that we kind of come to
the Romney Republicans still
right,
kind of
and he had no traction there, and it's amazing because how could a black Senate candidate not do well in the state of Michigan? Because the Detroit News and the Detroit Free Press, No,
we got the idea. Yeah. So Eddie's a military vet, and he's well spoken. He's extremely well spoken. So you do wonder about how these candidates break through. Peter teaches people how to do this every day.
Well, one of the things that Ali and Taylor Marshall were talking about also is the idea that that there may be a lot of people on the left that are just not voting for the top ticket, that they are only voting down ballot. And likewise, I think on the flip side, one of the things that I've noticed, because Scott Adams defines this concept that he calls a confusopoly, right? And in California, our ballot process is a confusopoly. The legislature has effectively stopped voting on anything that might affect their ability to get reelected. And so what they do is that they create these ballot measures where they push everything onto the electorate in every election. And the number of ballot measures get longer and longer and longer. I just voted no on all of them. My main reason for doing that is because I think that the legislature is deferring their responsibility. Even 22 in California was to create a cutout for Uber and Postmates, so that and Amazon Prime, so that the drivers for those services could actually keep their jobs, because this idiot congressperson or state assembly person, Loretta Sanchez, passed a law that said that you can't, if you work more than X number of freelance days, I think it's 33 freelance days a year, you have to be made a full-time employee, which meant that anybody that had a gig economy job was going to lose their ability. So it came right down to about a month or a month and a half ago. It came down to a day when a court order was about to time out, and all Uber and Amazon Prime and Postmates traffic in California was going to stop. And as a stopgap, they threw this assembly bill up. The reason I voted no on it, and I know we're asking about, we're supposed to be talking about down ballot stuff, but the reason I voted no on it was because I thought, these Uber drivers need to understand that if they're voting for these people that are putting them out of business, that they need to be smarter about who they elect next time. So that was my rationale. My guess is that people are selfish, and they're going to vote for it anyway, which brings me back to my point, which is that I think a lot of people, especially Trump voters, are just voting straight down ticket. That, like, if it says Republican next to their name, they're voting for it. In Los Angeles, the number of people who are down ballot because of the way that California's crazy primaries are set up, you couldn't tell who anybody's political party was. There was no way to tell from looking at the ballot. But in states, I think, where people are putting Republican, Democrat, where Trump voters are coming out, I think that there's probably going to be a big down ballot effect. So to your point, I don't expect California to turn blue, but I do expect, based on the number of Trump signs that are popping up outside of the metropolitan areas in in California, that there's going to be a lot of Congress people that might get displaced. So we'll see.
How do you guys see it, Peter and Tracy? If Biden does win, do you think there is any chance for third, fourth, fifth parties to emerge? Because I think the best way for that to happen is if Trump wins, there's a very strong possibility of that becoming a reality.
I mean, it's a game of ballot access, and the Democrat and Republican parties have cartelized that whole system. So you'll look at it like Joe Jorgensen wasn't even in the presidential debates.
No.
And Gary Johnson cracked the 5% mark, I think, in 2016, which was supposed to be the threshold. And then she had to go fight for ballot access. That's the problem. I don't think the Green Party's even on the ballot in Pennsylvania.
You maybe go with that Robert David Steele. He and that Cynthia McKinney, they had their unrigged because they were trying to work to change the electoral process here with their rigged system.
It is.
I think
Look
if
what
Biden
happened to Kanye West.
Right.
Not even he could defeat that. Sorry, Peter.
No, I was just going to say, I think that if Biden gets elected, the United States is over. It becomes a vassal state of the United Nations. And, you know.
Peter, I wanted to pick up on something you said about people showing their. I hope I didn't step on your line there. I apologize if I did. About people showing Trump signs. And I was in LA in August timeframe. And there was a whole bunch of doing book signings, and there was a whole bunch of Antifa threats. We had to cancel the West Hollywood thing. We couldn't get really much over the Orange County line before Antifa was threatening us, and then Santa Monica was a big threat. We went back there with you just recently, and it was still a very on eggshell Santa Monica because of the 110 stores that were destroyed and so forth. It still felt very prison-like. But then all of a sudden, not trying to put these two things together in my head, but when the Hollywood Trump sign went up, all of a sudden that seemed to be signaling people that it was okay to put Trump signs up. Because I saw people in West Hollywood that I never saw before. Remember, there was the rioting before, and then I saw on social media all these huge Trump rallies. That it was okay to be in West Hollywood, in Figueroa or whatever the guy's name is. And then the second time, when the Trump Hollywood sign went up the second time, that also brought out another wave. And then the Beverly Hills Hotel incident, where the Trump sign went on the Beverly Hills Hotel, it was sort of like, we're beating you repeatedly.
Well, there were spontaneous, my buddies put up that 20-foot high Trump sign on the 405. And then since then, there have been, I think, 3 spontaneous big signs put up by freeways. There was one in Diamond Bar this morning. I tweeted out a video from somebody this morning who put it up. I mean, I have pictures of the rally that I shot on Saturday in Beverly Hills that I can share if you want to see them.
The street artist in California, has he put anything out?
I'm not the biggest Sabo fan.
And he left California, right, Peter?
Oh, yeah, he was in Beverly Hills on Saturday.
Hey, pull those pictures up, Peter.
Yeah, let's look at the pictures.
All right, here we go. Let's do that.
Because the Trump rally that I saw, that Tracy's pictures were, I was like, oh my God, it's like 2016 again, even though it's coronavirus. There's 50,000 people there.
I'd say it was maybe 25, 30, but still, I mean, you're in rural Berks County, Pennsylvania. The nearest big city is Reading, which is a population that's 70+% Latino. And you got that turnout. I mean, it was pretty wild.
Yeah, and then Peter had shown from the Santa Monica Boulevard is sort of the...
Yeah, they're ready to go if you want to push them up, Addie.
So, yeah, it's from the great Peter Duke.
Thanks.
There it is.
So here's a guy who was wearing a Brady jersey and insisted that I shoot pictures of his Brady jersey. So,
I don't know what makes that a Brady jersey. Didn't Brady wear number 12, or doesn't he wear number 12?
Yeah, that's what I said. I said Brady isn't 45, and he goes, "Oh no, but it's a Patriots jersey and it's got a 45 on it." It's like, this is like this is way inside autism, right?
But in your defense, Peter, that's actually like not the standard jersey. That's like one of the special throwback jerseys that they maybe wear once a season. So that's a connoisseur right there, assuming that everybody knows the Patriots.
Right, exactly. So, anyway, and then these women were celebrate. They were, again, to your point earlier, they were ex-liberals who have a stream, Rice and Crackers. I haven't watched it, but they're ex-liberals who are now Trump supporters. There was white nationalists of all colors there.
Jackie Green tonight.
I like the Harley Davidson shirt this girl has on in the back there.
Yeah, that's great.
That's Enrique Tarrio. He's the chairman of the Proud Boys. I was his bodyguard. There was.
How long you here in town?
Right.
Another Brady.
Well, that Enrique. I mean, what a white nationalist he looks like.
He's Afro-Cuban white nationalist. It took him a long time for the white nationalists to let him in the club, but here's another white nationalist, and another. This guy was running up and down Rodeo Drive, yelling, "Emancipate your mind! Emancipate your mind!" It's pretty funny.
Only in LA.
And we talked about this earlier. This was the Big Brother thing on Rodeo Drive, which is like got 4 HD eyes in the sky that were looking down on everybody. Of course, there wasn't going to be any problem from the MAGA crown. They actually marched on Rodeo Drive twice. I was in one parade, and then I left to go home. And then when I got home, I saw that they were streaming a second parade going down Rodeo Drive. So this guy's name is MAGA Hulk.
MAGA Hulk.
MAGA Hulk. And it's funny because Enrique all day long was like the celebrity. People were running up and saying, "Oh, are you Enrique Tarrio? Can I have my picture taken with you?" And then he saw MAGA Hulk and he goes, "Oh man, you got to get my picture with that guy." It was like fandom. This guy was holding some kind of anti MAGA sign, and this American Indian was doing a rain dance around him, and he's handing him a mask because he wants to help him avoid coronavirus. And you can see Sabo's in the background there. He's the third guy in the background with the red hat. So he was there also. And this guy had a very, very large flag.
Wow.
Running around. And basically, downtown Beverly Hills was closed all Saturday afternoon. And it was all MAGA people. The Antifa showed up for about 5 minutes and started whooping on one guy. And unlike 2 or 3 months ago when, they trashed Rodeo Drive, this time the police jumped the Antifa, literally gave them 10 minutes to leave Beverly Hills or they would be arrested. And then they were gone. And the rest of the day, it was just like being at a rock concert or something. Here's another white nationalist.
These are just, this reminds me so much, Peter, of, the Eddie Leibovitz of the alt-right. You're not only filming people that are just total narrative busters, but you're also doing it in just beautiful photography. And it's beautiful to watch no matter if you were in another country. It's gorgeous photography.
Well, thanks. It's what I do. Now I was trying to figure out whether or not this guy really was a news guy or whether or not he was it was Halloween, so maybe he was just playing a character from that Anchorman movie. Don't know.
Urban security.
Could I ask you guys something about your meme war hat, Peter?
Sure.
Because you have all these faces of color here, and which is really great. Which is a total narrative buster with the white nationalist DNC Act Blue war propaganda. Trump released the mayor, the ex-mayor, and I'll go to Dave because he knows the guy a lot better, and he knows the family and so forth. But Trump released the black mayor,
Kwame Kilpatrick.
Yeah, and why don't you talk a little bit about that? Just a couple of days ago, big reunion. He was put in jail by the Joe Biden. It wasn't the Joe Biden crime bill, but about that time.
Yeah, Detroit had its trouble with Kwame. He and his dad and a couple other of his family members were. He basically had to go to jail for taking kickback contracts and stuff like that. A lot of the similar stuff that you assume that most people are doing, but he was.
He was a Democrat, wasn't he?
Oh yeah, I mean he was a. They said that Chris Rock said that like when he first met Kwame Kilpatrick, it was some like national event, and he was really young. He was in his late 20s, and he's this real big football player guy, huge personality, and he actually made that movie. There was some movie that Chris Rock made with like a kind of like a hip hop candidate or whatever. I forget what it was, but he said he based it off that experience of meeting Kwame Kilpatrick originally.
I remember that one.
I can't remember what it was either.
It's not CB4, right?
No, it was after that. That was way early for Chris Rock. But the other thing I wanted to say too was like in the spirit of like the school play and like recurring characters. Emmett Sullivan, who was the the judge for Mike Flynn, and going through all these hoops to not dismiss the case. He just had the order to have the U.S. Postal Service
swept.
Send the inspectors in to ensure that all of the mail facilities have been had everything sent. And then I'm of course thinking about that and like his relationship with Eric Holder and sort of that history and how he's sort of a hot button judge. And then with
Senator Ted Stevens and the Brady evidence that was withheld at his trial that would have caused him to not be convicted and may not even lost his Senate seat,
Yeah, and then there was another mistrial I remember. I think it was the Enron trial. Wasn't Evan Sullivan also involved with Chris Wray and the Enron? Andrew Weissman.
I know Weissman. I know, and I also saw that Clooney's wife was a lawyer on that for Sullivan and Cromwell. Amal Clooney was also one of the Julian Assange liaisons, or I don't know if she was doing legal work for him for a short time or what.
Clerked for him.
Oh, she clerked for.
Did she clerk for him?
Who?
Emmett Sullivan. Amal Clooney.
I don't know that part. I have to look that up.
Well, it's interesting that he would kind of insert himself into the national election right now after this kind of dawdling on the Flynn case.
I feel like he's the last judge in the United States that you would want to be the one weighing in on the election. And then, of course, you had Debbie Wasserman Schultz with her 4 a.m. visit to the mail facility down in Florida. Just like,
well, maybe that means he's dismissing the case since he's going to take this on now, right? You're all done with General Flynn now? You're going to do this?
I feel like you can avoid a lot of problems by just like having a different judge do that. Like why even introduce him, as the guy to do it? I feel like they're just gaslighting the whole thing to include another sort of character that under the normal standards of conflict of interest, it's just the suspicion of a conflict is enough in a court, and as a federal, he's one of the FISA judges. We talk about the Carter Page and Papadopoulos FISAs. I mean, he's one of the guys that 12 FISA judges. So I don't know. It's just I feel like that they shouldn't be picking people like that to do the that kind of an order. It just makes everything look suspicious.
Yeah, it's kind of like Cuyahoga County courts. They kind of do it that way too, don't they?
Oh, well, Cuyahoga County is kind of like Cook County as far as Chicago is concerned. What do you all make of this Sullivan thing? Late stages here.
Well, I wonder, you've always had a lot of questions about what Flynn's actual role in all of this has been, right? And I wonder sometimes if Sullivan actually knows what you know, George, or what you hypothesize about Flynn, about whether or not Sullivan is actually putting pressure on the government and on Flynn to come clean on the fact that he was running an operation against Trump, and that he's the one guy in the government who's trying to get the truth out there. I don't know that's true, but it's the question that goes around in the back of my head whenever I'm watching this stuff.
Well, the Trump counsel, Don McGahn, did ask Flynn's counsel, do you plan on testifying against us? Because if you're planning on releasing any classified information, you have to tell us now so that we can make alternative steps to make that classified information no longer endangering to anyone out there in the field. So I tell that to people who are really super strong Flynn supporters, just to say, hey, have you thought about this? Now, there's a flip side saying Flynn's running the most elaborate canary trap ever, which means the canary sits in the cage and they wait for the cat to come in the cage, and then quickly the canary gets out of the trap and shuts the door on the cat and catches the thieves. And I know Flynn's a smart guy, but again, going back to this Belton Road thing with the Blackberries, the Bobulinski Blackberries, it turns out that there's 30 reactors in the Belton Road between Iran and China, and the number of reactors that Flynn was involved with in the two deals, Russia in 2015 and then or 2014, and then China in 2015. I might have the year 1 year off, but is also 30 reactors. It also involves these blackberries. So I'm getting one guy telling me from the Biden camp that this is a Russia-China deal, getting other people reporting independently that it's done on the blackberries, getting another, all kinds of different people showing Flynn with the BlackBerry, showing Flynn talking to Kislyak, showing Flynn's involved with these nuclear deals, not only involved in the nuclear fuel going into the reactors, but then also involved in the nuclear waste. He's texting Alex Copson about the nuclear waste for the blackberries as Trump's walking down the transom to take the oath of office. So I think there's a lot of things here that are unanswered questions that would be really really helpful to the American voter. And I do agree with Dave. Sullivan is that guy who seems to be sometimes acting in concert with Flynn to muddy the waters sometimes.
Yeah. So I again, the question, there's lots of questions. It's like Kash Patel. Tracy spotted Kash Patel at the
Trump event in
Reading. She has pictures that she sent you, I think, or I sent you earlier, George. And then there was that weird Millie Weaver drop yesterday of the government bureaucrats that were planning the takeover coup scheduled for tomorrow in Washington, D.C. That got leaked out. And then but that seemed to be in something happened on the 26th of October. I know I'm switching channels here.
Yeah.
On the 26th of October, somebody at Vanity Fair wrote an article about this horrible executive order from Trump that would give him the power to fire anyone in the executive branch. And they were talking about the employees that on these videos were complaining about the fact that they might have to swear a loyalty oath to Trump. And I was thinking, I've said this on live streams before, that it would be great if Donald Trump got reelected, if he became the first president to ever get reelected that had a transition team, so that he could start firing all the people from the first administration that didn't work out.
Interesting.
Yeah, the first transition team. Well, here, I'm sorry to interrupt. Addie Ads did this interview with Brad Johnson, this guy one level sort of below the deputy director at CIA, and go ahead.
Oh yeah, well, I talked to Brad about 6 weeks ago or so, maybe, about 5 or 6 weeks ago. We just spoke to him the other day. Had some poor connection issues, but we're going to speak to him again hopefully this week. But he was saying that Gina Haspel is going to be out regardless of who gets elected. Which is something that really stuck out for all of us here, and George included. But not quite the same communication style as like a Jeffrey Prather or like a Robert David Steele or someone like that. You can tell he's got that like politician's touch of only revealing what is absolutely necessary. For example, we asked him where he was chief of station at. And he didn't want to reveal that information, which is understandable. But it was a great interview, and I encourage people to go and check it out, as well as our Jeffrey Prather interview, which we did earlier today. But I wanted to.
I just wanted to just bring forward one of the things that you were able to bring out, which is this Brennan rogue branch of the CIA, where he felt like in 2009 they went away from the Valerie Plame super agent, super case officer model, the one who speaks 5 languages and knows the oil business for her cover and just is the perfect agent, that type of training, to more of this everybody in the pool, you can put in for anything you want. You want to be an intelligence officer one day, you want to be an analyst the next day. And then also sharing information with overseas partners that the Brennan folks put in. Anyway, what I found amazing about his talk was he was saying that there's this cleft in the CIA where I had never heard people who were that concerned about revealing classified information before speak so openly about the fact that there isn't this unity that there was in 2016, where 17 agencies all say the Russians did the hoax. They don't want to have that dirt on their shoes or whatever this time. They don't want to be used as a political tool this time, I guess is the way I would say that, which I thought was interesting.
Yeah, so I guess it's a testament to the internal conflict that's going on. Would you say, George?
Yeah, I think
maybe an organic white hat operation of some sort. Or...
Well, I do have friends who are actively working with intelligence agencies in the United States, and I randomly said to a friend of mine the other day, "Is so and so must be having a hard time right now." And he said, "Why do you say that?" And I said, "Because my guess is that one half of his colleagues want to murder the other half of his colleagues." And he said, "Oh, you have no idea." So that there's definitely a lot of tension right now, even within those agencies, down the hallways. So
yeah, I mean, I don't want to pick on Jack, but I know Jack, and I do too, and I know Tracy.
This wasn't Jack.
I know.
Yeah.
I know. I'm not trying to out anybody here, but Jack is a good example of a person who will speak openly about the rift, and if you don't do that publicly, then it's kind of like your friends with the Trump sign. If you don't show that kind of intestinal fortitude, then everyone's afraid, to be the first one, and. I just think it's more common now. I see it more commonly now than I did where there was all this fear in 2016. I don't know if that's affecting the election or not. I just you mentioned it, so I thought I'd just ask around.
Yeah. Did you guys take a look at any of those videos yesterday? They got Millie Weaver originally dropped them. Tracy, I wanted to talk about them with Tracy, but we wanted to vet them first. So
her YouTube channel got restored. It had been taken down, and it came back like 2 days ago.
Are you talking about the original ShadowNet video, Peter?
No, these are videos. These are Zoom calls between government bureaucrats planning a coup.
Yeah, the Sunrise Movement.
Right.
And that's what all of that's involved with, because that's pretty dangerous. That's really what the Democrats will become if
one of them was being run by Lisa Fithian, who is somebody that Lee Stranahan talks about all the time.
I saw the readout, which was, thou shalt go here at 1616 Pennsylvania Avenue. There's a cache of weapons there and things like that were very scary, sort of the stuff of the Potemkin Revolution type of thing. Is that the same thing?
Yeah, it was like, oh, where's the FBI? When I was looking at it,
they're employing children in this. I mean, they're dealing with this is going on in like middle school and high school is where they're recruiting their membership for the Sunrise Movement. So somebody like AOC is like a elder matron, in this organization to them. So
right.
This is
it's a color revolution.
Yeah.
I did see the videos of the Sunrise Think Theater. I think you showed it to me, where they're using online media and chat groups, kind of the pretty girl who all the guys want to date or know. And she's saying these talking points and all, all the kids want to agree with her, like she's 13 and they're all 13.
The e-girls. Yeah.
The e-girls. Yeah. It was just insidious. It reminded me like, this is right out of like Stalin's kids. You remember?
Right. But the left doesn't have a monopoly on that. There's a lot of e-girls on the right too.
Yeah.
What is the Battle of the E-Girls? What is the Sunrise Movement? Could you guys explain that a little more? Because I actually don't like this coup bureaucrat. Could you finish that thought as well, Peter?
The which?
With the phone call, the Millie Weaver video.
Oh, okay. So yeah, it wasn't. Well, it was Zoom calls, So they were all on Zoom. There were two different videos. One is still up. One got taken down. I have both of them because I just grab stuff now.
You're a good public intelligence agent there, Peter.
Well, I mean, you learn pretty quickly that if you see something and you think that it might be explosive, you better grab it because it may not be there next time you go look at it.
Well, I didn't learn that quickly. It took me years to really realize that. Otherwise, there'd be a lot more YouTube videos I would have saved maybe. But yeah, I've learned that as well, Peter. You got to save something if you want it to stick around.
Yeah, I got this program called Video Hunter. Which it cost me $20, but it was a good investment because you just throw in a YouTube URL and it allows you to download the video. So.
Oh wow, fantastic! I have a referral link for 4K video downloader in the YouTube description box to this video. If anybody wants to use that, it's a similar program. I'll also put one for iTube Studio as well. That one I've found is better for any URLs in general, whereas the 4K one is more so just for YouTube videos in itself. But I do find it doesn't work every single time. So the iTunes Studio comes.
Yeah, the same with all of them. I mean, I think it all depends on what the format is of the original video and other stuff that kind of factors into it. But no, but I have both of those videos. I can give you links to them in a Dropbox if you want them.
Excellent, thank you.
And then you can take a look at them. She also posted up all of the documents that they were sharing. So it's a Zoom call, and there's a chat. I started to do background checks on all of the people that were in the chat, of course. But again, that's all work, right? So there's probably a day's worth of work going through and doing all of that. And
doing that on Muck Rock there, Peter?
Different tool.
What, doing background checks?
Yeah.
Well, just for anybody listening who wants to look.
I use Instant Checkmate.
Okay.
Instant Checkmate. It's like $25 a month, and you can run background checks on anybody. It's the poor man's LexisNexis.
Okay.
LexisNexis is about like $1,200 a month, something like that. That's what all of the high-end law firms and journalists use. And you pay, I think it's $1,200 or like $20 a query or something like that. I can't remember what it is, but Instant Checkmate is $25 a month.
Can we do?
We need to break away here. We're
can we do a Wolf Blitzer?
A call here.
Can we do a Wolf Blitzer?
We need a sound effect.
Yeah. Can you do that bell? Can you do that bell, Addie? Bing, like right. Wolf Blitzer. Here, we're going to do the Wolf Blitzer. We have a state that we can call right now. Hold on, Dave. You're going to be that. You're going to be the man in white. Yeah, you're going to be the man in white. But we got to have the sound effects first. How many states to bring our audience in? How many states do you have to call here? How many states do you have to call in here? Our first call.
Our first call of the night. Let's see.
2 states.
There's actually a couple calls. Let's see.
2 states.
There's 2 states that have been called.
Can you play the CNN sound? Here we go. Come on, play the CNN sound.
I'll pull up.
It you know the sound I'm talking about with a bing. I can't do it. So.
This is exciting. Yeah, we got to do
CNN,
it right.
CNN.
Oh, that's severe weather. That's not good. Oh, there you go.
Breaking
Number
news
2.
theme. There you go.
Here we go.
Okay, bear with us.
See if we can get this going.
Let me pull this in.
Here we go. Peter's going to have this for us next time we do
Yeah, we need like a little soundboard or something.
Yeah, we need a little roadcast. Just hit the button and like they do in there.
4 minutes of updates.
You can see we didn't plan out the election night coverage.
Yeah, it'll be background video or background music.
But it's kind of worth it here. Yeah.
I feel like we should be playing the Law and Order slamming of the prison cell every time one gets called for Trump.
Yeah.
Okay, we're having some technical
or the dun, that sound. Okay, so I'm gonna do my best imitation here, which is we have 2 states that we can call now. We're gonna go to our board here with John Major over here in our CNN newsroom on the election board. What states can we call now with a reasonable confidence?
Hang on, let me get my sound up, and I can give you some
Wow,
answers.
we don't have this down.
All right, so
There you go.
sorry, I can't do both.
Play it again. Play it again.
I can't show you the map and the thing. My
Well,
phone
do the
doesn't
sound
have the-
first. We got a little bit of time.
I need to.
The night is young.
I need to upgrade my YouTube so I can actually change applications. Okay. No, I have to go to the.
It was nothing like I thought.
No, I'm gonna have to. And now I've lost my election map. Okay, here we go. So the first state. Here we go. This is definitely not going to replace their coverage here. Vermont has gone for Joe Biden, and then the Commonwealth of Kentucky is gone for Trump.
Okay, there you go.
So it's 8-3. 8-3 in the first inning here.
Now, New Hampshire, just for the folks doing the differential from 2016, I want to say New Hampshire, is that one of the states that can split, or is it?
Yes.
Or that's
No. It's Maine and Nebraska are the two that can split.
Okay.
But I think you guys should jump around because I'm seeing on CNN right now, they've only called Indiana for Trump. If you go over to the Decision Desk headquarters website, they've got a whole different calculation going on where they've only called Vermont for Biden. So everybody that are the supposed ones that they Twitter approved for results are showing different results already.
And associate, I guess this is a good function that we're performing, which is sort of a collation function.
Yeah, we can load up all of the approved sources.
Yeah.
Can you go? Can you give me all the approved sources?
I think it was NBC, CBS, ABC, CNN, Fox, the AP, and it might have been Decision Desk HQ.
And the Associated Press, it's looking like they're giving each one their ability. The Associated Press is calling is calling Kentucky for that's blue.
Yeah.
Right. When you go to Decision Desk, that's what I'm telling you. You got to look at these in a row and say, wait a minute.
Yeah, Virginia going red. That's a switch. I believe the differential in 2016 was Biden.
Well,
Which map are you guys looking at? Can you throw it up on the shared screen?
Go ahead, Mark. Put that up.
Ali tweeted out that he thought that the exit polls are all fake.
Leading. These are leading because no declared.
But I can't. It's hard to see the phone screen. Can Addie not put it on the computer and share it with everybody?
Yeah, that's not. Just have.
There's zebra stripes. Okay. So
Right. And if you look at it, it tells you in Virginia right now, they have 0.3% in. It's only 12,928 votes counted.
Yeah, but the footnote is this is the leader right now. The Republicans are leading in Virginia and the Democrats are leading. But they haven't called anybody yet.
Correct.
Well,
and Vermont, if you go and click on Vermont, they have 0% of the vote counted, but they've already lit it up blue and given Biden 3 electoral votes for that.
So differential wise, I think Hillary Clinton won Vermont in 2016. And
Yes.
I believe in 2016, Trump won Kentucky. So that's a big flip. Or you're saying it's still red. If this goes blue.
Yeah.
Tom's over here also looking.
So this is 46 seconds old. LAPD declares citywide tactical alert.
Interesting.
Okay. I think we might be in the catbird seat here in the early going because each network is reporting seemingly to their base with the morsel that their base.
It's still only 4 o'clock in the afternoon in California, so they still got like 3 hours to vote.
Right. Well, we're going to be. I think there's polls that do close at 6 p.m. on the East Coast.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Kentucky and Indiana closed at 6.
Yeah.
And there's a whole wave. Florida closes at 7, but remember that the thing that they screwed up in 2000 was calling Florida before the Panhandle had finished voting because Panhandle's in the Central Time Zone.
Right.
Yeah. So
Well,
go ahead, Dave.
I was just going to say those results were from AP, so that was what we looked at. So I know there are several different sources, but that was
But it's crazy. They should all be getting numbers from the same place.
Yeah.
So they choose which numbers to put up. They're coming from the states.
Yeah, it does seem like fandom, a little bit of fan service here with each of the agencies coming in. We've got more Citizen journalists piling in here as the results are coming in. Aaron Adler, you know Tracy, and you know Peter.
I've never met Tracy. I wanted to say, I was jumping in to say, you never know when you're on YouTube, the stories you'll tell and how they'll resonate. I have thought many times in the last few weeks about your Hulk Hogan and the midget story. I'd pop in here and take George and the crew and just be like, all right, what's the next show, everybody? Where are we going? When's dinner? You know, or getting them from dinner back to the studio and other things. And it's like, if you can handle Hulk Hogan and the midgets, I can handle George Webb and the citizen journalists, right?
Yeah, it's probably the same struggle.
What?
You're Hulk Hogan in that metaphor. Huh?
Oh,
Yeah.
Okay.
It's a lot easier to find Hulk Hogan than a bunch of midgets. I'll tell you that when you're in a bar.
That's a nice little segue. I don't care. That works for anything. You can be in any situation and mention the midgets with the Velcro suits for the, if you get thrown by Hulk Hogan to the wall. So
Which never happened, but it's a fun idea.
Okay. So Tracy's mentioned something here that is sort of a cognitive dissonance thing where you have 6 different official sources reporting, and each one seems to be cherry picking the early results to kind of throw red meat to their own base, which is interesting because it means our show actually takes on a newfound objectivity of bringing you kind of one condensed view rather than you, the viewer, having to do all this gathering yourself. We only have 8 people here doing that, but it's probably more than you have in your living room at home. So I think we should keep going. This is kind of fun. I didn't realize that this was going to have this split reporting problem.
One American News, Trump wins Kentucky, Biden wins Virginia and Vermont. And I guess they're saying Biden is up in Georgia and Florida. And the latter two, that was from FX Hedge, which I think is Zero Hedge.
You know, the real action, guys, is the betting odds.
Okay.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
The real action is the betting odds. Those are the people who never get
So are we checking
Predict it.
Patty
Last I
Powell.
looked, Trump was down. He was trending downwards, which surprised me.
Are we allowed to talk about this? Is this
Go
something
ahead.
that smashes your channel if you, discuss
We're
sport?
not giving any advice on this show, but we will talk about
No advice on who to bet on.
Patty Power is restricted. They're
Okay,
not
okay.
You can't declare
Give
a
me
winner.
give me a finger up if you want to speak, and then I'll get the camera on you.
Sorry.
No, I'm just saying I can't spin the camera because people get seasick. So we got to kind of go in order. So,
So
go ahead.
you got to bet $200 on Biden. Sorry, you got to bet $220 on Biden to win 100. Biden is minus 220, meaning he's the big favorite right now. And if you bet 100 on Trump, you'd win almost 200. You'd win 190. So those betting odds, I don't know. You want to head up to the casino right now, George? But
No. Well, what I do want to do is try to kind of interpret and tease out the meaning there, not necessarily in the betting, but the early returns. I think the surprise there for me that I heard so far in the States here is somehow I've heard 2 different things for Virginia, but it seems like Biden winning Virginia. And then the other big surprise would be Biden winning Kentucky. And we have people calling Kentucky for Trump, and we have and now we have people saying Trump's up in Virginia. So it does appear to be
What you're looking at on Decision Desk is results as they come in. So Kentucky, like I said, it's been sitting. Now it's bumped up to maybe 10% of the votes in, and Biden's lead is shrinking there.
Was just deleted that tweet about Biden up in Virginia. So Andy may be right.
Yeah,
Who deleted the tweet?
One American News.
One America News.
And Addie, I just sent you a DM that shows the tweet that was put out by Twitter support saying we'll consider the election result official when it's announced by a state election official or when calls are made by at least 2 of the below national media outlets. So there's the list. It's ABC, AP, CBS News, CNN, Decision Desk HQ, Fox News, and NBC News.
Hard to make a wrong
put your hand up, and so I can get to your. Go ahead.
So that could end up being we'll decide who's going to win, and we'll collude and all say that Biden won or Trump won, and
Right.
all can
I
catch
mean-
up later.
I say you open up a browser window with each one of those sources in it, and we'll watch how their maps change.
Yeah, and I think if we had also the 2016 map up, somebody be the 2016 guy. I have the stick here, so I can't do it, but so that we could do differentials, because I think one of the
if somebody just opens up each source on a different tab in one browser window, you could switch back and forth on the.
we're going to do that. We're going to do that on the big monitor.
I'm working on it, Peter.
So
Okay.
give us 1 second on that. But he's got it. He's got it. So yeah. So Dave, I just want to be able to ask you, like, you're the computer, and then you tell me, because let's start with Kentucky.
Kentucky was red last time.
9 electoral votes. Is that correct?
8.
8, gone down, lost a little population, huh? Okay, so, and then Virginia, last time I checked, was 13 electoral votes.
Still 13, yep, and it was blue last round.
Blue last time. Okay, so there's a potential pivot point there for the election, right? Okay. Same for Vermont. Vermont was blue last time, blue this time. No differential there.
New England was all blue last time, everything.
New England was all blue.
Yep.
So if Trump makes any inroads there, he's to the good.
They may
Didn't
have
you
done
pick up 2 in Maine because Maine splits
there
theirs?
was 1, but there was 3 with a little circle.
One. The state electors can vote independently in Maine. 1 voted in Maine and 3 voted Democratic. That's
But everything else
No,
was.
they split just like Nebraska does. It's split up by percentage and then divvied up among the electoral votes that they have.
I thought the electors decided individually, but that's not the case. Okay. All right.
No, it's actually more representative. So if every single county was done that way, you'd have Republican landslides just about every time.
I see. Good point.
So if it's by voting district, that should be. So for your congressman, whatever area they cover, it should go red if it went red, but it doesn't.
Right.
But states can elect to do that, and that's what Nebraska and Maine have done.
I think out of the 3,000 counties in the United States, last time only about, I want to say, less than 100 went Democratic out of the 3,000 counties in the United States.
Yeah. So imagine if the electoral count went that way.
Yeah. Well, if you looked at the county map, it was you would have to work hard to find the blue.
Right.
Because they are so dense. The blues are so dense.
So this is Decision Desk, where they've given Biden 3, and Trump's got nothing on the board.
This one says Biden won Kentucky.
No, but look at when it has the hash marks across it, it means it hasn't been called yet.
It's just leaning that way, but the blue Vermont, that one's solid, so that's the one.
But look at how many votes they have in 0.
See this? They can't. Okay, yeah. All right, so Trump leaning. So okay, Decision Desk here. Trump leaning in Virginia and Kentucky leaning Biden. Go ahead.
You know, this is all a school play. We all kind of know that, right? So where will the hanging chads be this year? That's the real prediction, right? What will be the hanging chads, and where will be the hanging chads?
Right.
Well,
I think Tracy could be in the hanging chad area this round.
Well, certainly, but there's 2 big surprises here from 2016 that I see so far. Is Georgia was won by Trump, and Florida was won by Trump, and if that continues, that is bad news for
But
Trump.
remember, if you go and highlight Florida for a second, it'll show you how many votes have been counted. It's all early voting.
Yeah.
These were announced right at 7:00 when the polls closed there.
Right.
So we knew that they had an advantage in the early votes.
Yeah, and I'm agreeing with Aaron that there is the school play, with Clinton's and so forth with Ohio voting when he was leading Bernie until the last, hour in all the primaries and so forth. So I'm making allowance for what you're saying too.
George did a little clip outside of an early voting center yesterday. We stood there for 20 minutes and nobody moved. And it was just like, are these people just here to stand in line to give the appearance that like this place is just full all day, every day? And they just bring them bottles of water and they just stand there and, it's like, because it was like, we stood there 20 minutes, you did a video, nobody moved.
Well, where was the hospital that O'Keefe busted that was supposedly doing all the coronavirus testing, and it was staged using hospital workers? The drive-through line.
We actually, behind us in that video, I deleted it because I thought maybe we got some faces a little too close. so for privacy. But there was a coronavirus testing booth directly behind us, and I didn't realize we were filming it, and so we were getting that. But there was like one person in the whole time we filmed that went up. Okay, but Addie's got something that he's bringing up here.
Yeah, this is Decision Desk HQ, as we said. They're saying Biden is up in Kentucky, but that was just one discrepancy I saw with, I guess this is AP, 270 to win. They're saying that Trump is up. It says it's safe in Kentucky now.
No, that map says it was last updated in 2017. You got to get to the live maps.
Yeah, well, that's
sure?
that's the.
Oh, this is the 7th. Wait, what? Oh, yeah, you're right.
Right. The live maps at Decision Desk that you were on, right?
Yeah, but he's trying to find them for each one of the approved sources.
Oh, I see.
So where's the AP map? Where's
so we just
the CNN map?
Get all the live maps. Okay, so we're working that.
If you go to CNN.com, Addie, it's right on their front page.
They use the same one as AP?
They all have different maps. That's what I'm telling you. And you look at the different maps and you're seeing different things.
You see it right there. Yeah, you got it. Okay. He's putting them in the.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Somebody said they heard the fake testing was in Grand Rapids, Michigan, too. I don't know if that's what Tracy remembers.
Yes, I think that's what I'm talking about.
And
You guys remember that where they busted them staging a whole line and it was a bunch of nurses and doctors. They got to jump in their cars to pretend like, oh my God, we're being overwhelmed by this testing.
Was that Spectrum Health?
It's also, well, it's where Spectrum Health is. It's where Eric Prince and DeVos's are from, but it's also where Trump had his last rallies, for I think in 2016 and also this year.
Interesting.
Did I hear a CNN?
No, that was Fox.
That was Fox.
Oh, that was Fox. Okay, were they calling something?
They're just talking. I don't know.
Okay.
We need to get that noise, though. I love that sound effect.
Yeah,
It's so
yeah.
exciting.
Maybe that's what I confused the Fox noise with the bell chime.
Well, CNN's not loading right now, so I don't know why that is, but that's an update.
You guys talking about the nurses makes me think about TikTok and the TikTok videos. And, my daughter recommended the other day, George, she was like, well, why doesn't George go on TikTok? I was like, well, I wonder. I don't know if that's really your audience there, but could you even do that?
The CCP might not like me doing that. Yeah.
I think we lost Peter.
We got the CNN map up. Peter is back.
Oh, that's because ShrimpZoo's there.
And we got ShrimpZoo as well on election night. This is election day, election eve, 2020. Biden v. Trump. I'm joined today by Tracy Connors, Peter Duke of Reality OS, and ShrimpZoo. ShrimpZoo's live from Buffalo, New York. Tracy's in Reading, Pennsylvania. Peter Duke is in Communist California. And we are all broadcasting here at the Neighborhood News Studio with George Webb, Detroit Dave, Mark Buckley, Aaron Adler, and Tom, as we call him, Tom CIA. It's a nickname. Not a profession, people. But we just want to welcome everybody. ShrimpZoo, how are you doing?
I'm doing good. Not sure about this election, though. I think it's going to be super close.
Yeah, I'm afraid it's looking closer than I guess I anticipated. But who knows? Maybe this is one big school play, as Aaron said, and we're just kind of going through the motions.
Marshall, he's Florida.
I can say,
let's just wait for the camera. Go ahead.
Taylor Marshall, he's saying that the Florida and Pennsylvania are looking red for Trump. So
Taylor Marshall. How long ago did Taylor Marshall say that?
I think he's live chatting right now.
I'm watching CNN right now. They're saying Florida is turning red.
CNN is stating that Florida is going red.
Well, hockey players shave their beards when the playoffs are over, and ShrimpZoo takes his mask off when election season's over. So we like to see it, ShrimpZoo.
I have a screenshot in a chat room that has Florida at 56% Trump, 558,357 votes, and Biden's 44%, 436,951 votes.
Laura Loomer's running down there.
Yeah,
That's from ABC.
Frankel. Laura Loomer, who Peter has photographed, I believe.
Yep.
Is I don't know how she's doing, but she's running against a Biden Blackberry, excuse me, a Juan Blackberry holder in the House of Representatives, Frankel. So it'll be interesting to watch the Biden Blackberry or the Juan Blackberry holders in the 45 congressional districts. I can manage that one. I know that one by heart. So, ShrimpZoo, I would just want to introduce you really quickly to our other commentators around the United States. We have in Los Angeles, we have the great Peter Duke Media Consulting, and then Tracy Connors near the Philadelphia area, covering probably looks like what's going to be the Keystone State. Live up to its nickname here tonight. A lot of early information and potentially misinformation coming out. We're currently reconfiguring the newsroom here on the swing states between the Ohio line and the Michigan line here. The newsroom is going to be the new warboard. So we're going to put the warboard up here behind us, a whole wall of whiteboard that Aaron's configuring right now. What do you think so far, Roundtable? Let's start with you, Tracy.
I'm furiously trying to find all these maps. Addie, I'm sending you direct messages with them.
Okay, I got you, Tracy. So
The
one up right now is CBS.
Okay. Do they actually have a map? It's kind of funny. They're making these things hard to find. You go to the AP's main page, apnews.com. They don't have a map. You got to dig for it. So I just sent you their interactive map. Yeah, so this isn't telling me what's coming in. This is telling me what's in play. I want them minute by minute.
You're doing commentary.
I'm doing comic relief.
You're doing commentary. Yeah, I know. We're not at the analysis phase yet. We're at the information gathering phase. But thank you for your contribution. So ShrimpZoo is the personality that is in Buffalo, New York, and he's a close watcher of the news as well. So he contributes to our channel from New York. We heard that there was a lockdown order that Governor Cuomo put in for people coming to New York. Is that true?
Yeah. So if you come to New York, you have to get tested, and if you don't want to get tested before you come here, and then after you come here, and then you have to wait 3 days for the results and quarantine while you do. If you don't want to get tested when you come here, then you're gonna have to self-isolate for 14 days. And the same if you live here and leave. If you leave and you're gone more than 24 hours, you have to test. I think it's when you get back and then wait for the results. So they're starting to lock stuff down again. And I mean, there's still restrictions from the first lockdown here. So
we're going to do a periodic table. Thank you, Shrimp, for the coronavirus report. We're going to do kind of a periodic table chart rather than try to freehand the U.S. map. But we will do the across the top and then eastern seaboard down the side. So we'll have that for you in a little bit. But meanwhile, we'll be going to these different interactive maps. What's happening right now is our correspondent in Pennsylvania, Tracy, sending these URLs as quickly as she can over to ads here in our studios, and we're going to try to have an interactive display so you can see all 6 different trusted sources or approved sources in rapid succession so that you don't have to do it yourself at home. I'm looking at now.
So AP and Fox have the same 16-13. Biden's up.
So I see in red West Virginia now being called for Trump. Is that right?
Yep.
Am I reading
Yeah.
that?
West
Kentucky
Virginia,
being called for Trump.
and then of course Vermont was the first for Biden, and then I
Virginia.
guess Virginia now.
And that is the same still in our differential analysis from 2016. That's the same as the results from the 2016.
But it looks like they've officially called Virginia for Biden.
Yeah, officially for Biden.
So they got a lot of vote count there. It looked like they were showing 50% vote count,
Remember, there's a lot of early voting going on and vote by mail and those kind of things.
Yeah, that's right.
So, Addie, I'm sending you ABC's map. It's very interesting to see how different these maps are, because ABC's got 0 on the board right now.
Well, I think Aaron would like
a real question, not comic relief. Are we able to see at any point in this game which differentiation of, or which ratio of votes were at the polls today? Early voting, vote by mail, absentee, et cetera, et cetera. Or is it just going to be here's the vote, and nobody's ever going to tell us how many came from the different methods of voting? Anybody know the answer to that?
Well, early voting, we've already been given percentages, and about 40% in Michigan, 40% in Ohio, as of a couple of days ago. The lowest one I saw was Pennsylvania, 20% in early voting, but that probably changed quite a bit. I don't know what the early voting is in Pennsylvania, Tracy.
Well, we also had in-person early voting that you could do.
Mm-hmm.
They had set up election centers. It kind of sounds like what Peter had at different municipal buildings. And it was a county by county kind of choose your own adventure thing if you wanted to have them or not. And you just go there, and I could have gone and said, I would like my vote by mail ballot. They would hand it to me. I fill it out and drop it in a box right there.
Okay.
So they made a lot of options. There was vote by mail if you wanted to. They didn't just mass mail it like some other states did. But I mean, to answer Aaron's question, I think that some of the super dorks that follow this stuff and live and breathe it have been following the early voting counts because they've been publishing them in certain states. But as far as these maps that I'm seeing tonight, they don't have that broken out.
Right.
But you have to imagine anything reported right when polls close has to represent early votes, because there's no way they already counted 2 million votes in Florida.
Right.
Huh. That is CBS's. That's wonky and weird. I don't like it. So CBS has the worst map of the night.
Oh, really?
That's a psychological thing, but it's more fun to watch them cry as the numbers
It's a
slowly
terrible
change.
layout.
Because it's like they're right there, but it's like the Biden's number will go down a little bit, Trump's will go up.
What does that say?
The AP one has Joe Biden winning Virginia, but Trump is actually winning if you look at the numbers.
Yeah, well, but usually bellwether precincts, though, they know which ones flip. Like, for instance, there's 3 counties here in Michigan. We're in one of them. And then there's
Monroe, Oakland.
And we're in Monroe, Oakland, and Washtenaw. And we're right in the middle of all. We have people who live in all 3 in the room. And then the same thing for Ohio. There's 3 swing bellwether counties. Precincts, counties, whatever. They're close map, not exactly one to one, but the way those go, typically that's the way the state goes. So we're watching those predictor counties really closely. So go ahead.
All right, just Shrimp, what do you think? Is there a possibility that Trump could carry New York? Do you see that in the cards at all?
Not at all, but I will tell you one thing. I'm in like Trump country in New York State. They say it's like one of the most like homogenous Trump places in America, between Buffalo and Rochester. We're just farm town and like little villages and stuff. There's no downtowns or cities in that area. But I have seen a few of my neighbors switch from Trump to Biden. I've seen 2 of my neighbors switch their political signs on their lawn. So that's interesting, but yeah, no way at all Trump can win New York. But where I live, he is definitely very popular here.
You wouldn't have a Long Island vote, or
he'll win in the areas where I am, in like upstate in Western New York areas outside of Buffalo and Rochester. But overall, no. But it is kind of weird because he is from New York. But
Peter Duke, you know about eyeballs more than anybody and how to attract eyeballs and keep eyeballs. Is this a seeding of information that fits your cognitive predisposition? Is this keep your eyes on our anchors tonight? Is that the strategy?
I wish I knew. I'm looking at NBC right now. NBC has got Trump 11, Biden 3. This is what they've called. It's, Scott Adams talks about a confusopoly, which is the the idea of making things confusing on purpose in order to kind of confuse people out of making a decision or making a decision. I'm confused by all of this at this point, and I believe that that's the intent. So if we're looking at everybody delivering different answers, I think that that's on purpose. I think that if the end game here is 5 hours from now for nobody to know what's going on, it's in the best interest, and if the networks are all coordinating in order to make sure that happens, then they're going to all be giving you different information so that it drives everybody crazy. And so my assumption is assume that that's what's going on. And then if things start to make sense because it's self-evident, then that's probably the truth. But trying to figure out what's going on when you're getting conflicting information from arguably these people are all using the same numbers. Okay, so you've got
this is how this is done. The vote counts are gathered at the precinct level, and then they're run up to the county level, and then the county reports them to the state.
The other thing that might complicate everything too is that the last time everybody was so wrong that the producers on these shows, because they are shows, right? The producers on these shows are probably looking at this saying, let's make sure this is right before we tell anybody about this,
To the point of, what you're making just traveling down that road there, Peter, we all probably are wondering when the lawyers are going to step in, and we've heard about the 600 lawyers versus the 600 lawyers.
Only 600?
Yeah.
I thought that was sort of the roundabout number that, Trump's got 600 lawyers and Biden's got 600 lawyers, but you're right, it's probably 6,000. But just sort of want to kick it to the panel, what do we think the 600 lawyers might be up to right now, and what tricks might they have up their sleeves? Are they all, where's the lawyers?
The lawyers right now, my guess would be, Aaron, are on standby, because what goes on in Pennsylvania, at least, is the absentee ballots are counted after the polls close, and that's when you get disputes. And I don't know what the current law is now. It used to be you would compare signatures on the ballots. So the first thing you do is you double check all the counting for the day was right, all the in-person votes. Then you sit down with the signed books and go through the absentees. So if I came in and voted but also sent an absentee, they would see that, flag it, and destroy the absentee, and it's done. But once you verify that somebody hasn't voted and you have their absentee, then you open it and you compare it to the signature in the books. And this is done with the judge of election standing there and a representative from both of the major parties. And then say, I dispute that signature. I don't think it matches. And say the Democrat disagrees with me, then it goes to the election judge to make a decision. And if you disagree with the election judge, you can raise it all the way to the county. So my guess is you've got lawyers just waiting to be dispatched to different polling precincts where you have fighting about that kind of stuff going on right now.
Why do I feel like we're outnumbered in that area?
Because we are. And they play dirty.
Daunting.
Yeah.
All of us are hanging here in the room with you, George. We need to be we need to be pretending to be lawyers, apparently.
Well, I've played a lawyer before.
Just a comment on that. I mean, I feel like the.
Okay, now go ahead.
Okay, they've been talking about the long lines to vote, and is that voter suppression? I know that AOC made a speech about that, and then we've had some reports of power failures in certain districts. I don't know. I feel like those are sort of the smaller issues that they may be going after, but. I'm just thinking back to 2000, and that was like the full hanging chads going to the Supreme Court to figure it all out. So I don't know. I mean, we were talking about early how with Ruth Bader Ginsburg passing, how that was a 4-4 court if it was split, and they obviously brought in a new justice, but just thinking about those different things as far as what the lawyers what kind of projects they might be going towards. I think it'd be stuff like that.
Yeah, I think Dave is mentioning the Bush v. Gore 5-4, John Roberts casting or was it Scalia that cast the split, the winning vote 5-4? and with Amy Barrett, now that call me Barrett, they now have the 5-4 if it gets there.
Right.
Yeah, and if Pennsylvania does get thrown into the court. Yeah.
Decision Desk has called Biden for Virginia and Trump for Kentucky.
Yeah.
Yeah, so they've got it Biden 16, Trump 13. And Addie, you're on, that's NBC, right?
Yeah, this is NBC News.
So you can see how different these things are. They're at 3-11. And they've called Indiana, and Decision Desk hasn't called Indiana. This is just wild.
Yeah, Decision Desk is saying that Trump is winning Indiana, whereas what was the last one? NBC.
Well, there's
NBC, yeah.
And they just said that it's already been won, but I guess the agreement seems to be Kentucky going red, Virginia going blue, Vermont going blue, and West Virginia going red.
If you jump over to the Fox map, Addie,
Yeah.
they've got North Carolina, South Carolina, and Georgia all colored in pink.
Oh, wow.
Yep.
Let's see this. Fox map coming up. It's election night, folks. We're here.
one of the as Addie brings that up, one of the interesting early blue ink that we see on the map is in the state we all are we've been living in, which is Ohio. We work in Michigan, we live in Ohio. So we've been all over the state. That's a state we're also prepared to give you on the ground information about as we get through the night. I think we have to be, as I said, I believe Ohio had somewhere between 35 and 40% of the early vote. So they will be counting that as, and it has to be reported in the initial results. I think Tracy mentioned that in the rules. So it could be that the Get Out the Vote program that we covered is working. But Trump could come in with the day of voting here.
Yeah, I mean, I think one of the things that hasn't been discussed in a lot of this is Republicans were wary about voting by mail. They'd much rather go on the day, have the physicality of touching the ballot, entering their votes, and walking out. It feels much more secure.
The whole election was an entire crap show. It was entirely messed up. The CDC was saying, I think yesterday, that if you have coronavirus, you can go and vote. Just wear a mask. And everybody was debating whether it should be like digital or mail-in or vote in person. But in the end, both sides just said to vote in person in the end, even if you have COVID. So it's kind of ridiculous. I think it should be digital in the future and just popular vote.
Careful.
That's what I think, but
Wrong.
No, you think
Wrong.
You think in person?
I disagree with a direct democracy. That's just a recipe for disaster.
I disagree.
Venezuela.
I disagree with democracy, but that's me.
But that's a different thing.
Tape. Yeah. So I'm gonna go to the vertical format here because we have 4, and I don't think it makes a whole bunch of difference, and it also allows me to keep power for all folks. Yeah. So that's the low power warning that's going away. Let's take stock here. We have, Addie, do you have the 6 maps yet, or close to 6 maps?
Yeah, I do. We just lost our power there. We got Fox map. The one up right now is the Fox map. We had Decision Desk, CNN, AP, and NBC and CBS. As we get our technical situation fixed here with George's battery.
We're done with that.
Election night 2020, Neighborhood News Hour, Swing State Studios. We are getting some conflicting information, as you said. ABC map saying 8-3. Trump Fox map 16-13 Biden. How do we know any of this is true?
Just assume none of it is true.
Russians hacked the election in 16, guys. Come on.
Well, okay, so we could just nullify the election now between all of us, which is one way to go. but just for journalistic purposes, let's report out what we see coming across the wire, and then we'll send in the lawyers tomorrow.
You're so cute when you use words like journalism. Like that's a real thing.
Yeah. Okay. All right.
Okay.
Duly noted. So, is someone noting the dualies here? Okay.
Right. To Peter's point, we're following 7 journalistic outfits that all have access to the same exact information, and yet they're reporting totally different things. It's crazy.
It's actually perfect in a weird way. Yeah.
But it's interesting that Fox is choosing to give Biden the biggest lead among everybody.
Well, again, back to George's original question for me about
this is going to be running out like in places where the polls are still open. So
yeah.
going to create that.
Are we muted right now?
I don't know if we're muted.
No,
but
you're not
we're
muted. We just can't see you.
I can't hear.
Yeah, we're not. We're telling everybody
hear?
stay
No,
in
they can't
line,
hear.
keep voting. Don't believe what you see
Hello?
on your TV.
You guys hear us?
shouldn't.
No, they can't hear us. They're not.
But how-
No, we can hear you.
I think we
They
have
can't
to.
hear
No,
us.
they can
Clearly.
hear us. We can't.
We
hear
can't
us.
hear them.
No. Yeah.
Okay.
If you're
So
like
did you just get a call,
anarchist,
George?
Let them
What
talk
happened?
amongst themselves.
if you're anarchist, why are you into voting then?
Oh, we're not anarchists.
I am.
Well, you're
Yeah.
well, sort of, yeah, anarcho-capitalist.
Yeah.
Well, would you be a libertarian?
Correct. That's my registration. I can pull out my voter card for you.
And is everybody here Trump voters?
I'm a Trump voter, yeah.
Okay.
I just think that the media has been in control of the perception of the electorate for over 100 years now, and that when you have mind control, organized mind control in place, that democracy stops functioning as advertised.
But you don't think there should be a popular vote? You like the electoral vote still?
Yes.
No?
I think that
It
I think that there should be qualified voting. I think that you should have to pass some kind of a test in order to be able to be worthy of having your voice be heard.
Well, interesting.
I mean, it would be nice if people actually understood the Constitution who were voting.
Just like a basic test or something, or would it be?
Yeah, but apparently that's racist now because it was
civics
because it was misused by
Southern Democrats.
Southern Democrats. Yeah,
But if you're becoming a citizen, you have to pass a civics exam.
right.
So I think we lost the whole news studio, guys.
Are we actually still on?
It's showing me that we're live up in the
It
corner.
says that we're live, right? Yeah, so we're all right. So
checking YouTube.
so we've hijacked.
We have. Let's take over. I'll share my screen. I've got
All
all
right. Well, let's talk to ShrimpZoo about this. This conversation is more interesting than trying to figure out the nonsense that's going on with the election reporting. Anyway.
All right. Let me share some of the comments that have been coming through. So.
How can you see them?
Oh, I can't share the comments.
Let me see if
They're in the normal spot, Peter.
Oh yeah. All right. Harry Backrack. Yeah, we're still live.
Yeah.
So wait, we were talking about So I was talking about how the media has been hijacked, and turned into mind control, which directly affects the electorate and how they make decisions. And the story that I was going to tell was that my daughter actually played Edmund Randolph in a play called Miracle in Philadelphia, where she explained the Virginia plan to the audience. She wore a white wig and everything. It was singing and dancing. It was quite cute. And then she asked me last night whether or not I thought the Electoral College was a good idea or not. And I said, didn't you play Edmund Randolph in a play? Like, don't you know this better than most human beings on the surface of the planet? Like, why are you asking me this question? It was scary that she was asking me that, because she actually does know. So to your point, to the point that I was trying to make, ShrimpZoo, it's like there's a lot of people who don't know how our government works or why they're making the decisions they're making. So why should they be entitled to vote? I don't know. I don't know the answer to the question.
I've always just thought popular vote would just be easier.
That's how you get mob rule.
It's definitely going to be digital in the future, though. Voting.
I wouldn't doubt that.
Yeah, digital's fine. I would like to see the Electoral College get broken up even more. Let's make it counties instead of
yeah, I would agree with that.
Instead of states,
I think so.
Yeah, it has to be voting districts. Just that, and that's what they do. It's up to every state. Nebraska and Maine do it that way.
Yeah.
Do it which way?
They do it by whoever wins the majority of the votes. They split it based on how the votes break out. So say Trump wins 75% and Maine has 4 seats up for grabs because you get 1 for each senator and 1 for every congressperson in your state. So Trump will get 3 of the 4.
Right. So
it's not directly like, say, my voting district went Republican, which is what I would prefer to see it that way. So say, PA 7 goes Republican, then that's 1 electoral vote.
Right.
And if you look at some of these election maps are actually broken down and they'll show you counties, which isn't the same necessarily, as we all know about the beauty of gerrymandering, that the voting districts take much different shapes than the counties do. All right, I'm not seeing any real changes on these electoral maps, but it is now 8 o'clock in the East. So we should get a whole bunch of new data dropped on us any second now.
Did you see CNN and mostly the left media complaining about Donald Trump would announce that he won tonight, and they were saying that's no one's ever done that, and they were going to be mad if it was announced on Twitter or social media or YouTube or if it's announced on Fox. But I feel like every year CNN and the news always announce the winner at night or as soon as possible. I feel like that always happens.
As soon as they were sure that they knew who the winner was.
Yeah, except in 2016 when they sat on it for about 3 hours.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because people were crying.
They didn't want to believe it. But I'm looking now, ABC's updated theirs. They've got Biden with 44 electoral votes and Trump with 15.
Oh my goodness, I see that. So we're back in the lobby. There, George.
We're in the show, I think. You guys.
Yeah, you guys are back.
You guys are back.
We had to go back to count some absentee ballots for the local county here, but we're back. Looks like things took a slight turn for the worse for Trump in our reality play or school play or whatever you want to call it. Biden leading now 44-15. So
yeah, but it's not none of that's unexpected.
I have 44-26 on NBC.
Okay, so everybody's playing to their pandering to their viewership. I've got 85-55 on 9 News.
Fox just dropped a whole lot of data. So they've got Biden at 91 and Trump at 56.
91-56. So let's go to the one that's the most, prognosticative, I guess, for lack of a real word. 91. Where do we have, Addie? What's the states that Biden has won here?
Illinois is the big one, I would say.
Yes.
Out of the Midwest. The rest were mostly
in that Northeast that he was going to win anyway.
Yeah,
right?
kind of the expected blue kind of corridor up there in the Northeast. The rest red: Missouri, Alabama, Tennessee, Kentucky, as we said, West Virginia, Missouri, Oklahoma as well, and of course, it's like Texas, leaning Trump, Florida also leaning Trump slightly. And the Carolinas.
It's just 7 o'clock. So the polls are still open in Illinois and in Missouri and in Alabama and Mississippi.
No, they don't put out election results until the polls close.
Right.
So the only one that's still in play is Florida Panhandle.
8
because
o'clock.
the whole state closes at 8 and the Panhandle's in the central time zone.
Right.
8 o'clock central, yeah.
Yeah, so it's 8 o'clock, and so that's why those have closed.
Right.
So,
Right, but Florida Panhandle's still open. So that was something in 2000 Bush Gore. They called Florida for Gore before the polls had closed in the Panhandle.
What time is Illinois closed?
They're closed. If they're showing any reporting on these maps, the polls have closed.
Yeah, I think that's correct. Yeah, I'm
It's
sure that's
7
correct.
o'clock in Illinois now.
Yeah.
They'd be open.
Yeah.
I don't think so. Can somebody check that? I don't believe the polls are still open, but this is amazing watching these 6 different sources as Addie goes through it, because it's 6 different men with 6 different blind men with the elephant here, and we're all trying to figure out. And the popular vote, which is immaterial, is even, which is surprising. That's, I think, most of the difference between the 3 million votes that Hillary got that Trump didn't was California, I think, the last time. But
Correct.
the one thing I see here that is differential is I don't know if Trump won North Carolina or not in 2016. I think he did at the end. So that's the same. So the whole eastern seaboard below the Mason-Dixon line.
Yeah, he did.
Yeah. So, okay.
I'm going to run down the poll closure times.
So
Yeah.
far, nothing is flipped.
Nothing is flipped from 2016.
So the 7 o'clock Eastern closures are Georgia, Indiana, Kentucky, South Carolina, Vermont, and Virginia. North Carolina, Ohio, and West Virginia are 7:30. And then Alabama, Connecticut, Delaware, D.C., Florida, Illinois, Maine, Maryland, Massachusetts, Missouri, New Hampshire, New Jersey, Oklahoma, Pennsylvania, Rhode Island, and Tennessee are all 8 o'clock.
And that's
So that
one.
just happened.
Right.
Yeah, that's why we're getting the numbers now. Arkansas is at 8:30, and then basically,
So this is absentee ballot.
yeah, there's a bunch of states that are 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock. You have Iowa, Montana, Nevada, and Utah. And then 11 p.m. for California, Idaho, Oregon, and Washington. Hawaii is at midnight, and Alaska is 1 a.m.
Okay, so let's. So Pennsylvania is 8 o'clock, like here in Michigan and Ohio.
Yep, Michigan is 9 o'clock, and then Pennsylvania is 8. Illinois is 8. Florida is 8.
Except the Panhandle.
Right. Well, it's still 8, but the Panhandle is just an hour difference. It's in a different time zone.
Right. I mean, it's an hour later. So
Yes.
so the differential is exactly the same as 2016. I think that's just to help people have a model in their head of what happened in 2016. So now we can look at differentials. We have a smaller pie, if you will, as we go forward, and it looks like the big differential here that I see is Trump won Ohio, and I see blue school play blue in Ohio. Ohio is closed now.
Right. But you should click on the counties tab, that little toggle, and it'll show you what counties have come in already.
All right. So,
And they're only reporting 32%, it looks like. So if you click on the state and then click on the county, you can zoom in, I think, and it's got them colored in. So you can see if cities are coming in or.
you double click on the Ohio map. Yeah, there you go.
There you go.
So Tracy's quite correct in that the blue counties of Cuyahoga County and the counties around the Cleveland municipal area have come in.
Epic Times.
The Epic Times is saying what?
33 electoral votes for Trump and 22 for Biden.
Yeah. Okay. So I think that's again cherry picking. I see the Akron Youngstown area. Addie, can you stay there just for a second so I can do the county? Yeah, and I see the eastern area, the Wexner, New Albany area, and of Columbus, and I believe that's, I can't remember the name of Franklin County, I believe, and then
and they were having problems today.
Yeah, Franklin County was having problems. And Mark, tell me the county just over the border from us right here that just went light blue.
That's Lucas County.
Lucas County. And
Lucas and Wood counties, the big one south of it, were Bowling Green.
Yeah, and that's very blue. So they looks like they've cherry picked the very high concentration Democratic counties in Ohio.
That's Marcy Kaplan's have Lucas County, then Ottawa County, which is the white one, and then Sandusky.
It says Wood County for the Bowling Green one.
Right, that's Wood County. But Marcy's got this long district that runs along the southern shore of all the way over to Lorain now. She's got like the east side of Toledo and part of it, and then runs over to Lorain.
Yeah. Okay. So this looks like red meat, or excuse me, blue meat for the for the Dems here. We'll watch this carefully. Obviously, this is our expertise state, and along with Michigan. Let's go over to Pennsylvania, Addie. Can we do that?
They don't. It looks like they haven't reported anything yet.
No reporting.
At least on the Fox map. Let me check around and see if anybody's showing any numbers from Pennsylvania. Decision Desks has 87,000 votes in from Pennsylvania, which represents about 1.5% of the vote and 69% for Biden at this point. Let me see what counties it is. All they've got right now is Pittsburgh,
which is going to be heavily blue industrial, I believe.
Well, it's 80% Biden.
Yeah.
But it's 51,000 votes, which is not a lot in that.
So the differential analysis strategy here is looking very helpful as a model of analysis, I think. We'll just keep watching it. I guess we're going to be going to county differentials here pretty quickly. Looking at the bellwether counties. That's the next thing. The next one to close is Arkansas, Dave, at 8:30.
Yeah, it looks like it.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's all they've got right now for Pennsylvania turned in already.
Yeah.
Florida is interesting. Trump's opening up a bigger, and they're estimating it could be between 87.5% and 99% of the votes have been counted in Florida already.
So that puts
Trump's got a slight lead there.
So I think it's going to come down. I mean, if you want to recapitulate the victory for Trump in 2016, it was this state, Michigan and Ohio, the Rust Belt states. It was Wisconsin and then Pennsylvania were the four bigs that were the big surprises. And that was the difference in the election, I think.
Right,
so we were prophetic in building out the swing state newsroom. And we were prophetic or just damn lucky to have Tracy in Pennsylvania. And then we have Addie Ads here from Wisconsin. So, wow, this is the place to be if you, as far as on the ground county by county experience for election night 2020.
And I'm just switching back over to the 2016 map here. So just looking at again what George just mentioned with the states that were won then, those big Ohio wins. But again, it's as far as I can tell, it's looking like Illinois has gone blue again.
That's not a surprise to anybody.
Yeah.
Yeah. Correct me if I'm wrong here, people, but it does look that way. And we are live, folks. Election night 2020. 20 State Studios, George Webb, Detroit, Dave Underdown, Mark Buckley, Tom, myself, ShrimpZoo, Tracy Connors, and the great Peter Duke are all in the house.
Okay, so let's do this. It looks like the Occam's razor has to come out here and look at the things at a county by county level. It looks like it's going to come down to 2016 redo. And we know the three counties. In Michigan, we thought Michigan was going to be close. Trump thinks he's going to win it going away. But I think it's time to start the county by county analysis in Ohio. And I think it's time to start the county by county analysis in Pennsylvania, which should be very interesting. I think the bellwether counties in Ohio are the ones just across the border here in Toledo.
For Biden.
For Biden,
Right.
Which is the AMC Jeep plant is in which county?
That's Lucas County.
Lucas County. And if Biden wins that county where they're doing 24-hour shifts around the clock, I can't keep up with demand, I would be very surprised. It also has the factory for the tank factory that Trump visited in
The blue cities in Ohio, for most, I should say, the only one that could possibly is Cincinnati. That southeastern Ohio is like
a rhino.
that's like the Republican strong, the old Taft family, Saxby, all down that way.
Yeah.
That's if the Republicans are going to win, they've got to come on strong there, and the Republicans are going to have to win in the Cleveland suburbs, and then like New Albany, your suburban areas around the blue cities.
Columbus is New Albany, and then but in Shaker Heights and Euclid and out that way is the swing for Ohio.
Yeah, we've got to pull that.
The eastern shore of Lake Erie. Yeah. Youngstown is interesting. Youngstown would be interesting.
So Connie is
Akron.
saying that Trump had just won Alabama, Mississippi, Missouri, Tennessee, and Oklahoma. I don't know what source she's using for that.
That Fox has called that on their map.
Okay, let me pull that up.
And again,
ABC is only called Oklahoma.
So,
and again, no surprise there, I don't think. I think, again, that map's – I'm going to straighten this camera just 1 second. I have a little bit of technical on this.
pull this up. Presidential election results. So again, that's that same 91-56. Gimbal needs.
No, it's fine. It's
Yeah,
just-
but Trump's got to have Texas. That can't go blue. Texas cannot go blue in Trump.
it seems like cherry picking again there.
That's all early vote count.
Yeah. From what I've seen from Ohio that Tracy correctly put out, it just seems like the cherry picking is definitely going on. Just it's moved down a level now to the county level.
And we do want to thank all 210 people who are currently tuned in around the world, United States, Canada, the Netherlands, Australia, New Zealand, and otherwise. We do want to thank everybody for joining us this evening on election night 2020. The fate of the Republic hangs in the balance.
The fate of the world.
The fate of the world.
Yeah, sure.
The fate of the war, the meme war, and the world war against globalism.
So this is a heads up that isn't showing in any of your alphabet soup reporting. Ali Alexander has called Florida for Donald Trump.
I was just going to break in. The Decision Desk website has called Florida for Trump.
Okay, that's true to form again. No surprises there. It's looking more and more like our early predictions here of it all coming down to the Keystone State maybe in play. Obviously, Michigan and Ohio are the two other pivot points, and still Wisconsin.
Arizona is also on that swing state list.
I don't believe Trump won Arizona in 2016. Did he win Arizona?
I don't know, but when
Can you check?
John O'Loughlin talked about the top 5 swing states, I believe.
But check to see. I don't think Trump won Arizona. For some reason, I don't remember him. I remember him losing New Mexico. I can't remember Arizona for 2016.
They worked hard because remember they got Sheriff Joe Arpaio out of there. And
Trump won Arizona. in
no, New
2016.
Mexico though.
Not New Mexico. So
I think that's what you might have been thinking because they went
Yeah.
after him, and
Yeah.
that was the upset.
New Mexico and Colorado went to Hill.
New
Oh,
Mexico
so-
and Colorado. So Colorado is in play. We actually have swing state news folks there as well.
Could
We're-
Zorro Ranch put New Mexico in play? You know, is that
Are you saying the Jeff Epstein factor?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not privy to their politics down there, but I just wonder, that's there. There's something about New Mexico politics. I don't know. It must be the Santa Fe.
Well, Santa Fe
I
is
think it's
very
a lot
liberal.
Of, Atomic Energy Commission leftovers, but it explains a lot of the problems down there.
So Ali has called Florida, I think.
Decision Desk has called it.
Okay. Decision Desk is also called Florida, which you may as well mean it's red. So I'm really looking at Ohio, and when we get back to the Ohio map, having been born in Euclid,
Wisconsin.
yeah, well, I think we're going to get into Wisconsin too here in a minute, but having some familiarity with the eastern part of Cleveland, that suburbs, as you said, Mark, I do think is going to be the answer to the test. And I hate to say white women voters, but usually the suburbs go as the white women voters go. And if the race baiting and race shaming works, then typically white women vote for the Democrat. And if that doesn't work, if they vote for pocketbook issues, etc., freedom issues, national security, etc., they tend to go red. So, Peter, what are your thoughts about that?
Decision Desk says that Trump has won the state of Indiana.
Okay. True to form on 2016 template.
Yes.
Mark, why don't you talk to us a little bit about the counties in upper northwest Ohio a little bit? Familiarize our viewers with that, because I think it's going to come down to these swing counties. We are in such a swing area, not only on the statewide basis, but on the countywide basis.
Well,
With 41 to 49% of the vote in Ohio right now, Biden is ahead with 56% of the vote. He's got 1,414,724 votes to 1,064,114 votes. So that's with between 41 and 49% of the vote in.
Take the 6 counties, and Eddie, if you could, Eddie, can you slowly pan over them so we can do these one by one, starting in the corner. Williams County.
That's good, solid Republican. That's rural out there.
Okay, let's move one over here.
That's Fulton County. That is mostly red. A lot of Toledo people moved out to like Swanton. That's out west of the airport. There is some industry out there, but that's solid Republican.
Next county
at
over.
this point, that's Lucas County there, which has the city of Toledo in it. Blue, solid blue. In fact, it's so blue that Carter took it.
25.
It was the only county in Ohio that Carter won.
Wow.
That's how it was. Wood County is turning blue. That's this across the Maumee River from Toledo. Bowling Green State University is part of Wood County. Politics are pretty much driven out of Bowling Green. That's the county seat. You do have some Republican areas along, in Perrysburg, along the, Lucas County border. And then there's, some agricultural areas. But it is blue because of...
Do you know how Hillary did in this versus Trump in these counties?
Just pretty much right there. If that was Hillary, would have carried those.
Hillary would have carried those. Okay.
So there's nothing new there. Ottawa County, the white one there in Marcy's district, that's a toss-up. That could go either way. It should lean Republican.
So let's do this analysis. Let's do this what-if analysis. And I know this isn't going to be to anyone's liking here probably, but Ohio having, last time I checked, 16 electoral votes. Maybe it has less than that now. It used to have 26 when I was a kid.
Ohio has 18, George.
18, sorry. Okay, 18. I was having even more loss. And Michigan has how many? I can't
16.
read. 16. I've interposed those two. So 18 swing. Let's just say Trump loses Ohio and we swing 18. Trump had what, 303 in 2016?
304?
304, okay.
Yep.
So if he loses 18, that drops him down to 286, right? And he would still have enough, or 284, he would still have enough to, well, I guess, yeah, he would still have enough to win, right? If he loses Ohio, he can still win.
If they clean.
Yeah, he needs 270. So last time it was 304 to 227.
Yeah, but if he lost 18 votes out of that total,
Right.
and he went down 18, so he would lose the 4 over 3, and then he would go down 16 below 300, which is 284. 284 is still enough to win.
Here's something.
Correct?
I don't know what
Yes. You need 270 to win.
So what I'm saying is Trump could still win if he loses Ohio. Is that correct?
Yes.
That's assuming that he
We
wins.
got to keep Pennsylvania.
If every in all these what ifs we're going to do, everything else stays the same. Okay, so yeah, he has to win Pennsylvania, of course. Yeah. Okay, so go ahead. You were saying
I
about
think like in the last election, remembering like how it was in Toledo. There were a lot of empty houses in Toledo from the 2006 mortgage crisis. Those all had like political signs in them. I don't know if that's going to go on right now, but how many empty houses, voted in the last election, that skewed the true demographic realities of these neighborhoods. But when you've got these neighborhoods, that are full of vacant houses, that have been vacant for years, it's real easy to go vote and no one's going to say anything about it unless somebody actually goes out and realizes, like, hey, that house is empty. Nobody lives there anymore. Why are there political signs in the front yard?
Well, it's funny because we've stayed in Toledo, and the news folks here, and we stayed in these 6 or 7 old stately homes, six or 7 bedroom stately homes that sleep 12 and 14. And we did notice in that burned out area that's now being redeveloped, Biden signs wall to wall. So I do, and that was Lucas County.
Yeah.
So it'll be interesting to see.
But that's how a lot of these, it's like if you really had an honest vote count, like Ohio will flip red in a minute. But it's like all these kind of angles that go on because Toledo's got like 5 major cities in it with over 100,000 population that are loaded with ancient housing stock, and from the Rust Belt that have, died with steel, 30 years ago. And, before that, it was the votes from the houses that were torn out for the expressways. That it took years and years. Well, those houses have been gone for decades. We tore them out to put 475 in.
So you're giving Trump 600 lawyers an early start on their homework here.
Well, I would say in any blue city, it's like start doing the reality of the census here because who lives in these houses and who's voting.
Tom, you got something?
Yeah, they just said that Mitch McConnell won his Senate seat back, so he'll be there for 6 more years. He's for Kentucky.
Wonderful.
Announced a minute ago.
Well, there's probably a huge contingent of turtles out there that are celebrating
for Thanksgiving.
Yeah. Aged, gulleted old men are celebrating worldwide. So, Peter, what do you got in your analysis? I see you looking at the Ali.
Are you cutting to me because you said aged gullet?
No. I'm the fat guy here.
I've got my microphone hiding my gullet here.
Oh,
in case
okay.
you haven't noticed.
Well, you are a fashion plate compared to Mitch McConnell, as you know. So why don't you go ahead and give us the Ali?
I don't have any update on Ali. He did that on a Periscope, and I think he's over. He's having a party tonight with Taylor Marshall. So I think he was in his car on his way over to that. I can go check.
But he was saying he got throttled on Twitter because he called both Florida and Georgia for Trump. And none of the approved sources have called Georgia.
So he got throttled?
That's what I'm seeing on Twitter. But he was saying the New York Times called it. So we don't have the New York Times map in this race up here anywhere.
I have
But I don't see the New York Times hasn't called Georgia for him.
Oh, we're not going to call anything.
Georgia's got... New York Times has Georgia at 18% counted. Trump has got 56.6% of the vote. Biden has 42.4% of the vote.
Well, they're running those... they look like speedometers that they did in 2016. If anybody watched those go on the New York Times site, it was pretty interesting where they would tip to the right and turn red if they thought it was leaning in one direction. So that's probably what Ali is talking about. They're showing Trump +3 in Florida, leaning heavily that way. Georgia, they've got it leaning to Trump. North Carolina's leaning Trump.
Yeah. And remember, we could be getting baited here in the comments very easily.
Oh, sure.
People who want to have us try to call something before the official sources. We'll stick to the analysis. Yeah. Someone had just said, potentially erroneously, that Trump had won the state we're in. And again, that's not an official source. We do see it does have a pink hue. So it looks like it is going red. And Trump was very confident in his earlier statements today that he said he was going to win going away handily, which makes all eyes turn toward Ohio and Pennsylvania again. We don't have any results. Dave, I don't think Wisconsin closes till 9 o'clock, right? Or 9 o'clock Eastern time.
New York Times has Biden 55% to Trump 43.7% in Ohio, with 42% of the vote counted.
Where's their needle?
Let me see. There is no needle. There's just a little line.
Oh, that's interesting. They did away with the national needle because that was the thing that I watched last time. And over the course of the night, it started at 90% to Hillary or whatever. And then by about midnight, it had tipped all the way over heavy on Trump, watching that versus MSNBC and CNN who refused to report it.
Well, they have needles on Florida, and it says 95% Trump. They have a needle on North Carolina, it says 57% Trump.
Yeah.
They have a needle on Georgia, it says 86% Trump. They have no needle on Ohio, it says Biden 11. They have no needle on Pennsylvania, and it says Biden plus 69. But on Pennsylvania, they only have 4% of the vote.
Right.
And then they don't have any other needles on Michigan, Arizona, Minnesota, Nevada, Wisconsin.
Yeah.
I feel like we've gone 4 years, and it's like it's the exact same election as we had 4 years ago. It seems like so much has happened, since then, and it's like the same still. It's kind of crazy.
It really is. Do the Democrats have the Javits Center rented out again?
I feel like I can't remember the glass ceiling. It was at the Javits Center, I think.
Yeah, that was the Javits Center. Yeah, the same place that Trump turned into a COVID hospital that was unused.
And he also smartly bought the unused fireworks that were supposed to be shot off for Hillary. Right. Cheap. So that was
great. That was great.
By Trump there.
Never misses an opportunity to troll everybody.
Businessman, buy low, sell high. He knows it.
Right. Get a deal on something you're going to blow up. That's good.
Yeah. I feel like they did have all the, did they make all the NBA stadiums into new voting centers? I feel like they sort of partnered up with the NBA to make the arenas like a place where people could go vote.
People aren't using them to go to watch basketball.
Well, no, I mean the cutouts are there, but most people know.
I'm just making a joke. It's like
I
live in Los Angeles where we won the World Series and the NBA, and nobody cared.
I feel like the biggest controversy was over what's his name going out and hugging the teammates after his sixth inning COVID test. He had the positive test in the sixth inning, so that was an interesting element.
Yeah. That was a little bit surreal.
Josh Turner, yeah. Oh, Justin, I'm sorry. Oh, we got more. Oh, Fox News is. I don't know what I'm looking at here.
I'm just giving you fair warning. I'm supposed to go on the kill stream sometime between 11:30 and 12:30 Eastern time. So
I'm just giving you all warning that I go to bed in like an hour.
Okay, it's 8:30. Yeah, it's 8:30 in Michigan right now. So
we'll call you at 3 a.m, Tracy, to get your take on the late count.
That's right. We can.
When she wakes up?
I wake up around then.
Yeah.
Well, you can maybe give instant analysis. I have a feeling we won't know the final answer at that point, but we'll see.
I don't know. I feel like we're going to know. Remember they told us it was going to take forever to count, and we're already having states called tonight?
I feel like it's the whole thing is that 45 of the states, it almost seems like they don't even matter every year. They just, you just bank them, and then there's the 5, battleground states every year. So I don't know. It's hard to predict all this stuff because, like you said, I mean, the coverage is so biased, and I don't know. But I do think that, I mean, obviously everybody wishes for a decisive night where you feel like, confident that the system worked and you sort of know what happened, but it just feels like they're going to go for the extension as far as, the states that were requesting, extra time for people to vote or, the other thing too that I feel like is not talked about as much is the whole idea of voting with the coronavirus and, people going to the polling stations. I know we talked about earlier how, there's a lot more early voting and, absentee sort of avoid that. But it seemed like, at the very end, that was kind of almost a strategy that, Biden was going with the, low crowds to show that he was, protecting the voters by not exposing them to, other people. So
on that point, we have a coronavirus expert here. with ShrimpZoo, and he's suited up, and his
Ready for
his
surgery.
costume matches the commentary. Shrimp, why don't you talk about that coronavirus factor at the polls?
I mean, a lot of people don't even believe coronavirus is that deadly. I think they came out with like a new report today that said it was like almost 1% death rate. They're saying so, but I don't know. It's kind of weird. The Democrats are pretty convinced that coronavirus is very serious, and the Republicans don't take it as serious. But the Democrats like whole thing has been to like not have crowds or anything, but there's a lot of crowds voting. I don't know.
So Addie and I went to a lot of different polling places. We did a lot of films, and then we took them down because we were afraid. We personally identified people in the line, and we wouldn't want to be charged with intimidation, even though news crews seemed to show up right behind us. But anyway, there did seem to be this large turnout in the blue areas.
It's going to spread it, I guess.
Well,
like everything spreads it, though. Going to the grocery store spreads it.
Well, what I'm saying is there didn't seem to be a very large concern. I didn't see a lot of people up in line. Did you?
Well, no. Democrats are only concerned when Republicans do things like the mega crowds, but when they protest, they don't care about spreading it. Or when they have their rallies and their protests, like Don Lemon was like nearly crying on CNN today because like in New Jersey, mega truck drivers like closed a bridge down for 30 minutes. But like, dude, the Democrats have been closing roads down for like almost a whole year, it seems like. And every day, Portland, everywhere, they're constantly closing roads down and not letting people pass in their cars and like beating people in their cars. It's happened here in Buffalo and Rochester dozens of times. Happens in like every city when they protest. They block the roads off. But the Democrats always get upset about Republicans doing things, but they're kind of hypocrites.
They can get away with it if it doesn't get reported.
Yeah.
Yeah, what were you gonna say, Peter? You rose your hand before.
He said he doesn't believe in coronavirus.
Yeah, I'm the I don't believe coronavirus thing. I've got all these people who are texting me right now going, "What are you watching? What are you watching?" And I need to text them and say, "Why aren't you watching me?"
Yeah.
Right. We're watching everything.
Right.
Well, I do think, when you have 9 people, it's kind of like a watch party, but it's the additional piece here is adding with the maps. And when you have
right now going, what are you watching? What are you watching?
Okay. And when you have 9 people watching all the maps, it's a much better overlay, I think, than if people are just kind of anecdotally reporting each other with their cell phones. So speaking of that, Addie, what's our overlay look like? Our consensus of the 6 sources, is it still the big disparity, or looks like Trump may have closed the gap a little bit?
The disparity is constant, it seems. George Fox right now 91-73, Biden winning that one, and then ABC. I don't understand how they're.
Can you flip through them, Addie, on the shared screen?
Yeah, I can do that. Give me a second here. 44-42 Biden. Yeah, let me get them all loaded up, and then I can cycle through them here, people. So here is 90-63 for what is this? NBC? No, AP. Excuse me. And I will cycle through the next one here as I pull this up. Share screen. Okay, so again, this is Fox right here. 91 to
that's early.
73.
Every time they give Michigan to.
And I will
look at Texas.
Add one more here. Yeah. These are my my interactive skills and magic. And this is NBC, excuse me. 51 to Biden, 42 to Trump. Let me see if that holds true yet. As I reflect here, looks like it does. 51 Biden, 42 to Trump. We'll let that go. And then is this AP? 9 News elections, 85 to 61 to Trump. So discrepancies all around. Is the short answer.
So let me throw this hypothetical. I don't want to get into too many permutations, but let's say, just for purposes of differential analysis, that Trump, in this school play, reality play that we're being projected, Trump loses Ohio, and that's 18. And then Pennsylvania looks like it'll go into contested. That's a total of 38 electoral votes. So that would not give either candidate, if you subtract 38 off Trump's 304 total from 2016, you subtract, that would give him 268, just shy of the 270 needed to win, which would throw the election into, neither candidate would have a majority, the plurality to win the election, and it would throw this into a 3-day toss-up.
Now, if Trump ends up with 268, Biden gets 272.
No, I meant if Pennsylvania is contested.
I see what you're saying.
Yeah, so looks like what may be happening. It looks like the Bush v. Gore.
You've only got 5% in Pennsylvania.
Yeah, I'm trying to think like an Act Blue DNC strategist on how to steer the election. So I bear with me. So there's a little bit of conjecture here in the sense that it's going to be a toss-up. We don't have any idea of that right now. But what do you think about that? That 3-day keeping the polls open becomes really important.
It's not keeping the polls open. It's being able to accept absentee and vote by mail ballots.
But I had heard that they were going to accept things that were not postmarked by the election day.
Correct.
Meaning I could conceivably load the buses up in Ohio and Michigan, have them show up in Pittsburgh, just stuff the ballots tomorrow, hundreds of thousands of votes. They're not postmarked by the day of the election, but we know.
Well, you don't even need to load buses up. What do you need buses for? You need one person to go collect a bunch of votes.
Well, it would look a little odd if they all had postmarks from.
You don't even need a stamp.
Oh, you mean you can just dump them?
I think you can just stick them in a mailbox. They don't need, that's the whole thing. They don't need to be postmarked any date. They can come in without a postmark and they're still accepted.
But if you could end up with a situation where you have more than 100% voter turnout, which is going to turn into, well, we can't accept any of these ballots. So
that happened in Michigan in 2016.
And you end up, so it could end up being that the only votes they're going to count are the ones that are cast on election day at the polling places, because nothing else can be counted because it's just so absolutely corrupt, because you got 120% voter turnout. So it's like none of it can be counted.
Well, I think this is where the crossover vote that Peter Duke talks about, the black crossover vote to Trump, led sort of by all the rappers, and Dave's our rapper expert here, with obviously Kanye going sort of Republican, maybe not pro-Trump, but then
also Lil Pump. He
Lil
went to
Pump.
Trump's,
Lil Wayne.
Trump's rally.
Lil Wayne.
Little Wayne.
All the Lils.
Yeah.
Dave, could you give us?
Red.
Can you give us the total rundown of the rapper crossover black voter analysis? Because the reason why I say this is if in the suburbs of Philadelphia and in inner core of Philadelphia, if the person votes for Trump, that's a vote that you can't switch over and vote for someone. You see what I mean? It negates the ability to cheat. So can you give us the down low on that?
Yeah, I mean, the celebrity angle is always interesting to me. I mean, they all, I feel like Taylor Swift announced she was.
Well, let's go through the names that are supporting Trump of the rappers.
I don't even know. I think the idea.
50 Cent is.
Yeah, I mean, the ones that are talked
Ice
about.
Cube as well.
Ice Cube. 50
Well,
Cent.
I mean, I don't know that those guys have absolutely said they're supporting them. I think 50 Cent backed off. Ice Cube just was happy that Trump's team was willing to listen to his plan.
But
But
yeah,
actual endorsements are a different thing.
but Kanye, I think, is another. I'm just trying to.
Yeah.
There was a lot of ads, and I'll come to you one second. There was a lot of ads talking about Joe Biden that I saw talking about the crime bill and the super predator thing.
Mm-hmm.
And Donald Trump then releases this. What's his name again? The mayor from Detroit,
Kwame.
And there's a big emotional hug picture and commercial. I mean, go ahead.
My sense is that Kwame, that most people thought that he stole from the city. I don't feel like I have the pulse of Detroiters really, but I don't feel like people thought he got a raw deal and got screwed. I think most people thought that he, I mean, Detroit went bankrupt a couple of years later, and we had to bring in the city manager, and they were talking about selling
But
the assets.
I'm just saying, if you can have a whole country and cause busted windows because of George Floyd, an injustice against a black man, the horrible injustice, that the writing of an injustice by Trump the day of the election to the black male, because if the black male doesn't turn out for Joe Biden doesn't win Pennsylvania. I don't think. Black females will turn out for Joe Biden in any case, but
I mean,
I'm not sure black males.
I don't think that Kwame Kilpatrick is considered an iconic black leader. Like, I mean, even like a Lil Wayne, who's obviously like more of a pop star or whatever. Like
Ice-T, though, is well known.
Well, Ice
Cube.
I'm sorry.
It's the discussion is so.
I'm thinking about Ice-T now. Sorry.
Well, there is an Ice-T was commenting, so you're not wrong on that. We got our Ices and we got our Lils, but it's like these guys are just like, well, we're basically not just saying that Trump isn't a racist. Basically, they're not saying we're pro-Trump. They're just saying we don't think Trump is a neo-Nazi or whatever. I mean, it's like literally at that level where they're just like, I don't know. The thing is,
the participation in the 2016 election of the blacks was that they didn't show up. That the Democrats had counted on their showing up to vote for Hillary Clinton, and in all of the close races that the Democrats lost, it was because the black vote stayed home. So to that end, people like Ice Cube and 50 Cent and all of these different rappers, the Lils, and even Kanye West, if the effect is that either people vote for Kanye West or they don't vote at all, I think that the conventional wisdom is that is taking votes away from the Democrats.
Yeah, I would agree with that, Peter. I was going to make that point earlier too. Just in general, I think when you have a situation where the incumbent is going for re-election, anyone who takes votes away from the opposition party, I think, they're obviously going to be hurting the Democrats, in particular in this context, in this particular instance. But what do you guys think about how things will turn out? Because when did we know in 2016 that Trump won? That was early in the morning, right? Or when was that?
I think it was like 12:30 Pacific time.
Okay. I think he spoke around 3 a.m. I want to say.
Yeah.
I want to comment too on that. That we were talking about that earlier. How that was the moment with the glass ceiling at the Javits Center when John Podesta had to come out and kind of sheepishly tell the crowd they were going home, but they weren't officially saying anything. So it was the next morning that Hillary conceded with the purple lapels, and Bill had the coordinated tie. So that was
their color revolution uniform, and they did not expect to be wearing those colors at that meeting.
Well, when you mix red and blue, you get purple, right? I don't know.
Right. It also harkens to some kind of regal bloodline thing going on too.
It's cochineal beetle. That was
It seemed to me that that was supposed to be Anna Wintour's swan song from fashion, because she was going to design, art direct this purple coronation, and then she was going to slide off to the court of St. James, where she was going to get named the ambassador to Great Britain, and then she was going to finally amount to something in the eyes of her family. Because if you ever watch the September issue, it seems like Anna Wintour has this giant chip on her shoulder because her father and her brothers always thought that she was doing something that was completely frivolous with her life, and that this would be the way that she would prove to them that she wasn't a complete loser, even though I think she's a complete loser. So yeah, I took you off on a bird walk with that purple thing, but you got me going there, Dave. You got me wound up with the purple.
Generally comment too.
Yeah, just wait for the camera to pan over. We don't want to give motion sickness to any viewer.
All right, we'll slowly come around here.
Okay, there you go.
I feel like the we started talking about the Hunter Biden was his what were these laptops and Blackberries and Bob Ulinsky, was that worthy newsworthy, is it going to move the needle and change anyone's vote? And I think it seems like we're just on replay. It doesn't seem like it changed anything at all. It's sort of was a non-factor, which for the neighborhood news is very disappointing, because we've been really trying to dig into the the relationships and what Hunter's role was, but it seems like it was a non-factor.
Do you guys think Hunter's what do you think he's doing right now? Is he just getting
crack? I don't.
Well,
he's in hiding.
Hunter lives not far from where Peter lives. He just lives up a little bit higher. Doesn't Hunter live up there in the Santa Monica Hills there, Peter?
Hunter Biden?
Yeah. His big mansion, his $7 million mansion is up, where you were showing me up.
I knew he had a Malibu house. Is it Malibu?
Maybe that's what he's thinking.
Malibu, but isn't Malibu just one to the north of you?
Malibu is, it's north and west of me, yes.
Yeah, but
because the thing kind of,
it's right up PCA.
But there's the Malibu down by the water, but then there's the Malibu up in the hills, Malibu Hills, right?
Right, yeah.
And I think he lives in the Malibu Hills.
Right.
So he's probably looking down on your coverage tonight, Peter. I mean, you got him. Spielberg's certainly tuned in, so why not Hunter? Maybe they're watching it together.
Who knows?
Peter's our communist shill spy infiltration.
Okay.
I'm deep behind enemy lines. Ann Coulter is tweeting out the Daily Mail. Apparently, Antifa is causing problems in Washington, D.C. at the moment. So I guess everybody is stuck watching television or watching us. And Antifa is using that in order to make their move.
We do want to thank the now 225 or so fellow humans currently tuned in. This is Election Night 2020 live with Addy Ads, George Webb, Tracy Connors, Peter Duke, Detroit Dave Underdown, Mark Buckley, and Mr. Tom CIA as well. And I just want to give a big shout out to everybody for tuning in and joining us this evening.
Yeah, so we're looking. It's seeming like a redo of the 2016 election, with the exception of two states. One is Ohio, which seems to be leaning Biden right now, and the other one that seems to be a toss-up is Pennsylvania. If we've done the what-if analysis, if Biden does pull off the upset and win Ohio, and Pennsylvania is thrown into a limbo situation with the 3-day mail-in ballot that doesn't need to be postmarked situation, we would have a hung jury tonight, and that would throw this election into at least 3 days of uncertainty. And that's the way it is right now. I had heard from my right here with Mark Buckley that Epic Times has gone out a little bit over their skis and is reporting that Trump is winning or has won the state that we're currently in.
We got 7 minutes to go to the top of the hour.
So that call probably will come in 7 minutes. We can't say the name of the state. We can only tell you that we're broadcasting live from there.
Mm-hmm.
Does that surprise you, Mark, knowing what you know about these three key counties of Oakland, Washita, and I know I'm not saying it right.
Washington.
Washita. And then, go ahead. and Monroe. I know Monroe because that's where we are.
It's coming this quickly.
Yeah, so this is way earlier. Michigan was one of the last states to go last time, right?
Yeah, and it could have something to do with like, I can think of someone got let out of jail in Illinois, but well, what did you know? When did you know it? And then just like, well, maybe you can help me down the road.
Oh, so you're speaking of Rob Blagojevich, I think.
Yeah.
And there is another. I'm just saying.
Of course.
Well, I knew who he was talking about. I thought, you just spell it out. I mean, Blagojevich was a Democrat as well, and again, convicted of a bribery type situation. And again, Trump gave him his get out of jail free card, and that is remembered in the hearts of a lot of convicts, I guess, right?
Yeah, and it could have a bit of an effect on how one would cast, because Trump is like Kwame wasn't the first being let out of jail. Remember that woman that was sent to jail, for some coke?
Oh, right.
So he's been letting people out of jail, from the black community, going against the predator, image that the Democrats have used for years.
Right.
And it's played well for him because he's got street cred.
Yeah, Scavino has hit on that. Dan Scavino, the digital communications manager for Trump, has hit on that theme a lot with the super predator type ads. The same way that in 2016, the Hillary super predator speech was played over and over, sort of as the iconic swing issue.
CNN is saying Trump is winning Florida. Biden pretty much is saying he lost it.
Yeah, so that's a foregone conclusion,
Well,
I think.
that's good. My CNN map has not loaded all night, so I appreciate that, Shrimp. So Florida goes to Trump, folks.
Yeah.
Not officially yet, but
No.
According
they're
to
just
CNN.
saying.
Well, according to the decision desk called Florida, what, a half an hour ago?
Right. So Tracy,
Yes.
let's now all eyes on Ohio for us, all eyes on Pennsylvania for you. Again, the two big swing demographics, if we could be generalizers, white suburban women and male, large metro voters, black males. Would you agree with that analysis, or is there another thing we're missing in the analysis here?
For the state of Pennsylvania, who are the bellwethers?
Yeah.
No, that's accurate.
Yeah. What are you looking to the area of Temple University, just a little bit north of there, the sort of the rocky area by the art museum and so forth in Philadelphia, being the key area to watch tonight?
No, I'd watch the suburbs. The city's lost. I mean, there's no winning the city of Philadelphia. It's just not in the cards.
Westchester.
You got the counties that surround it are Delaware, Chester, Montgomery, and Bucks County that all border the city in kind of a U shape.
Bucks County, a long distance commute to New York City sometimes. Traditionally a very liberal, a red to blue area, I believe, right?
But how about you got Lancaster, which is Pennsylvania Dutch country?
Sure. Yeah, none of those votes are in yet. So I had sent Addie maybe 2 hours ago a map that I saw the other day of where they were making phone calls to ask poll questions in the state of Pennsylvania. And they were clustered around Philadelphia and Pittsburgh. But if you look at the map from 2016, those are the only blue areas really, and the Philly suburbs. Everything else went red. So they were missing all these counties. And what they've got on decision desk right now doesn't make any sense to me looking at the county level.
The election wizard
Hang on,
has
too many people are talking here.
the election wizard has Saginaw County in Michigan with 67% Donald Trump and 31% Joe Biden. So I'm just putting that out there.
Wow.
Okay.
Well, we went to a ton of events here, and the Trumps were all over this place in Northwest Ohio. So I think they carpet bombed Trump's into Michigan. I mean, Trump was here yesterday in Traverse City with a big speech in the cold. So I think the state we're in is going to go in his direction in 5 minutes. We're a little early there, but Dave wants to ask a question of Tracy about Pennsylvania. Here, wait for the camera. There you go.
Tracy, I'm curious if as a Pennsylvania girl, do you consider Joe to be a Scranton hometown state for him, or do you associate him more with Delaware?
Delaware, 100%. That's how I think of it personally. He's been a senator from Delaware forever. His 47 years in Washington were all representing the state of Delaware, except when he was vice president, of course. But I don't think anybody really associates him with Scranton. I know he likes that because
it's being from Scranton though a lot. He likes that image.
No, and he launched his campaign in Philadelphia. He's been trying to pull that. I'm a Pennsylvania guy the whole time. I just don't know what kind of goodwill that gets him.
I don't feel. I mean, even with Trump, being basically a New Yorker, I feel like he's now moved to Florida. Is he a resident of Florida now?
Yes. Yes. If Laura Loomer wins, she will be his congressional representative.
Will be Trump's congressional representative.
Yes, she'll represent the West Palm, which is where he is.
And that would be an upset. That would be an upset.
It would be a huge upset.
Yeah. Okay. Well, so the details are kind of crystallizing here for the key suburban area of Philadelphia, the key suburban counties that Tracy has outlined. I think this analysis is spot on the money. It is the white suburban women in the outer counties of Philadelphia that we have to watch. And I think, as Mark said, the suburban counties around Cleveland, around Cincinnati, around Columbus, and maybe Toledo a little bit to a lesser extent, but those are the three that we're going to have to watch carefully, the purple counties around those areas.
And that's a very accurate description for where I'm from in Oakland County, which is a suburb of Detroit. It's a lot of, soccer moms is a huge demographic in that county. So, and
to that point, there's a lot of aversion ads, I guess would call them, for soccer moms.
Saginaw County. I was thinking about with that, the Edenville Dam, when that collapsed last spring up there. I don't know how well, the disaster response was for that, but I wonder if that played a lot with people remembering, that.
That's an amazing statistic, really, when you think about last privately owned dam in America. Mm-hmm. When you think about Flint being in the smack in the middle of Saginaw County.
Not in Saginaw County, though.
So Trump's showing pretty good handle on Saginaw County. Actually got family from Saginaw, believe it or not. But again, this is quite early. About 6% of estimated votes reported in Saginaw County, Michigan. But a decision desk does have Michigan leaning red at the current moment.
Yeah, and we're going to be joined by somebody from Florida here after the top of the hour, but I misspoke earlier. Genesee County, Flint. We don't have results on that. Peter, what are your thoughts? You're watching all these other wires. What do you think?
Well, a bunch of states just popped in. North Dakota, South Dakota, Nebraska, Wyoming for Trump, New Mexico for Biden just dropped in. So that's that. I found this new source that's called the Election Wizard. It's wizard_predicts on Twitter, and they're giving like county by county readouts. So that's where I got the Saginaw information. Grand Rapids had 57% Donald Trump, 40% Joe Biden, with 22% of the vote reporting.
If I may be so bold to offer an analysis here 5 minutes before the call in this state, which I won't say the state, I think there was a backlash against the governor of the state, Gretchen Whitmer. I don't want to be doing a postmortem before an official call, but having lived here the last month, the whole, I want to put my pleasure boat in the water before you and your family. I want to use your family's vacation home before you. I'm going to scream pandemic with pink medical gloves to the sky, and but I'm going to still use your pleasure boat dock and your vacation home. Don't do as I do, do as I say. And I think that really hurt Gretchen Whitmer here in Michigan. I think the hypocrisy of the governor here is what's causing this early Trump victory. This state was only won by Trump by 7,000. It was the closest shave of all the states that Trump won in the Rust Belt. Go ahead, David.
Just curious for Peter and Tracy and ShrimpZoo, for people outside of Michigan. What's your take on the kidnapping plot that was foiled with Gretchen Whitmer? I feel like that was also a key Michigan element that, do people, feel like that was an organic incident, or, part of the school play?
It looked like an FBI sting. I mean, it's interesting because I was talking to several friends of mine who have histories of being quote unquote edgy, and the number of people who have been coming to them and saying, basically presenting ideas that sound like they're plots of movies, like, oh, we should go find a bunch of guys who have terminal cancer and get them organized, to go do some kind of kinetic action, or, we should, another friend of mine got approached by somebody who claimed to be like a warlord in some African country who wanted him to come over and start training mercenaries. It's like, my friends are really hip to this at this point. They're like, you kind of sound like you work for the FBI. It's like, I don't think that's such a good idea. So apparently some people are still falling for that stuff. I read the transcripts on that bust, and it seemed like a complete setup. And I was warning my friends a couple of years ago, because in the old days, in 2015, people would, regularly make jokes like, oh, let's go kidnap the governor. And it's like, nobody was ever really seriously thinking about that. But it got to a point a couple of years ago where I was telling people, in fact, I was blocking people who were my friends from text messaging me. I said, look, if you send me stuff like that, I'm just going to block you, because I can't have anything to do with that kind of messaging. It's not funny anymore. It's not funny when people are screenshotting things and they're sending them off to the FBI. So, do I think that was a setup? Yeah. Do I think that those two brothers are going to serve a lot of time for stuff that they weren't serious about? Yeah. But, Jeremy Hammond is still in prison. Barrett Brown went to prison for 5 years. Weave went to prison for 2 years. You got to be careful, what kind of jokes you're telling in social media nowadays, because you will get arrested and hauled off to jail.
We're coming up to the top of the hour. We're anticipating a very major slew of announcements.
We're just over the top of the hour.
We're just over the top of the hour. We're several seconds behind in time if you're living in my mind. As a matter of fact, we have passed the top of the hour, and we are expecting a call in the state of Michigan. We're not going to say which way that's going to fall at this point, but there is strong results for Donald Trump in areas which he barely won, or won by slim margins in 2016. We're looking at the 2016 election and this election as comparative in order to discern the small differences that could give us a clue of who will win tonight. So far, the only differences we've had, the only differentials we've really seen is in the state of Ohio, the one that we're just a couple of miles from. And there we see the gong that is announcing. And, of course, the state of Pennsylvania. Go ahead, Dave. What do you got?
That was not my gong.
Which gong was that?
Yeah,
Tom, what do we got, Tom?
Well, I'm still looking at the Michigan numbers, and Trump's percentage-wise 57.24 compared to Biden 40.90.
Wow.
And in round numbers, he's 100 and some thousand, 125 or 30,000 ahead. So that's good.
In Macomb County, Election Wizard is reporting that Trump has 119,000 votes for 68.5% of the vote. Biden has 52,000.
Wow.
for 29.9% of the vote, with 35% reporting.
Every website I go to, 9 News 119 to 92, Biden to Trump. 20 to what is this? 204, 164.
Can you throw them up on the shared screen, Addie, so we can actually demonstrate that to everybody? This is the spreads we're seeing.
129.94. You can see on there. That's on Fox, and I'll pull up the ABC here as well, so people can see that. But I don't know. I mean, maybe it seems to me like the most ideal thing would be to draw this out in a form of low intensity warfare, low intensity stress level at the collective national consciousness, such that we don't know who
everything you say on this show doesn't have to make sense.
Right.
That's not, you get a mulligan. That's fine. So Dave, I think what Addie was saying was we're looking at the 2016 results. We're doing comparative analysis against the election returns now. The big differentials appear to be Ohio and Pennsylvania.
It's the Midwest, people. It's the Midwest.
It's the Midwest is the key to the election, and we're going to go to Dave here.
Peter, what was your tally on Macomb County again? Was that Biden?
Macomb County. Let me go find it.
I've got it up in front of me, Peter. It was the Election Wizards tweet.
Yeah, it's 68% Trump, 29% Biden, with 35% of the votes reported. What I was about to say though is that as I'm going through all of these different maps, it seems like there is a map that will fit anybody's confirmation bias. So it's like, if you want Trump to win, go look at Epoch Times right now, because the map at Epoch Times will make you feel better. It'll make you feel less stressed out. If you want to feel stressed out, if you like Trump and you want to feel stressed out, go look at some other map. So what is that? Do you have Epoch Times up there? Is that?
No, that's not one of the approved sources, Peter.
Right.
It's not approved by who?
By the list that Twitter put out.
Because
that's what we were working off of. They were saying
the United States of Twitter.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I think Peter.
Well, Decision Desk is actually matching Epoch Time.
Yeah, Decision Desk is the most favorable to Trump. They've got Trump at 120 and Biden at 106 right now.
Right.
Yeah, and I think the big announcement here that we're waiting for is Michigan. I think Georgia is...
Wisconsin just turned red on the Decision Desk. No, red stripes.
Right. They've got 1% in.
I'm looking at Ohio's reported 10% of the precincts for president so far.
Sure.
So Biden's ahead by
let's go Wisconsin.
4,000.
I don't think this map is that accurate, though.
I have Ohio with 57.9% reporting, but Trump has pulled up. It's 51.7 to 47.5 Biden.
And you got to think, if Michigan goes Trump, so does Ohio and probably Pennsylvania.
We're right in it, people.
That's right. Rust Belt.
Oh, we lost the newsroom feed again.
All right. Well, let's start talking about something else then.
Well, you know what? I did want to ask everybody this. So somebody that I was speaking to today, who I won't name, but that's in the great state of Michigan, pointed out to me something. The dog that didn't bark on this for the last couple of weeks. Who has not been on the campaign trail doing live events for Joe Biden?
Who's this?
So we were waiting for we were waiting for a Florida correspondent, and we did not send her the correct stream key, and so she's probably very frustrated right now in Sarasota, Florida, and I'm currently running a live broadcast, so I apologize to our correspondent in Sarasota, and I also sent the wrong stream key, I believe, to our correspondent in Boca Raton, where it was another key area of reporting on the swing state of Florida. But there's always good news in these mistakes. That Florida's already been decided, I believe, or will be decided soon for one of the two candidates. So some of the suspense, drama, and excitement that we would have had from those two correspondents is now mooted, potentially, hopefully. So anyway,
I just sent you.
and you don't always have to make sense in these things. So go ahead. What did you have?
Well, I'm pulling up the map again, but I just send you the links, George, if you want to send those out to your Twitter and your messages. But
could you send those to Dave as well? When you get a chance, yeah.
Yeah, I will.
So I'll have Dave send those out and send the correct links.
I will do that. Yeah.
Oh well, they're getting closer there. 5:12. They kind of got real.
So I know we're nearing the bedtime for folks who've been up since 4 in the morning or 3 in the morning this morning. People who actually work for a living in Pennsylvania. I guess we work for a living. We work 15 hours a day, but I don't know if we work for a living.
We're trying, George.
But how far do we have till the witching hour, Tracy, for your coverage, your wonderful coverage tonight?
I'll hang in for a little bit. I'll let you know. I'll probably just do the Irish goodbye. But I did want to finish the story that I was telling everybody. And I don't know if you guys heard the dog that didn't bark in this election. Who of the big name Democrats was not out campaigning for Joe Biden?
Well, I think Bill Clinton is the big gaping, and really Barack Obama also was very quiet as well. But those are the two that and Hillary Clinton. That's
the number one. Where is she?
Well,
it was stolen from her. Don't people love her?
Well, there's a school of thought. There's a school of thought that the same people that organized the insurgency against Trump with all the, spies in the campaign and so forth in 2016 are the same people that are having designs on the Biden campaign. The same people that launched the 25th Amendment potential coup against Trump are planning a 25th Amendment coup against Joe Biden should he win on the faculties and senility.
Because we all love to recycle the dossiers, right? It's like you just change the name and just use the same program again.
Let Joe go do all the work and win in the election. Kamala can't possibly be president because she's got 2 foreign parents, and then it's an easy walk. Hillary just needs to pick out the drapes in the White House.
Not happening, Hillary.
It's not.
We refuse to let this happen.
Now
we are the people.
Put your analysis hat back on now.
United States. I'm trying to get my Paul Cottrell on here.
Okay, all right. We're gonna keep our objective mojo going here as long as we can. You may be getting a couple of StreamYards.
Yeah, I am. I don't know what to do with them though.
I want to send them to Kirsten W. and I will.
Yeah, and I just sent Dave the StreamYard keys on Twitter. I figure Addie's busy I can do some tech support behind the scenes.
Thank you. Addie is being. Go ahead, ShrimpZoo. You have something to
add? Well, I don't think Hillary Clinton will ever get back involved in politics, and I feel like she's not very well liked. That's why she wasn't campaigning, because it would have been a bad look. And then I feel like Obama wasn't really sure if he should campaign for Biden because people don't hate Biden, but they just don't like him really. And there's a lot of people that hate Trump, but there's a lot of people that really like Trump too, though. So I feel like Obama really waited till the last minute to get involved, and if Clinton was campaigning for Biden, he definitely would have lost. But I think that's why she wasn't.
Biden definitely didn't have the big events. Like we were talking about, when we were talking about the rappers, Hillary, she was bringing out LeBron at the Q with, Jay-Z and Beyonce giving concerts and stuff. They were really, going for that pop culture, draw. And I feel like, Biden, they'll say the COVID or whatever, that he was protecting people by, not, drawing big crowds or whatever. But it's a different feel this time. That's why it surprises me that it's so similar as far as, we're just looking at the same 5 swing states we always seem to focus on every time.
Well, I'd be more worried about Pelosi, though, than Hillary Clinton, I think. I think Pelosi would like to be president.
I agree with that.
I think you might be right.
You don't want to mess with those mafia girls.
True. So now Tracy's incredible reporting at the Reading event is even more important now. How far is Reading from Scranton? I thought it was only like 30 or 40 miles.
It's probably about an hour or so drive. Scranton's more up into the Poconos.
Okay. But, I mean, Trump is maybe sort of virtually poking Biden in the eye.
Oh, 100%. It's on virtual. It's right in his eye.
Right. And so that turnout, that 25,000 person turnout, may be the sort of the Peter Duke narrative buster, you know, sort of like filming the Proud Boys guy and saying he's an African Cuban American. And he's clearly darker skinned than Kamala Harris, you know, that kind of narrative busting that Peter does. I know that it wasn't the super rallies because of the COVID that we had in 2016, but it was something really close. That was the biggest rally I've seen.
In a lot of ways, it was better than 2016 because so much of it was organic. The boat parades with thousands of boats and the trucks driving up and down the highway. In Arizona, they said they had 90 miles of trucks. The surrounding the bus in Texas with trucks with flags, all of that stuff. Like, you know, if you were a K Street consultant and you were trying to come up with ideas, those guys don't come up with those ideas. Those are completely grassroots, organic things. The stuff. The guys that I knew that put up the Trump sign on the 405. Like for 2 years, I was saying, "Why are you working so hard on this?" I mean, there was a huge amount of effort that went into that, and I just thought, "Why are you doing that?" I mean, we're in California. I mean, I could see if you were doing it in Ohio or Michigan or someplace like that, but you know. We're probably not going to make any kind of impact in California, except that the whole point was, like you said, George, it was like putting a thumb in their eye. You know, it was like the people who live here who are, you know, diehard Joe Biden fans or Hillary Clinton fans, they're going to get really upset when they see that. And that was the whole point, was to just upset them. So, you know, the amount of psychological warfare, I guess it's grassroots psychological warfare going on, is unprecedented.
Well, the triggering, it was one of those things that you could see the triggering as the helicopter left the Trump sign and pivoted away. There was just these, you know, people's heads exploding all along the 405. And it's right in Ted Lieu territory and Adam Schiff territory, you know, right down the gut of the Democratic DNC stronghold. You know, some of the best contributors to Debbie Washing Machine Soap's stronghold. Yeah. So it was a choice moment. I was glad I was there and I saw it firsthand. I was glad I got to interview the person who pulled off the Merry Prankster's caper. And I do go back to this idea of it's okay to show your colors. And even though there's all the shaming and we're going to do this.
Well, to a certain extent, if you put I put a small American flag sticker with a blue line on it on the car that I have now given my daughter. And it was on my car for about 48 hours before somebody came by and keyed the side of my car.
Yeah, I wouldn't.
You know, and I live in there aren't a lot of Antifa in my neighborhood. You know, it's pretty Tony.
Until we get the big call that we're waiting for right now, which is the Michigan call, I do want to say that, Peter, you took me to a restaurant where there was a CIA operative agent that was dead in a car, and he had 6 safe houses where he had automatic weapons all over, and he was very closely there was a raid on one of the houses in the neighborhood.
Well, it wasn't a raid. He died in his car, and his girlfriend told him, I think his name was Jeffrey something.
Epstein?
No, it wasn't Epstein. He told his girlfriend that he was a CIA operative, and that if he died, that she should not call the police because the agency would know that he had died and they would come pick up his body and take care of cleaning up his house and everything. And so after a couple of weeks, she went to an attorney. This is her story. And the attorney called the police. And then the police went to the house and found this guy's body, which had been sitting in his car for a couple of weeks in his garage. I thought it was parked in front. It was actually parked when I went and did the research, I found out that it was parked in the garage. But the house, every room in the house was stacked floor to ceiling with guns and ammunition. They found thousands of guns and tons of ammunition and suitcases filled with cash. And after they started investigating this guy, they found like a half a dozen houses that all were outfitted the same, that were filled with guns and cash, and cars that were loaded with guns and ammo and cash. And I thought when I heard the story that it was just some crazy guy, but after you and John started beating that Gladio drum and I read the Gladio book, I thought, this sounds like a Gladio operation. It's like, this guy sounds like he's doing arms caching in metropolitan Los Angeles, getting ready for a revolution.
Well, Peter, and you combine that with the fact that the Merry Pranksters had put this Trump Hollywood sign, this gaping eyesore to Adam Schiff, directly across from the Getty, Museum there, at this kind of narrowing of the Santa Monica Valley, if you will.
It's the Sepulveda Pass, technically.
Sepulveda Pass, thank you.
Yeah.
And Cynthia Beck, who was married to the heir of J. Paul Getty, and I can't remember the name of, I think it's Gordon Getty. Gordon Getty's wife, Cynthia Beck, also had an arms raid, an ATF arms raid with, again, this same, huge flood of automatic weapons and so forth. Right there at Sepulveda Pass. So you just get the sense that something's going on there. And the actual land that the Merry Pranksters had done the sign was on the land of the Aga Khan Foundation, which is the, I guess the head. We'll get back as soon as Michigan is called. We're going to get back, folks. This is a little bit of a bird walk, I guess, as Peter calls it. But but they had done this this sign on Aga Khan, the lead Muslim leader in Pakistan, and he had been a foil or a cutout or a front man or however you want to say it, typically for major U.S. oil companies for tacit or covert drilling operations, sideways drilling operations. These are the Elon Musk drilling operations. And then you had told me that Occidental Petroleum had maintained the rights, the underwater rights of Santa Monica Bay, 500 million barrels of, I just wonder, did the
mineral rights, yeah.
Did the Merry Pranksters know this? Were they trying to draw?
No, I was there when they decided to do that because, like he explained to you, the entire rationale was they had been trying to figure out where they could put up a giant Trump sign that looked like the Hollywood sign. And all of the locations that they had scouted were virtually impossible to get to just because of the amount of brush and, the lack of access of roads and stuff. And then there was that giant fire that was famous, that there were people who were driving to work at, when it was dark at night, and they were driving with flames on either side of the highway. And the next morning I was driving on the 405 and I called my friend up and I said, hey man, your canvas is blank right now because all of the brush has been cleared for you. And so at that point, that's when they decided that they were going to go do that. It was just, it was like, where's a place where we can do it, where we can get close enough to the freeway? Because, people don't have any idea how big the Hollywood sign is. The letters on the Hollywood sign are 40 feet tall each, like a 4-story building. And even just putting up a 20-foot high letter, being able to engineer it so that you can take a team of people and just put stuff down. Like they were up there for weeks setting footings, and measuring the whole thing out and practicing putting the letters up in the dark. There was a lot of work that was involved in doing that. So they didn't have any idea that Aga Khan had anything to do with it when they were setting it up.
Okay, I see I've been very unsuccessful in my tap dancing, waiting for Michigan. I thought I would have a charming anecdote that I could fill the time, but obviously I was not successful. So I'm going to punt over to Tracy with some more suburban analysis of the key or any other bellwether that you think is significant for which way Pennsylvania is going to go.
Well, while you guys were chatting, I watched a huge discrepancy go down on the Decision Desk's Pennsylvania map. I screen grabbed it, and by the time I went to go tweet it and refresh the map, it had fixed itself. But it was reporting that Joe Biden was winning 93%. I got to pull up the screen grab that I had of Pennsylvania with 8 million votes. And now that's been corrected, and Biden sits right now with less than 1 million. And if you can pull up the county by county map.
What's the population of Pennsylvania?
It's about 8 million.
Oh, okay. He got every vote for every person in Pennsylvania.
Yeah, it's pretty wild. I can send you the screen grab, but then I saw they updated it, and I'm like, it's not enough time to get it out on Twitter. I can send it to somebody in a DM so they can pull it up on your end. But yeah, they had given Biden 8.1 million votes with 95% of the vote. It's like, how does that happen? But
you can send it to me, Tracy. We got Trump taking an early lead in Macomb or Macomb, Michigan.
Correct.
Macomb.
Okay.
Thank you to the local for that. About a third of the votes reported. Pretty commanding lead, 68 to 29. Moving on, Flint, Michigan, 60% to 38% about, or 59-39. Trump as well, with again about a third of the vote counted. And also in Kenosha County in Wisconsin, 67% to 31% for the Don.
Wow. Okay, so what I'm seeing, Dave, we're going to go to our local for the analysis on the counties. Go ahead.
Just going to say, with Macomb being a bellwether, that is the Kid Rock home county. He's from Romeo, Michigan, which is in Macomb, and he was doing quite a bit of campaigning with the Trumps, during this cycle and the last. He's talking about potentially running for state senator against Debbie Stabenow and stuff. So that is Macomb is north of Detroit. It's pretty much rural, so it does surprise me that that it is sort of a battleground county. Wayne County is historically, at least for the last 50 years, has always been blue as can be. So.
Yeah. Wow. This, Peter, what do you think? I'm a little bit shocked at these numbers for the. I wouldn't say these are typically totally red counties. I'd say they're purple-ish, more red.
Well, Michigan is a state where the city of Detroit is it used to be, I think, the fourth largest city in the United States. Back 50 years ago, but it's one of those states where you have Detroit, which goes very Democratic, and then people think of like more manufacturing areas like Flint. Grand Rapids is another big city on the west side of the state, but I don't think of that as being as industrial necessarily. So,
how about the People's Republic of Ann Arbor? We have a resident of the People's Republic of Ann Arbor right here. I wonder what the is that Ann Arbor County? What county is
that's
that?
in Washington. Biden, visibly, didn't see a lot of Trump support.
Is that going Trump? I mean Biden tonight. It's going to Biden.
So yeah.
Hugely.
Michigan's famously liberal, though. They had the during the '68 Democratic convention. They were the Yippies that nominated the pig for president. That was all from Ann Arbor, Michigan people that did that. So a lot of history of liberal thinking at University of Michigan.
I mean, I have to tell you, from my experiences in Ann Arbor over the last month, it was the most, I don't know if Nazi is the right word, but it was the most COVID conscious place in America. I mean, even more so than Maryland. Oh, yeah, much more.
We're losing your audio, George.
smartphones for the students. We're going to put the, so they can be tracked. They can't leave camp. This sort of expelled. So, wow.
Can you hear me, Tracy?
I can hear you perfectly. Their audio is really cutting out.
Your audio is not good, George.
I'm getting a little bit of feedback. We're hearing that's Damos of Rockefeller Fund.
I am Damos. I am Damos.
We are getting Damos is up. We're getting a Rockefeller Fund.
I'm looking at live coverage of Washington, D.C. There's a lot of people there, but it's so peaceful.
And Hunter Biden have made a visit to our live stream. We're going to. Here, I hope you kind of effect.
Maybe Tracy and I should just talk to each other since our voices are working and yours isn't.
I don't know if they know that. I've sent Addie a private message to let him know, and now Peter's gone too. Now they're back. All right.
Okay, people. So
That's
phone
Kirsten.
call.
That's Kirsten.
We were getting some weird feedback action from Peter's mic there, so that's why we were
Neighborhood News Hour.
It wasn't Peter's mic that you were getting the feedback from. It was coming from you guys. He was trying to tell you.
Yeah, he is.
Addy Ads channel? Is it live on Addy Ads?
Yeah, and Neighborhood News.
Addy Ads and Neighborhood News Studio is live right now.
Can they hear us?
Yeah,
We have a mic.
they can hear us. Yeah.
Where's
Not
the
really, guys. We can't. I can't hear it.
We can't hear them though, George, because we don't have.
Oh,
You
this
can turn
mic
up
just got
that-
turned on. Somebody turned this on.
I just turned that on.
You could
Oh,
turn.
is
you could
that how
turn
we
that
got
TV up,
into
though,
the,
so you can hear them.
What's going on?
We'll get feedback.
Is that how we got into the Damos talk with that new mic? Is that the problem?
Yeah, we could try though, if it'll let us. Give us a second here, people. We got the deep state working against us day and night.
Dead completely. My phone is completely dead.
ShrimpZoo, how are you doing?
I'm good.
Is he speaking? I don't know.
Yes, I
Okay,
am.
Peter's back.
You know, as he was talking about all its weapons, I was thinking of Las Vegas.
Oh yeah.
And I just want to see if
I'm
that
dead.
Paul Wallen.
You're back, Peter.
Peter was never gone.
No.
Not
he
even-
was
not-
not.
no.
And I don't think they can hear us.
Hey,
Well, why don't
take
we just
yours.
go-
Take yours.
I'm gonna give it
You
a
set the
second.
stream key, right?
Liquor store.
No. Dave has the stream key. We'll just fire up Dave's phone.
Yeah, fire me up.
Yeah, I'll hold it.
Okay.
Allow my cam access.
Yeah.
Allow.
Yeah. No. We'll fire up Dave's camera. We're gonna be fine.
Right now?
No, we're gonna fire up
You
Dave's.
guys
mic-
want to mute yourself? Would you figure out what you're doing, and Peter and I can continue to offer coverage?
Type Dave.
Yeah,
So,
I'll hand it off
Peter.
to Peter.
How you doing, Tracy?
I'm good, Peter. I was just seeing that I guess the New York Times has got the needles going, and they're saying that the needle predicts that North Carolina is going to go for Trump, and Nate Silver's on Twitter throwing a fit about the needles.
Oh, is he?
Well, he's saying they're not that predictive, guys.
Yeah, they've got 94% Trump in North
Yeah.
Carolina. Yeah.
Well,
So you can see the Michigan map there.
We're back.
Okay, can you guys hear us now?
Yes, we can. And
Okay.
yes, we can. Obama said yes, we can. What happened was we had such a successful live stream that we burned through my phone, and so we have a backup iPhone 11 here, and we're going to bring you everything here handheld without safety. But it doesn't change our.
Can't hear you, George.
Yeah, your audio's bad again.
Your audio is bad again.
Okay, hear me now. Oh, the
So
reason
this
the
thing
audio's
goes-
bad, I got it. Yeah, turn
He's
that-
covering the mic with his finger, I bet.
with my hand. That's correct. Okay. Now everyone is on the same page. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yeah, your volume's a little low, but we can hear you.
Okay, well that's good. I think that's not my fault. It's someone else's. I'll blame someone else in the morning. It's the case. Dave, can you take the case off?
This
Do you
thing
guys
is,
want to take yourselves out of the stream? Thank you. While you fix it.
I have Apple News saying that North Carolina is like a Biden state.
Apple News is saying North Carolina's going to Biden.
Yeah, but I don't
So
know
they're
how,
contradicting what we're seeing on the New York Times.
I don't know how good Apple News is, but that's what they're saying.
They're
We're
not
in
one
a-
of our
we're-
approved sources.
We're in a confusopoly.
We are. We totally are. I'm going through the numbers again right now. Let's see. The AP has got Biden with a 120. Oh, they just gave him another one. Biden's at 131 electoral. Trump's at 92. That's the AP right now. Fox has Biden at 129. Trump at 99. Let's see what ABC has, everybody.
New York Times has 131.92.
Biden 130.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's see what where Decision Desk has them. Decision Desk has Biden at 115 and Trump at 129.
What percent of the vote do you think Joe Jorgensen will get?
Holy crap. Hang on, guys, for a second. Joe
check,
Jorgensen is not even a contender in all this. Right now on Decision Desk, with 41% of the vote in, Trump is leading in Rhode Island.
Wow.
Transmission check. Can you guys hear us okay?
Yes.
5 by 5.
Yes.
Excellent.
Yeah, I have to think the
Is
Rhode
is that the
Island thing-
Pat Moyse effect?
It could be.
Yeah.
Sure was Nellie Orr and Mike Flynn campaigning for him.
And they've got
So-
Trump at 54% and Biden at 43%. I mean, I would be shocked if Rhode Island goes to Trump, we can go to bed.
Well, let's not do that just yet.
Tracy.
Well, I might. I know you want to keep the stream alive, but you guys got to up your production value. Throwing around the phone and trying to figure crap out in people's face is disruptive.
Correct. But that is just
Thank
to
you.
show you how this is not.
No, there's no jest.
No.
I know
it's
he's
not-
trying to recover.
It's not pre-programmed MSM blather that you're going to be spewed at you. You know this is live. You know it's real. You know it's citizen journalism. So here, so there's my non-recover. But yeah, okay. But
This is
having
the
said-
X Games of news.
Yeah.
Yes.
Having said all that, you mentioned Moyse in Rhode Island, and why don't you explain that, because a lot of people don't understand the reference.
Patrick Moyse is and we're going to call him Patrick from now on. Just as a troll. Patrick Moyse is our friend in Rhode Island, and he is an expert on the occult. He's been studying occult sources for a long time, and when I first made his acquaintance online, he was telling me about this tower that was built in the 16th century in Newport, Rhode Island, called the Newport Tower, and it's Masonic, and he thinks it was designed by John Dee, who was an astrologer in the court of Queen Elizabeth I. So he's our occult specialist, and he lives in Rhode Island.
And so we had him on when the Hunter Biden weird audio, I Am Deimos, came out to dissect that for us.
Oh, excellent.
Does that need to be dissected? What do you guys? I don't know.
Yes.
What are you guys' thoughts on that?
Let me connect dots
Go
here.
ahead.
So Moyse is interesting because, not only because Tracy and Peter Duke kind of clued the world into this wacky thinking that happens up there in Kingston, Rhode Island, and all the places around the Navy War College there.
Wacky to you.
Okay. I meant just the occultish nature of the kind of Freemason.
Occultist means secret.
Well, okay, but there's a Freemason thread through this whole thing, which is the idea of the secret society and an in crowd and an out crowd, and we know what's best for America, and if we're the triangle, and we're the top of the pyramid on your dollar bill, and we're going to decide secretly what's best for the world, rather than people really doing elections and stuff like that they say in the Constitution. That's their rules. These are our rules. But the instant analysis, at least my offering here, I don't have all my finger on the pulse of Rhode Island. I haven't been there in 2 years. But Mike Flynn is the favorite son of Rhode Island, and he is seen, at least in the Fox News channels and so forth, as receiving very unfair treatment from Judge Sullivan, which we talked about. And I'm just wondering if there isn't another kind of backbone uprising, sort of a whiskey rebellion kind of thing going on in Rhode Island here to see these numbers spike, because it is a little bit of an aberration, I think.
Well, here's what Pat told me when I chatted with him midday today about what was going on in Rhode Island. And this is all anecdotal, of course, but his experience has been they have a large Dominican population, and the Dominicans have flipped to Trump, and it's because of the defund the police nonsense. And he said about 2 weeks ago, there was a parade through the Dominican neighborhoods, pro-Trump stuff, these simultaneous parades that we're seeing all over the place. So that could be an X factor. I mean, they're saying what's coming out of Florida tonight is totally upsetting who the Democrats think their constituency groups are.
Trump has just taken the lead in Ohio, 49.6% to 49.1%. Also, 6 counties left to report in Virginia. All of them went red in 2016.
And who's reporting that?
Walking back Virginia. So Virginia is still in play, I guess.
And South Carolina just got called, I think.
And okay, Addie, where were you getting that from?
That is Twitter per Ryan Dawson, and I think his name is Trump or Election Wizard, the guy that Peter hooked us up with earlier
gotcha.
in the stream. Election Wizard also just said that North Carolina has gone to Trump.
North Carolina?
So these are not approved sources, guys. Not
Correct.
approved.
I was just about ready to make that admonishment, or not admonishment, but proviso that says, hey,
by the way,
we're going
to... Decision desk, has...
Not moved any of those.
It's 49.68 to 49.17. It's very close.
And that's North Carolina, yeah.
Yeah, North Carolina.
And in Ohio, they're separated by 0.4%.
Okay,
Trump's
also
picking
for
up
Election
some...
Wizard, the Democratic congressional districts of Florida, the 26th and 27th, have both flipped red. But I think someone actually commented that earlier in the live stream. I think it was Connie.
26 and 27, I think that is Keys. The Keys. Isn't that
Marcusel with her
27 or 24? I can't remember.
Oh,
Aaron, it looks like he has something to say. Come on in.
You got a chords here.
Yeah.
One thing I've learned so far is that the mainstream media, true to form, is discombobulated, totally gives us nothing we can depend on, and we have to depend on this guy. This is where you point it to yourself, right? This guy to be the authoritative source. So, George, you have, again, the opportunity to take the whole world on your shoulders and make this whiteboard the only authoritative source, apparently, in America, because there are no authoritative sources. So you tell me when you feel that it can finally get the seal of approval, and I'll put it in the Trump or Biden column.
Oh, there's the Trump or Biden column.
We're gonna use the whiteboards because it's like we can't trust any of these people. We'll finally have to decide. So what do we?
Okay.
The team
Thank you.
Here.
Thank you for the sentiments. Yeah. So I do think there is a vote here for citizen journalism. I do think there is. I remember reading a paper in high school or college. Freshman English, which was 2 hoorays or 2 cheers for democracy, something like that, which is maybe it's 2 cheers only for citizen journalism. That one camera out of our quad setup here could be doing photon torpedo getting hit, the spaceship getting hit, but the other 3 are still broadcasting. The other 3 are still continuing. It's sort of like the redundancy built into the internet, or the original design of the internet. And it is a model, I do believe what Aaron is saying, I'll just interpret liberally, that this is the model that we have to build of citizen journalism, of people all around the United States, connected electronically, not taking to the streets with pitchforks, but taking to the streets with compound Google searches, is the winning formula. I know that it isn't anything like what Aaron said, but I feel like I need to translate it liberally. And so I just did. So what do you got, Eddie? Tell us what's going on.
So I got Fox News map pulled up here. You can see all the states they've got called. It's about 130 to 100 from what I can see on the other maps as well, with the only Midwestern state so far going to the blues being Illinois, unless you count Colorado, which Fox is saying it just went blue. So
Just went blue, yeah.
Decision Desk has Rhode Island and Maine now for Trump.
Mhm.
Well, that is a shot over the bow of the analysts because, I mean, there's no predictive model that has been put out there that has any electoral votes in the Northeast going to Trump. So even though it's only 4 votes for Maine, that's still significant in this, every vote counts situation. And then I think the other one there with Rhode Island is shocker of all shockers. I mean, if somehow
That's
Trump,
6.
if somehow Trump could pull a win in Rhode Island, it just changes the whole hegemony of the DNC.
They're short. There's
He got it says 65% at this point with 21% counted, 21 to 25% counted.
That's the Epic Times, yeah. So the Epic Times is already crediting Donald Trump with Michigan. We're not there yet. We haven't.
Maine and Rhode Island too.
Well, they're showing Maine and Rhode Island, and if that's true, this is looking like maybe shades of Dukakis, Reagan.
And Decision Desk now has Wisconsin and Minnesota leading blue. So a development there in the Midwest.
That's interesting. And Texas leaning blue too. So I'm wondering if that's cherry picking.
Are we just going to get totally mind-effed by Texas tonight, George?
Well, I think Texas is another one of those places where if you look at Houston and you look at the minority neighborhoods of Houston, which is big, Houston's a huge area, and that's where I think our good friend Javid is the congressman, or was the congressman.
Remember Texas, okay? In 1980, when Bill Clements was elected governor, he was the first Republican elected governor in the state of Texas since Reconstruction. So
Democratic
elected. He was a Republican. He was the first Republican in 1980. That was the first time a Republican governor had served in Texas since Reconstruction. Okay, so when Texas flipped red in the Reagan Revolution, that was a big change. So the Democrats have got a big, motivation. You get LBJ
let's be fair here. The Democratic Party, at least in Texas, was the party of slavery. I mean, that was the party to continue a sort of slavery. So there's no easy way to say it.
Aaron mentioned the Vegas odds earlier. About 7 minutes ago, they just flipped. So before it was Biden.
Now they've tipped the Trump
favored, and now Vegas has Trump as being favored in the betting.
Well, I think the bellwethers there. I mean, the shocking bellwethers actually Rhode Island and Maine. I think those are so aberrant that they. That's sort of like a heart attack at Sunday picnic. I mean, you gotta take drop the chicken and stop eating the barbecue. You're not winning.
Rhode Island, remember the city of Providence? Their government defaulted. They had a bond default and things there. So Rhode Island's probably changed significantly too, because obviously they had to raise a lot of taxes and things to bail the state out. And I'm wondering if that could have caused the demographic flip as well.
That to me, that's just shocking. But I'm still trying to process. So go ahead.
So Trump now massive shift in the betting odds, as we mentioned. Per Zero Hedge, Wisconsin results not expected until 6 a.m. So not until the morning.
Who's not expected until 6 a.m.?
Wisconsin, that's what he's saying. Zero Hedge is saying. And the other news on the betting front is that predicted is down. The entire website is down.
How do you think the gambling line is going to affect potential civil disobedience? Do you think which group do you think it'll influence more?
Before we get to
As far
that,
as the
Washington County in Wisconsin, Trump. Back to Dave.
Okay.
Well, I want to. How do you think betting is going to affect the election? I think it was the question, and I just want to throw in here that if you're DNC, Act Blue, SEIU, traditional dirty tricks, DNC, right? You're thinking, hey, you have to put all your eggs in a couple of baskets. You can't do all 50 states. You have to figure out, hey, what's going to be different from 2016 to now? Okay, so the strategy could be, hey, we'll throw Ohio. We'll put all of our eggs into Ohio, win Ohio. Then we only need to throw Pennsylvania into limbo, and then we can bust people from every hither and yon to win Pennsylvania.
North Carolina's 11th congressional district, a 25-year-old Republican, Madison Cawthorn, just became the youngest member of Congress.
11, but to okay, so with that kind of downbeat,
good wah-wah.
yeah. Wah, wah, wah.
Well, I mean, it's a win. It's one more House seat, right? But he's not the greatest. After that op-ed he ran, what was it, the Daily Wire that everybody lost their minds over? It sounded like it was written by Bill Kristol.
Right. So
I love that we have
Rhino,
experts here on
Rhino,
these
fake conservative,
topics.
but so Rhino, fake conservative,
Yeah.
SmackDown there, but we're not going to go there right now because we don't talk about Rhino, fake, SmackDown conservatives here. That doesn't happen here on this channel. But thank you very much for the Rhino SmackDown. But going back to what I was saying, if you have to outline a strategy where you have to come up with some kind of different strategy from 2016 to fashion a win, it's easier to take one big state and flip one big state than it is 5 small states. So you put all your eggs in the Ohio basket and you throw Pennsylvania into limbo, if that is the strategy. But the problem with that is you don't spend time in Rhode Island. You don't spend time in your traditional strongholds like Hillary Clinton didn't spend any time in Wisconsin.
And Wisconsin just flipped to leaning red. So
Wow.
About 5 minutes ago, it just flipped to leaning red.
And this is what I'm saying is if you ignore with your strategy, and I'm speculating here, but if you ignore your strategy and you leave your traditional, solid base adrift, and Trump comes in with a wedge candidate or a wedge issue, like Peter outlined with Moise in Rhode Island with the Dominicans, or with Maine. I think Maine had, if you remember, at the virtual convention, there was a Maine fisherman who was featured prominently. He was the first speaker, I think.
He was a lobster guy.
It was
right?
a lobster guy. Yeah, he had that New England accent. And I really don't care much about politics. I only care about catching lobsters. And Donald Trump, I don't take much for politics. I just care that he kept the Canadians from stealing my lobsters, and I can now, right? You know what I mean? It was 6 generations that I'm now going to be able to send my girls to college. I think he had 6 girls, and it was the leadoff batter, if you will, in the virtual convention, and I think it resonated with a lot of people in Maine. I think that would be the bellwether there if we're looking for things that made things go one way or the other. I think you could look back to that.
And also remember that they had the original Trump, Paula Page, as their governor for 2-3 terms.
Yeah, but they had that one weird guy, that Nazi whack job guy. I can't remember his name, but he was the weird Republican governor that was just doing every rhino thing you could possibly do, and he was admitting that, yes, I cohorted with Trump and convened with Trump and conspired with Trump and every possible subterfuge that I can go ahead and admit on public television here and in front of the press. I can't remember what his name was right now, but that whack job governor who was just basically saying mea culpa to everything Trump was accused of, and I'll go ahead and throw myself on the altar of guilt for Trump in absentia, sort of. And I can't remember his name right now. I'm sure Dave will have it in a minute. What do you got, Allie? Oh, look at the betting swing here. Huge betting swing. Go
Chinese
ahead.
yuan is tanking right now per
Yowzer.
Tracy Connor's DM. I know there's a lot of fellas who would like to be in Tracy Connor's DMs. Fortunately, I'm the only one who can say that's the truth right now.
Wow.
And what we got right now is the Chinese yuan.
Right out there. Right out there. It's getting good.
You won't see that kind of stuff on MSNBC or CNN or Fox.
Wow. Wow.
Maybe on the Young Turks.
Not without a multi-million-dollar lawsuit.
No.
I told all the guys here at the frat house, I said, don't be fanboy with Tracy tonight. Just try to be professional and all that. And what happens?
The euro and the dollar has also dropped about
Interesting.
1%. It's its lowest since the 24th of July of this year.
Wow.
Last down to 0.91%. Also, an update from Kenosha. Trump's still leading in Kenosha just as handily, about 65% to 34%. But this time, over a third of the votes are in as opposed to just 6%. So he's still holding about the same lead. Very firm grip over Kenosha County right now for the Don.
So what's interesting is that I was having a little bit of a heart attack because I was looking at Texas on Fox and they had Joe Biden winning, and then I drilled down on the state, and the state result on the same website was different than the big chart. So now I've come back to Texas on the big chart, and it says that Trump is ahead. So
And Addie, I sent you, speaking of your DMs, the New York Times' page on Texas is totally different than anything else we're seeing. And they're predicting Trump's going to win Texas. It looks like they've got it broken out per what Aaron asked earlier by absentee votes. So they show those on the New York Times' site. And then they also have some demographic information on there, which is interesting.
The New York Times site is dope. When you click on a stake, it breaks down to the counties.
It's pretty sweet.
I know the guy who coded this. It's
really good.
He's really awesome.
And you know what Peter's going to say in the next sentence is, and it's restful.
And it's restful.
It's restful? No, it's but it is D3 JavaScript. That's what it is. So
it's really good.
I knew we were going to get the JavaScript drop. Yeah.
So if you click into any of those states, it's going to show you all that data that Peter and I were talking about.
So here's Ohio.
Yeah. Ooh, this is a Mark Buckley. Come on, Mark, get in here. Get in here. Look at that. Look at that. Look at that. Wood County is leaning Trump.
So as Mark said,
that was a bellwether, and he was right on the money. Look at that.
Take us through this, Mark.
All right, and you can see the solid blue Toledo, Lucas County. Right. And Cleveland, Center City.
Wow, you were so right on the suburbs. Look at that. Look at that.
Mega group strongholds right there.
Wow.
Yeah, Mega Kolomoisky stronghold, but that's it. Kolomoisky took.
But see how weak it's not hard blue down in the southeastern.
Right. The Taft Republicans down there, all they managed to do was get the center of the city, which is the Seven Hills area of Cincinnati, which is the traditional minority area up on the hills. So University of Cincinnati area.
Mm-hmm.
Wow. Look at that. Wow. This is a 180. In the last 10 minutes, we've gotten a 180. It's sort
South
of like
Bend, okay, the blue, Buttigieg, South Bend there, and Gary are the two, and Indianapolis. Those are your blue areas there. And around Purdue, Lafayette. Yeah. Wherever there's a college, it's blue.
Trump is ahead in Pennsylvania now, too.
And according to Decision Desk and New York Times.
I took this off the wall just to show off, some of the assets in our newsroom. Mark, this is really up Mark's alley.
Turn around, Mark, and make commentary here. Because
George likes this kind of stuff too for the pipeline routes.
Well, this is Lucas County here, where Mark is talking about this blue area. But normally, you would see if Biden was going to win Ohio. Go ahead. He would be doing well in Wood County, where Bowling Green is, and I'm shocked actually if Trump is leaning That is an amazing statistic. Franklin County here is a Wexner stronghold, a Kolomoisky stronghold up here in Cleveland. But
I'd be interested to see how the young people voted in this election, because it might be different demographics than what everybody thought. Young people might decide to go for Trump.
well,
and
we
they
have
also
one.
might not be in college towns right now. A lot of colleges are closed.
We have a young conservative here, so we know it can happen.
Yeah, I'm a weirdo.
No. We're going to put that up. Okay. Wow. Things, I mean, is it my impression, or is it in the last sort of House of Cards fake news narrative is just kind of.
Look at Detroit's in red, but Ann Arbor,
Oh my God, look at that.
Wasn't the story
Detroit is red?
that the youth wave was going to carry Joe at the finish line? I feel like they talked about that. I have no idea how young college kids are in Joe.
It's leaning red.
Detroit
It's
light.
Okay.
Your audio is terrible, guys.
One at a time.
You've gone full magnetic robot.
Yeah,
Okay,
their stream is breaking up again.
Okay, because everybody's talking at once. I'm sorry. So let's go play something on the stream. There we go. So it's because everyone was talking simultaneously. Sorry about that.
Yeah.
Yeah, so here we have Detroit. It's leaning slightly red, 53% for the Don, and then 45% for Sleepy Joe. Again, we're only about 3% though reported. So obviously not necessarily statistically representative of the greater Detroit County.
Has anybody checked in on the Young Turks?
But not since my sophomore year of high school.
Their election night meltdown in 2016 was epic. And breaking news, according to political polls on Twitter, Lindsey Graham's won his Senate seat.
Three amigos.
Yeah, three amigos.
Still riding.
Yeah. That's another womp for everybody, but it bodes well for
all those who love moderate Arabs getting U.S. weapons.
Or if you're
That's a resounding.
right. El Nusra Front is rejoicing, right?
I'm interested in the aberrations, the canaries, and the mine shaft here for the Democratic Party, which
Donald Trump just took the lead in Pennsylvania, 49%, 49.39% to 49.37%.
And look at those. Look at
Erie,
those. suburban counties.
Erie, Pennsylvania has Trump at 58%.
Yeah, and Addie,
the
which
difference
map?
in Pennsylvania right now is 600 votes.
Whose map are you looking at? Because I'm looking at Decision Desk, and they've got it a wider spread. Trump's at 50.31%, while Biden's at 48%.
What's the number of votes?
The number of vote difference is 1.4 million for Trump and 1.358 for Biden.
So Tracy has more accurate numbers, guys.
Well, bigger numbers, different numbers.
What I'm looking at is less.
You're looking at a tweet that's older than her live
Right.
map.
Yeah, I'm on the live Decision Desk map for that one.
So it looks like Trump is hitting an inflection point right now in Pennsylvania, but very tight there regardless.
Well, what they did was they have all the absentees and vote by mails counted already. So those are the first numbers we saw coming in. And if you go through the New York Times and their more descriptive information, they tell you the percentage of the early votes and how they broke out. So the absentee votes by candidate they have for Pennsylvania was 182,945 votes for Biden. So that's why when they first started rolling numbers out, you saw Pennsylvania leaning heavily to Biden because they had those in the bank. So that represents 78.6% of the total absentee votes, where Trump got 20.4% of the absentees.
Trump, this is per FX Head, just took the lead in North Carolina. I guess that's just corroboration because I think we saw that actually update a few minutes ago. Where Trump took the lead. So I guess what we can glean from that as a corroboration is just that it's much more verifiable information that looks like North Carolina is leading red currently. Zero Hedge asks, is a libertarian about to cost the Dems Pennsylvania again.
Go Libertarians.
Yeah, go Joe Jorgensen. Well, the funny thing to do right
Shout
now,
out to
Addie,
Joe.
if you don't have the AP map up, you should pull it up just for laugh to see what they haven't called, like how far off they are on all of this.
I will do that. Yeah, it's the discrepancies are very interesting to notice. They seem to increase in the degree of disparity the longer we go into this night. I don't know what you folks think about that.
The
Right.
AP contracts with the VOA, who was the only other agency other than the State Department authorized in the Smith Modernization Act to be able to do propaganda on Americans, make me very suspicious of the AP and anything that comes out of that place. But one thing I was going to ask for, it may be too late now, but if we could get a bold prediction or 2 or 3 or as many as you want, I was going to put some bold predictions on the board here. Anything, Senate, House, President, bold predictions.
Well, I have a prediction.
Yeah, like a G-Dub prediction.
I just saw Tom just gave me the numbers for Ohio, and it's 77% of the vote in. And he showed me the Cuyahoga County, he showed me the Columbus area, he showed me the Cincinnati area. Trump leading 51 to 47. And if that's the case, I don't think Biden's winning Ohio. And if you don't win Ohio, your strategy of the whole flip from 2016 is over. If you lose Maine, if you lose Rhode Island, like Tracy said, it's time to go to bed. Is
that you dropping a hint, George?
No, I'm just saying this is ridiculous. I mean, these are like just put those on the Democratic side when normally.
Yeah.
Even if he wins 2 of the votes in Maine, it's big news. But if he wins 4 votes in Maine,
Did
that's
anybody
huge.
campaign live in Maine?
I don't think so. I don't think so. I think Trump really did well. I have to give Dan Scavino the credit here because I know he was the one behind the virtual convention, and he was the guy who started off with the Maine lobster guy, the first thing. And you may think this is just like window dressing, but talk to Peter Duke about breaking out. When you start out with a guy who's a business guy, and I'm going to turn it over here to you, Aaron, because you're a business guy that got wiped out with COVID, right? When you start out with saying, hey, this is a real guy, I don't know what else is happening here, but here's a real guy that got wiped out with COVID. So now what is Trump doing for this guy who got wiped out with COVID? Guy who hasn't taken any PPP, by the way, no loan. And let's say you were actually doing something other than virtual stuff on the internet, which has no value. Let's say you had actual real value. Okay, now I'm joking. I'm kidding.
More importantly,
anyway, let's say you fish lobsters. I'm just joking with you. I'm not making fun of your situation.
No.
But what I'm saying is, let's say I know you weren't.
Sorry.
That's next time you're listening. But this guy who was the lobster guy was saying, hey, I've had 6 generations in my family of lobster fishing, and this is the first time where the EPA came in and the Fishery and Wildlife and everything, and they were going to wipe me out. And it reminded me so much of the great openings in the trial, the great opening speech of the Bundys, where the kid said, I'm not a white supremacist that I've been made out to be. I've been in farming and ranching for 6 generations. And this thing that's changed with the FBI and bringing all these informants here on my land is what's changed, is what's taking my land away, is why the uranium that was on my land that I didn't even know was there is going to China to power some nuclear reactor, right? And it's very effective because it's saying, hey, the people that are in power, I don't care if Democrats, mugwumps, or Republicans, are not looking out for my interests. No matter who is president, we should still have lobster fishing in my family, right? And I think that's really a powerful thing. It's like, I don't know, I'm not into this whole thing with the Democrats and Republicans, but I am into fishing. and that's my livelihood.
Yeah, I'm a business owner. It's election night. Tracy, you were very helpful because as a business owner, we have to wear multiple hats. And one of the things I've had to do is, I think, be that second. Is that the right term, right? We don't really have one of those here, and we're really in need of one. And so I zoom in every day to be the second and try to, get stuff going and get.
Could you explain to people what you mean? For all those who don't know,
can tell us what the second is.
Don't know. Tracy is a small business owner as well in Pittsburgh. We're not going to say, or in Philadelphia, not going to say anymore. But what do you mean by second?
She was a production assistant.
Right.
In video.
Let Tracy define it. Tracy, what is second?
Second is part of the AD department. The ADs are the first, the second, and the second. The first runs the set like a general. The second does the paperwork and prepping for the next day's attack plan of shooting. And the second is the second backup for the first AD that stands on set all day and makes sure everybody knows what's going on and everything is where it needs to be at the exact moment it needs to be there.
Is there anything you want to add to that, Peter? Because I know Peter could define that probably better than any of us.
To Tracy's definition of second, the thing is about production is that it's not just the people in front of the camera that make the show. The people behind the camera all have jobs, and they're actually doing things that make the show the show. When I was 15 years old, a friend of mine got a job as a runner for NBC News working on a football game, and I went down and spent a couple of days at the trailers, at the Coliseum, Los Angeles Coliseum. And the people who are putting on the TV show, they don't call it a football game. They call it a show. The guys who are playing football, they may think it's a game, but nobody else thinks it's a game. Everybody else thinks it's a show, And that's why football was kind of designed for American television, or the marriage between football and American television was such a good marriage was because football lets commercial breaks happen. Soccer is a terrible sport for commercials. So there's a crew back there. There are people who are making decisions. There's camera operators and there's directors and there's producers, and they all have a job to do, and that's what makes it a show. And when you're trying to do this stuff, one of the things that's great about StreamYard and YouTube and all these other things is that they give you lots of tools. But what you find out very quickly is that somebody needs to be managing that stuff. Somebody needs to make sure that the microphones are set at the right levels. Somebody needs to make sure. What's ABC, George?
Always be charging, Peter.
Yeah. And did that bite you in the ass tonight, George?
Well, no. Our incredible coverage that burned through several phones is what bit us in the butt, and that is a testament to the greatness of all of you.
George.
Yeah. Always be charging. I got it. Hey. Behind the scenes, behind the scenes. But
so your bold prediction: Ohio for Trump. That's your bold prediction?
I'm going to go ahead with Ohio for Trump because what I see, and this is Mark's analysis, and I'm going with Mark on his analysis of Ohio politics, is the key, not the key Lorain County, which is the blue, but the surrounding counties that are not going, like you said, if those don't go Biden, there's no Biden wave in Ohio. And the same thing you said for Cuyahoga County. They're only winning Cuyahoga County marginally. And he's taking calls from all of his stringers.
Hey, I'm on the air.
Yeah. But now everybody wants to talk to him. Now he's the genius of Ohio.
So Rhode Island and Maine will cancel out Iowa.
Oh, interesting. Is Iowa going Biden, Peter?
Yeah, Iowa looks like it's going Biden, yeah.
According to whom?
Epoch Times. Let me go look again. And it looks like Epoch Times and Decision Desk are
the same map.
The same map, yeah. Although Iowa's only got 10% of the vote counted. Okay, so never mind.
I wonder if Rhode Island is the shiny object to take people's attention away from Maine, because Maine is such a resounding vote for people who are just working for a living and don't care about politics, that they want you to think about they want to kind of lure and dangle Rhode Island, because Trump's not going to win Rhode Island. I mean,
I agree.
There's no way Trump's winning Rhode Island.
My bold prediction, George.
Go ahead.
I don't want to get too excited. My bold prediction is if this thing goes down and it's going to be a hanging Chad situation, it's going to be right down here on the Ohio River. That's going to be the hanging Chads of this year. There's just been too much going on down there. You getting arrested down there. Bill Taylor's father with floating nuclear barges on the river down there. These guys got all they need, and I'm just not going to get too excited yet. And they already played Miami-Dade County, we're not going to fall for that again. It's like, if they're going to hanging Chad us, it's going to be right around here between Piketon and Cincinnati. That's my bold prediction.
Well, so if you look at the map there, if you point out Athens, where Ohio University is, that's the one down there. Just
tough one.
Yeah, come on.
Yeah, it's Ohio U, so that's a MAC school. That's why George knows it.
Yeah, that's why I know. That's why I play basketball. But that's the hot spot. That's the Tegawa. Imran Awan's Tegawa. She was the university professor of Muslim studies there at Ohio University, and that is the bastion of infiltration, if you will, not of our lovely Pakistani brothers. I love them to death. I love Pakistani intelligence officers, but this is the Imran Awan DNC Pakistani intelligence officers coming into Athens. But on a more serious note, it is the one little blip of blue in an otherwise red state. The only other blips of blue right now on the map are in Cuyahoga County, which is dead center Cleveland, and dead center Franklin County, which is Columbus. It's a very red. It's not, albeit not solid red. It's tinted with a lot of pink. But if Biden's going to win, he has to do much better in the suburbs.
2020 was just Miami-Dade County, right? It was not the whole state of Florida that had hanging Chads. It was just one county, if I'm not mistaken.
Correct.
Yeah.
Right. So that's what it always comes down to, right?
But look, they've got that Ohio leaning Trump, Pennsylvania now leaning Trump, and he's pulling away in Pennsylvania. And I don't know. We got to dig into how much of the city vote have already been counted. Let's see.
It's going to have to be a landslide.
Yeah.
Yeah. And Dave's showing a picture of the hanging Chad. Now that's from 2000. And it's because we have these automatic punch machines that when you're trying to punch 1,000 votes in one IBM card deck, the last 600 to 1,000 cards, it doesn't punch them all the way through, so you have hanging Chads.
Wow, look at Wyoming, 94% Donald Trump.
It's 770 votes though.
Yeah,
it's just astounding the command now. It's just no doubt.
Well, it's those Cheney votes. They vote red.
Well, so Rhode Island has gone back blue, which I expected, but
is it? I thought it was still red. It's still red on there.
It's still red.
You're right.
Still red.
I just can't believe that.
I think the Patriarcha crime
George
gang.
can't
Was,
the Patriarcha crime gang. With all the murders and everything, and the cover of Robert Mueller. You just would hope that they could win their own Patriarcha crime gang.
West Virginia overwhelmingly Trump, along with Indiana.
Pence carrying the home state for him.
We got Wisconsin leaning and Michigan now as well. Those are the two big ones. That's the teeth. That's right there. The teeth of the Big Ten right there. The Badgers and the Wolverines.
I see Colorado. I see Denver being blue, but I'm thinking some of the western parts of that state, Colorado could still flip red. You get down the south.
It's pretty solid blue there, but okay.
There's a lot of Hispanics that live there. I think they might just go. They could flip Colorado. What I'm thinking about.
Mark makes a good point.
About 3/4 in there in Colorado, so that's a possibility.
And do you notice that Texas has gone red on this map? When we were looking at it earlier, it was blue.
Yeah, about 3/4 in there. Oh wait, it says up to 98% in. So that is looking like it's. I mean, I don't even know why we're still talking about Texas. This is PSYOP in action, people.
It is. It is.
Texas is 26 electoral votes.
Texas is.
If you hover on that map, it shows you.
38.
Oh, 38. Oh, gained a lot since the old days when I played landslide.
Yeah.
Of course, California with 55.
Well, just put that in Hillary's column.
Yeah.
You know.
Hillary.
I'm saying Hillary is the one waiting in the wings here. That's Hillary's going to be making a concession speech in about 10 minutes.
Peter, do the Californians consider Kamala to be a Californian or more Canadian from Montreal? Wasn't she up at McGill for most of her childhood?
He probably missed that question. Peter, do Californians claim Kamala as one of their own? Or do they think of her as a dirty Canuck?
I don't know anyone who likes her.
Wow, there's a safe answer.
So I can't tell you. I can't answer the question. I don't like her. I don't know anyone who likes her. But, I don't like most of the people in Sacramento. I mean, California is a one-party state. It's as close to, a utopian paradise as you're going to get. And even when we hire Republicans like Arnold Schwarzenegger, they turn out to just be, cutouts. So
I am wondering, before Tracy leaves us, I am wondering about the suburbs of Philadelphia, and I did see a lot of blue there. So I think this is the gist of the election. I think we talked about the Ohio key areas, and Addie's bringing it up here. 20 votes, 20 electoral votes at stake. Addie hasn't paid any subscription fees, so we're not getting the detail. No, I'm kidding. Can you see that map, Tracy? What do you think?
Yes, I can. So I just sent Addie the 2016 map. All that white is going to be filled in with red. So nothing that's blue on this map with the exception of the upper right-hand corner. That should flip red. The county below that should flip red. Everything else looks just like 2016. So it's all a turnout game now.
And that's why I'm drinking.
I could never do that.
Does it have a map on there, Addie? By the counties?
Let's see if I go to overview.
Oh, no, just go back to that page and scroll down. It was on it. And you'll see almost a mirror image of what we were just looking at. I thought I saw the map on there because I got it up on my screen somehow. Where did I find this? Huh. Interesting.
I think that sound tells it all.
So I don't want to get too far ahead of our skis, but I want to ask George and everybody, if Biden loses, how much do they blame Bobulinski? 110%? Full Bobulinski blame?
No. I think you guys are in a Bobulinski bubble.
Yeah, I agree with Peter.
Yeah, I think that it's...
the people that I know that flipped, one of the major factors was the lockdown in our state.
Yeah.
I think coronavirus is the untold, helping hand in all of this.
Yeah.
If Rhode Island flips, it could be. Sorry, what was that?
Well, I would just been saying this since probably like March or April. I was like, every group is like kind of gone all in with their poker chips, right? And I think it's looking like they're losing a lot of big hands, and we're just kind of leaning on them with the, like towards the later rounds of the poker session. We're just leaning on them, and
so I think
sheer weight.
I think what you're saying is that the vote here, that the referendum here is coronavirus.
I think so.
They risked it, they tried it, and it looks like it's backfired.
Yeah,
with the lockdown.
Yeah,
the election. Because they wanted us locked down for this. That's why they wanted the mail-in ballots. They wanted us to be afraid as voters to go publicly vote.
Well, this is what Ali was saying yesterday. Ali was saying that they were leaning heavily on the mail-in voting and the early voting, but based on the polls that they had yesterday, 67% of Republicans had not voted yet, and 51% of Democrats had voted already.
Tracy's right on the money. Look at all that. All that turned red. Everything that Tracy said was going to turn red, turned red. Go back to that county map, please.
Yeah, you found the county map?
Yeah, and it all turned red. There it is.
It's time to start watching the Young Turks.
I know. I thought about it. So you'll see Center County might not go blue this time. That's where Penn State is. And I'm not sure if they're on campus now.
Wow.
So Lucerne County, which is in the western part, Addie, if you'll go over to where the two blues are showing up, and I'll go south from where you are. One of those is Luzerne County, and I keep to your left. Let's go a little up. It was a red county last time. That's where Scranton is, right there, Luzerne County.
Wow.
So right now, Trump's leading Biden in Luzerne County, his supposed hometown. So that's the 2016 map, but if you jump to 2020, he's ahead of Biden in his
very
lovely
close.
hometown of Scranton.
Wow.
But you'll see
this was the strategy changing from Hillary Clinton to Joe Biden, the home state, the favored candidate from Scranton, working class Joe. It just seems like the whole narrative failed tonight because it's a wave of red.
And in two of the blues, it's less than 0.5% away, so it's still very close in two of them.
And you have to remember, Philadelphia went up in flames a little over a week and a half ago.
Right.
And that borders right on these big, affluent white women voter counties right around the city. So the city's in green on that one. Those blue counties in close. Some of that violence was a couple blocks from them.
Yeah, I agree with Eddie here. It does seem like a referendum on coronavirus. It's a referendum on Antifa violence. And the white women, I think, in the final analysis here are going to have not crossed over like they anticipated. It would be interesting to see the black male turn out, like Peter said, if they didn't come out in numbers for Joe Biden because of the crime bill advertising that Scavino ran. I think those are the two big factors: black males not coming out and white women not crossing over to Biden.
It's interesting how black male winds up being the key thing here.
On different levels,
Right. We got blackmail.
Blackmail.
Like we thought it was blackmail, but it was actually blackmail.
It was actually black males with an S.
Right.
Yeah.
Next question. So if this really goes down, how long do you wait, George, before you start worrying about the spray? About 12 hours, or we just start right now? I mean, you said it. You were like, I think if Trump wins, it'll be great.
Busy with the financial
spray.
Everybody go buy quinine water at
Monroe County.
This is us right here, folks.
Michigan. 1 minute ago, it voted for Obama in 2008 and 2012, but swung to Trump in 2016. 68% Trump, 30% Joe Biden. Again, that's only 3%.
That's the neighborhood news hour, folks.
Now,
That's the neighborhood news hour.
Now Wayne County is back
Well,
on
no. I'm just going to do a little victory walk here. We brought you 66%, Donald Trump.
Again, only 3% vote reported so far, but very early lead for Trump, to say the least.
But Monroe County, I'll tell you, is the bellwether for Michigan, and that's exactly where we are. That's why we're the Swing State Studio. And what we saw was farmers. We saw small manufacturing, not sophisticated manufacturing, little farms that had the little building in the back with the CNC $250,000 machine tool carving, plastic injection molding parts for the supply chain of Ford or GM or whatever. That's the backbone of this county, and they're voting for no coronavirus, and they're voting to get back to business. I mean that. Tom, come here, because I want to talk to you because you've worked at the major autos and you've worked at these small job shoppers.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, and he's right here in the local area. I know several of them that, they do parts for all kinds of, auto manufacturers and, aviation. Yeah. I mean, big time stuff for fighter jets and all kinds of stuff, let alone your commercial aircraft and things like that. And, I just think that things are really, really getting interesting, and I think it's going to be really, really good. I got a text here just a few minutes ago from one of my truck driving friends, and he told his boss, a few of my friends are truck drivers, and they said, well, we're not going out, that's all there is to it, like this next week. And then anyway, they just had a national tweet out like for truck drivers, and they said at least stay in for a few days after, to see how the riots going and all this sort of thing. Stand by, and no sense in, get out of the urban areas and get to the out in the rural areas and hunker down there if you're out of your area.
So there's a national, what you're saying is there's a national stand down order with trucking because they're afraid of truck jacking, hijacking,
and all that, and the rioting or blocking the highways and all this sort of thing. I mean, when you've got all this, cargo that sometimes, they haul $1 million worth of computers or whatever it might be. They don't want this stuff in jeopardy. I mean, it's really true. I mean, they haul a lot of their very, very expensive materials, and of course the equipment too. They don't want it all burned down or whatever by rioters. So they're just saying, hey, we're just not going to do much. So that could slow things down as far as food and all this stuff that travels by trucks all the time. So.
Well, Tracy and I both went to the store yesterday and noticed weird things. I went to Gelson's, which is like really it's like Whole Foods. It's a premier grocery store chain in Southern California. They hadn't gotten their dairy delivery, and it was like, that was weird. Like, you don't normally go into like a high end store and they're out of milk, And then Tracy had pictures that she was posting too from her grocery store. Didn't you notice something?
Yeah, there was toilet paper shelves empty again.
Mm-hmm. Yep, I was in one this evening actually coming down here from southern Michigan, and I was at an Aldi's. They were out of water, and they had plenty of dairy and that sort of thing, but canned goods were shot again, and soups and all that kind of thing were hard to see. So a lot of people did load up. I talked to other friends of mine and stuff, just wondering what was going to happen with this whole situation. So, it's an interesting dynamic for sure.
It's interesting looking at the difference between Fox News. Fox has Joe Biden at 129, Donald Trump at 109, and Decision Desk has Trump at 144 and Biden at 115.
Yeah,
New York
Fox
Times
hasn't moved
Biden.
in an hour.
New York Times is Biden at 131, Trump at 108. So discrepancies all around.
NBC has Biden 98, Trump 92.
Yeah, I think this is a slow walk, to be honest with you. I think Tracy nailed it with this suburban analysis with the white women crossovers and the black male low turnout. I think that is the bellwether. She has nailed the exact indicators, the key indicators here. And it just didn't happen for Joe Biden tonight. For whatever reason, maybe his history with the super predator, maybe his lack of campaigning, lack of crowds, maybe the referendum on coronavirus.
Maybe the fact that he's clearly losing his mind.
Come on, man.
Come on, man.
I mean, we're not allowed to talk about that, right?
Give man a break.
Come on, man.
You're
I'm trying to be an even-handed, fair and balanced news.
You're discriminating against
Come on,
elderly
man.
people
You're
if you
the
say you
editor.
can't speak.
You're the editor of your newspaper. Now you got to hit the streets. You got to have your paper, out on the street for like 6 a.m. So if you're in the newspaper business or something like that, you're going to want to have this decision so you can have it in your paper for sale in the morning. Okay. You got your 4 a.m. talking points for your television stations. Okay, it gets you to tune in the morning because it's all that aspect of, we don't want this to fizzle out tonight. Oh, whatever, we have a winner and everybody goes to bed. We want you to have to go buy that newspaper in the morning or come and tune in the morning to figure out what's going on.
Can you feel like Mark worked for the Toledo Blade and the Blade was always worried about
they're always the liberal Democrat paper.
Well, I do think there is some worthwhile thinking here that can be done about how are they going to spin this thing. Is this going to be somehow? Oh, we got another one.
Wax news alert again. We'll have to see what that.
That's Paul Peroni taking Stephanie Zarb and Bedford.
I mean, the local races. I mean, we've been very involved in here. We've had the candidates in here. We've offered to interview both. We've interviewed the local township candidates. We've interviewed the local school or county board, county commissioner candidates, and we've really found that it's local issues. Clearing the snow in the first 7 hours for the first snowfall, and it's not this coronavirus thing that everyone wants it to be. The riots have begun. What Ari says in Cleveland, and I hope that's not true.
I do too.
Yeah, that's chilling.
Yep. Well,
why wouldn't it be?
Well, I mean, you would hope that there would be Joe Biden would come out and make a call for calm and reserve and support.
No, this is war, George. They want these people are globalists. They want the United States to disappear.
6 minutes ago, Trump has won Utah per NBC per FX Hedge.
Remember, like in the longest day, though, when the Germans are, about to be done in, okay? Everything's going in the fireplace and being burned. We have to get rid of the evidence. So a lot of these fires are probably more like, we got to burn the evidence. We got to get rid of anything.
What non-extradition countries are allowing people to travel to them at the moment?
Maldives. Hillary always had the Maldives.
Right, but everybody's locked down, George.
Yeah,
did you check the maps today? Where can you get in? We've got COVID.
You can get into Malta by boat.
So what? I mean, I don't want to be early postmortems, but it looks like Trump will prevail in Ohio, which is key, and then he'll prevail in Pennsylvania, and we will have a repeat or maybe an amplification of what happened in 2016. So you're at the Toledo Blade, Mark. What is your headline for tomorrow?
Trump coast easy victory.
Okay. Dave?
Detroit News. Dave.
What? Oh my God.
Detroit News. What do you think the Detroit News has tomorrow?
I mean, it just shocks me that Biden has any support. It doesn't feel real to me. I mean, he just is not a. I mean,
Oakland County. Come on.
Again.
What's the headline going to be?
I don't know. I mean, I feel like we're in the middle of a pandemic, and we've got like a potential financial collapse coming. So we want a good leader, and I feel like
you want to sell newspapers.
Trump hangs on by his fingernails and wins.
I don't know. I feel like I just don't believe any of it. So I don't know what to think. I feel like I can't, read people's.
Okay. That's an
whatever.
abstention. That's an abstention vote. Or and Andy, what do you think? What's the headline here in Monroe County?
Swing state, swing in Trump's favor.
Swing state, swing in Trump's favor. I think that's a good headline. That's probably the best one I've heard. Tom, what do you think the headline is?
I don't know. I kind of like his.
I like that too. Good. I like that too. I think this was a very. I do think this was an election.
Just remember, Dewey beats Truman. Remember Chicago?
Well, exactly, and that election was the same sort of thing on national security. But I do think this was one of those things where the wedge issues was a pendulum, and it could have gone either way on coronavirus. It could have gone either way on. I think the hypocrisy of Gretchen Whitmer is the thing that made the pendulum thing stick. Mm-hmm. That little game that we go with the magnets. Mm-hmm. it made it stick over to the right.
Well, think a journalist now, you're out there and like you want to say speak for Joe Biden as a respectable candidate, but you're the same one that told me 2 weeks to slow the spread. And you lied to me consistently about. So how do I now know whether you're even telling the truth?
That's after Russia and Ukraine.
I try to ride the middle, and you guys jump in here wherever you want. We're in the middle of the swing counties and swing states, so we meet a lot with people, and people are like, "Oh, I don't want to." Even the local politicians here, don't make me endorse Trump. I don't want to endorse Trump. I'm the roads. I'm cleaning the snow. Don't make me endorse Trump. I really do feel this was a practicality vote. It was a small business person. I can't take another year. I'm going to lose my family. I'm going to get a divorce. I'm going to lose everything. I'm hanging by a thread as it is, and I can't do another year of this. I mean, you look at Aaron. He can't do another year of this. He can't do another month of this, right? I mean, you're now the poster child. I'm making you the poster child.
Whatever, you know what? Like,
no. I'm just saying the small business owner is saying, I can't do another month of this, let alone another year.
We might have been down to the last hour. At least it didn't get burned down. I do want to know where these riots are at. I was just trying to call Harry Bacharach because he just said the riots had begun. Maybe some people in our chat can let us know if there's other live streams that we could tap into. I mean, like, burning it down already? I mean, how long is it going to take for them to burn it down here?
If you guys jump on Andy No's Twitter, he's got streams coming out of both Portland and DC.
I think
DC.
In the streets? Yeah. I mean,
oh boy,
Millie had the drop on the DC and the weapons and everything, and I do think that was legit. You picked that. You told me that about
watched it.
6
I
hours
watched it
ago.
last night, and on Millie Weaver's channel, and it was very, very interesting. Very, very interesting.
And I think, just knowing Mayor Bowser and interviewing a ton of DC police and knowing a ton of people on the Capitol Police and so forth, it's Olay City, as far as, swinging gate to let these crowds go to the gates of the White House. And
Olay? I don't get it.
I mean, it's like a swinging gate, like go on in and straight to the gates, and then it's up to the Secret Service at the gates of the White House. And I don't want to make this a Battleship Potemkin, but I do think that you're going to have a Battleship Potemkin moment here in about 2 hours at the front gates of the White House. And what had happened in the when I covered the defund and I covered BLM, the big yellow paint, it was about a block away. But if you do remember, they did get in Lafayette Square. They pulled down they were trying to pull down the one of the Rochambeau or whoever that was.
Remember the 5th of November, Guy Fawkes Day.
Yeah,
that's right. Gunpowder plot. He's right there, Guy Fawkes, right over my shoulder.
You've got, I thought Trump got the National Guard all in there and stuff, and they had a whole bunch of guys, like, I don't remember how many cities all over the country, but there were a bunch for Washington, D.C. to keep those people back, and because they're threatening to,
insurrection.
to burn down the White House again, like happened many, many years ago, I think.
War of 1812, yeah.
Mm-hmm. So,
and I think
trying to keep them
I think
back.
the Donnie Millers, excuse me, I keep saying Donnie Miller. I think the Donnie O'Sullivans, these jingoistic, one-eyed reporters from CNN who just see, Russian spies under every 14-year-old's bed. They're the ones who have incited this, craven violence in these people. This sense of righteousness and sense of, that you can employ any kind of violence against Trump, right? And I do fear for the first family tonight.
They're not in Washington though; they left.
Where was that screenshot from that you just made go away?
Eddie, where was
the Young Turks?
I sent that to him. Somebody tweeted it. They're like, this is what they look like right now.
Shalala? Donna Shalala lost. I just
Yes.
heard that Donna Shalala lost, the ex-president of the Clinton Foundation.
Wait. Donna Shalala lost?
Yes,
Because
Florida 27.
Enrique was in
Florida 27.
It was someone named Maria Elvira Salazar defeated her.
Awesome.
Donna
awesome.
Shalala. Donna Shalala.
Yeah, so that's a house pickup.
Wow, Donna Shalala.
But she's a main player in the Council on Foreign Relations.
Well, she was the president of the Clinton Foundation. I mean, she was the director of Health and Human Services. She is a Washington insider like nobody's business. I think this is a ringing rejection of the coronavirus narrative. I think that's what's happening tonight. I think this is a microcosm right here where it's like the small business owners can't take one more month of this, let alone another year. And Biden was selling another year of this. Biden was he was going to go to full lockdown, full mask for another year, and just a total, not a mindfulness of how businesses work. You need more revenue and expenses to exist. I mean, it's just that simple. I mean, would you say that's a fair assessment?
Hashtag smash your television. hashtag cancel your cable. Hashtag let's do it. It's time now. I mean, that's all it is. It's pretty much the people who are normal people, and then all the wiener people who just watch television and are totally dynologed out.
You know what? That's the perfect analogy. The wiener people. I mean, it
works on multiple levels.
These newly awakened normies, they come to me and they say, "How do you know all this stuff?" And I said, "It's not very hard. Turn off your TV. You can find this stuff if you're not looking at television. If you're not looking at TV, you'll find Network NewsHour. You'll find John O'Loughlin. You'll find George Webb. You'll find Tracy Connors. You'll find people out there in the world who are paying attention to what's going on. And then you don't need to watch television anymore."
None of us watch television.
Speaking of finding things, we're going to find new battery because Peter Duke tells us always be charging. We're going to leave here. You guys continue the conversation briefly. Don't go to bed, Tracy. We need your.
I'm hanging in. I might have to go get coffee.
I am gonna.
We're coming right back with power.
I have to leave in probably a half an hour, 40 minutes to go on the kill stream. So.
All right. So Peter and I will take over for a second. No, you kicked him out again.
Are we done?
No, they were going to do what I asked, I think, and shut down for a second while we ran.
We've only been on for 4 hours and 45 minutes, Tracy.
I know. It's a little crazy.
But I'm watching the kill stream. I should give you this link so you can look at what I'm looking at. But
we don't have control. I was going to throw up some of these maps so we could go through them real quickly and kind of focus on what's going on. But I can't share my screen because I'm not a moderator on here. But the decision desk stuff. Let's see. Have they flipped? No. So Pennsylvania, Peter, right now they've got 60, somewhere between 52 and 62% of the vote. This is like when they give you the congressional people and how much money they have. And they're like somewhere between 3 and 20 million. So somewhere between 52 and 62% of the vote is in Pennsylvania. Trump, now they've got Biden ahead, it looks like, on decision desk. Let me refresh that just to make sure I'm looking at the right things here. So they've got Biden with 1.9 million, Trump with 1.6. Now let me jump over to the New York Times.
Pennsylvania. Oh, yeah, Pennsylvania switched now.
Yeah, we'll see. That's probably Philadelphia coming in. New York Times has 1 million less votes counted on their tab.
You're going to see when she comes in, right?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay, we have invited the great Ann Vandersteel to join us from Nevada as our coverage swings to the west. And we'll be looking for her to join us. But right now, it appears that Pennsylvania still is in the balance between Trump and Biden. We don't have the latest and greatest from Ohio, but at last check, 77%. Trump was up 54-46. which is a pretty commanding lead.
But now that's changed.
What is it now?
Biden 53%. Trump. Oh, now it just changed again. Now Trump is 50. It just changed right while I was talking. Now it says Trump 55%, Biden 43%. So it's gone back and forth in the last 5 minutes. It went to Biden, and then it went back to Trump.
And right now, Trump leading in Wisconsin, 50% to 48.3%.
According to whom?
This is New York Times. Also,
Okay.
Times. 82% of the vote in Ohio, 52.8 to 45.8 to the Donald.
So
And
that's
the
82%. I think
in
it's.
Ohio.
I don't think
Yes.
we can overemphasize Ohio, and we can't overemphasize.
That's looking very comfortable for Trump. Very comfortable.
We can't overemphasize Ohio and Pennsylvania. 82% now. It's 52-48 Trump in Ohio.
It's these last most important 18% right here.
Right. And so
Will you guys throw up the map? Oh, you put.
I've got 52.
Share that.
I've got 52 to 46% with 95%.
Wow, that's even more. That's even more telling. Hopefully, Ann will join us here.
My next bold prediction, since nobody's making any, 90 minutes from now, we're going to experience the EMP. And we will all have internet for the next 3 years.
Ooh, he's talking about Y2K hits us.
They can't handle this. It's going to be like, we can't handle this. Pull the plug.
Aaron's joking.
Should I give everybody my ham radio sign now?
Channels for anyone.
Can't talk about that.
No, that is a joke.
That was a joke.
That was a joke. It was a joke.
Sorry, we can't tell jokes.
We know that people can do EMP attacks. We know that's a major part of the U.S. military, but that was a joke.
That was a joke.
There's
Sorry.
nothing about inciting any kind of public excitement around anything, around a public panic. But we do have solid reports that there is a march on the White House right now as we speak. We're going to be following that as we're following the election returns.
Are you being serious?
And just in case, George, just in case, my ham radio call sign is Kilo Mike 6 Hotel November Oscar. So just to let you know.
And he's being totally serious. No, he's being totally serious, and this is something that we knew was in the playbook if things went the wrong way. And things are going the wrong way, and it looks like Portland and DC are going to be the two places. And I pray for all in Portland tonight, and I pray for all in DC tonight. A prayer for everyone in those two cities.
So we're heading towards the infamous Joe Arpaio's neck of the woods, Maricopa County. Trump could narrowly, this is per Election Wizard, could narrowly lose Maricopa and still win the state if it catches up in the rural vote. Regardless, still plenty of votes left, but Biden leading in Maricopa right now, 54% to 44%, by over 100,000 votes, and we got about 87% of the vote, and so majority in already. Biden takes the lead in Maine and has taken, and Trump has taken Florida, as we say in Wisconsin. If you're from the East Coast, you might say Florida.
Did I hear you right? Without the fluoridations and color that you add, is it right that Biden has retaken the lead in Maine?
Yes.
Yeah. So, okay. So maybe there was a little bit of red meat dangled to the...
It's pretty close.
It's not. It's pretty darn close.
There's only 7,000 votes separating them right now, with 39.6% in.
Yeah, Biden definitely leading Minnesota pretty handily. This is again per the Election Wizard. He's winning in Lake County though.
I see Kanye West has almost 0.5% of the vote in Minnesota, which is pretty.
Who's going to get more votes, Kanye West or Mickey
votes.
Mouse this year?
Kanye West with 0.19%.
He's got some votes in Iowa. He's He's got some votes in Utah.
Horrendous.
Well, Ohio, Pennsylvania. They haven't called Michigan yet for Trump, and I'm wondering why not. Why has Michigan not been called?
Because only 47% of the vote is counted.
Are you guys actually surprised that Biden has like this?
So
Close that
in
off?
2016, I recall in 2016 at 2:30 in the morning, sitting there watching. Most of the country was decided. They didn't call Montana yet, and they didn't call Michigan. And inside Michigan, they were waiting on Wayne County, which is Detroit. Now, do you remember your dear friend that you wrote about in your books, who's in Detroit right now working for Microsoft, no doubt punching away on the computer there at the Microsoft
Warren
office?
Flood. Where did you take my picture of Warren Flood? He took my whole whiteboard, all my magnets, everything. He ripped it. He ripped.
I know we were going to put the congressional people up
Their
there.
tornado came through.
But Warren Flood.
He's in Detroit right now. He's probably listening to you on his headphones while he looks for, Guccifer backdoors into.
So DNC operative Warren Flood was the key person that his signatures or metadata was on a document, which was called DC Leaks, which is supposedly the extortion document written by a Romanian hacker or someone in the Middle or the Eastern European hackers. But it turned out to have metadata in the Microsoft document for a guy who works for Microsoft Professional Services who worked for Joe Biden. He also had a background in earth resources, mineral resources, extraction resources in the country of Canada. He was an outstanding student in Canada for that, and a great guy to have on staff if you're going to do a Belt and Road initiative where you're going to be extracting resources from countries that you don't own, that you want to declare dominion over.
You made this before he even announced for president.
I
Announced
know.
his campaign. This graphic was created by George Webb long before the Biden campaign was even a thing.
Yeah,
Right.
Warren Flood. Here we go. So all these honorifics, all this fan service, it gets old after a while. So anyway, back to the map. Addie, what's new on the map? Come on.
So this is 270 to win, and they've been, saying Biden's been up pretty much this whole time, but now they've given it to Trump 144 to 126. Again, Indiana going.
I can't
to
believe
Trump.
that Georgia is in the. Thank you. I can't believe Jordan is in the. I think Jordan should be in the Trump column. I mean, that's
Georgia?
both of those. Jordan is a waypoint, a way station for shipping weapons from Libya to Syria. If you're one of the three amigos, Dave, won re-election tonight.
I saw that, but I also was thinking of Georgia.
Well. First, let's establish clearly who the three amigos are. Lindsey Graham, who believes with John McCain that there is such thing as a moderate Arab, and therefore you can ship them $500 million worth of weapons.
The third amigo is Joe Lieberman too. He's been out for a while, but that was the Petraeus nicknamed those three characters as the three amigos. During the impeachment, they tried to come up with a new amigo group. It was
Rod Rosenstein.
No.
Andy
It was
McCabe?
no. That it was. They actually said it in the impeachment. It was Sonderland and Rick Perry, and I'm trying to think who the other NATO guy was. They try to kind of rebrand. Can't think who it was. I'll look it up.
That's okay. I think to stay on task here, we're looking at Ohio. We're looking at Pennsylvania. We're looking at Michigan. Addie, what do you got?
And we just have, it is 11 o'clock in the East, which means, are there polls closing anywhere? We're at the top of the hour.
I think so.
Does California close at 7?
That's close, right?
Tom's bringing us a result right now, and we're going to have it in 1 second.
So 3
What's
hours
that?
ago, that'd be 8 p.m. Pacific. Presumably, polls are closing, but per Fox News, those three key Midwestern states of Ohio, Michigan, and Wisconsin, my home state, all leaning for the incumbent, Donald Trump, as is Montana and, of course, Texas as well. Illinois is still looking Biden, as is Minnesota. I don't know. It's looking pretty precarious for Trump in Minnesota. And again, I presume Illinois is going to stay blue.
So what I see happening, and I don't know if your analysis is the same as mine, but I'm looking at Tom presenting me. What they've done is taken the whole Western Shelf, Oregon, Washington, California, and thrown it on the Biden totals.
Mm-hmm.
If you look at it here, and basically waylaid all the results for the Midwest, and to try to give the impression that Biden is somehow winning. And we knew that these states were Oregon, Washington, and California were in the bag from Biden before this started. So this, again, be a Smith-Munt kind of mischaracterization of how the race is actually going tonight. Your thoughts, guys?
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting to jump around again and look at what they haven't called on, say, the Fox map. Because the New York Times, their dial is 95% likely that Trump's going to win North Carolina. They've got 95% of the vote in, and he's at 50%. He's ahead by, let's see, 50,000 votes, 60,000 votes in North Carolina, and they won't call it. They won't call Texas.
That's a good point. We actually did call that, I don't even know, at least 20 minutes ago now, I would say, that Trump won North Carolina. So Fox still not stating that for some reason. Don't know why that is. So that's a good call there, Tracy.
Yeah, and Decision Desk claims that they have 99% of the vote in Ohio. Trump, it's 52 to 45%, but it's still got little stripes on it, like it's in play.
Exactly.
Looks like Fox just called Florida for Trump.
Yep. Florida has gone red, which is great news. And
so I see foot dragging here. Normally they call elections with your 20-25% in. Once you get the keys, precincts, key districts, key counties, that's de rigueur for election night coverage. And when you get to 99% of the vote and you're still not calling a 54-45 state, it looks like stage management at this point. I don't know how else to say it.
Look at Nebraska here. You guys see Nebraska?
Yeah, just closing. Yeah. I mean, Nebraska outside of Omaha, the central guts of Omaha is almost all red. So.
I mean, we've got McDuff and Hamamoto. Do they want to call in?
If they want to call in,
they're in the chat. They're
in the chat.
Yeah,
well, send them the stream key, and we'll love to have them join us. Yeah,
exactly what it's done, but they're here with us.
Well, Addie has the
I got
the controls
magic.
And
skills and magic, guys.
You know.
Yeah, they just called Florida on Fox, but some of the other, I'm looking at ABC's map, they haven't called Florida. Looking at the AP map, they haven't called Florida. Let's see, Decision Desk, I believe they called Florida a while ago.
Having lived through the 2016 and Peter throw in here, I don't think that was particularly a political election. I think it was an election for a wrecking ball to come to Washington and smash.
Well, yeah, well, I mean, one of the things that I was going to say earlier is that both the thing that seems to be driving the 2016 election and the 2020 election is that in the 2016 election, it wasn't really whether or not you liked Donald Trump. It was really whether or not you hated Hillary Clinton. And it seems like what the Democrats have done, their entire strategy is not about, hey, Joe Biden is this great candidate. It's all about, hey, Donald Trump is this terrible person. And so They're trying to do the same thing to the Republicans that the Republicans wound up doing to them in 2016. I'm not sure it'll play out that way, but that certainly seems to be the strategy.
Yeah, I think this isn't a political. I mean, there's 35% on each side that are the solid bases that are going to vote, and they can tell you the other candidate is horrible. Maybe it's 45. But the 10% in the middle is what decides elections in America, and that's Bill Clinton's words, not mine. And what I sense, and this is reading the tea leaves, or sensing which way the wind is blowing here, is I mentioned this before. We can't survive another 2 months, let alone 10 months or 12 months of coronavirus, but also a tone deafness in the Democratic Party, that you're not hearing us. You're jamming this thing down on our throats, and we can't take it anymore. I get that sense just from talking to these farmers, talking to these ranchers, talking to these small manufacturing shops. It's just like, hey, like Trump said, you don't want the cure to be worse than the problem, the virus.
Right. Here's an irony: is that on the Fox website they've got Joe Biden at 207, Donald Trump at 148. However, they have Joe Biden with 44 million votes and Donald Trump with 47 million votes. So at least on the Fox readout here, Donald Trump is winning the popular vote.
And that's including 400. It looks like over 500,000 votes from California. Did you check the California vote numbers, Peter? You're going to smile.
No, I haven't.
Look at how many people actually bothered to go out and vote for Trump in California.
I have to go back to the Trump Hollywood sign, which was sort of a, it's okay to have an opinion. It's okay to vote for who you want to vote for. It's okay to exercise your rights.
As long as you don't want to work.
It's culture jamming.
Yeah.
Can we just take 10 seconds to reflect on the preposterousness of 55 electoral votes for California? I'm sorry.
Well, it's interesting because there was a bill that got floated by, I think, Bill Draper, who's one of the famous Silicon Valley VCs, and he wanted to break California into 7 states. And I used to think that was a terrible idea because it would take California from 2 senators to 14 senators. But then I was thinking about it. It's like, yeah, but 10 of them would be Republican. So maybe that's not such a bad idea. No, I think California should be broken up. I think California should be broken up at the same time that they break up the monopolies.
That's pretty good. That does make sense in a way.
I mean, this to me is ridiculous. I mean, Trump is winning with 92% of the vote in, 53 to 45.
In which state? In Ohio?
In Ohio. And that is, I mean, I'll show it right here. So that, I mean,
here's Pennsylvania too, right behind it. Oops.
How is that not suppressing the returns for a narrative?
Is that because there's mail-in votes that haven't been counted yet? They're going to wait for 3 days to determine whether or not that's a...
Well, that's not Ohio. Ohio didn't get that loophole.
Yeah.
Pennsylvania is the only one that got that loophole.
We could have driven to Wexner's house and back in the time that this live stream's been going on, George. If you want to go to New Albany and just go knock on the door, he might tell us.
That would be considered intimidation. I don't want.
I'm sorry.
I don't want to intimidate.
Yeah, just again, those guys in Michigan who are facing 20 years in prison because they were joking on a chat room. Like,
yeah, I mean,
yeah. What I say is I hope that Les Wexner has a 200-year life and enjoys thousands of children. I don't want ill for any of these people.
I love and cherish Mr. Wexner, and I think I'm the greatest student of his Heritage Institute. I spend most of my day when not researching you, researching archives from his Heritage Institute. I really love and cherish his work and his philanthropy. So that is truthful.
So we have a live feed now from DC, and it looks like they are marching on the White House as we speak.
So Decision Desk has now added Washington, Oregon, California, New Mexico, Colorado, and Arizona and Idaho are striped. But
that's the small church. Is that the small church outside the White House?
Or it's yellow.
The yellow church, the little the place where Bill Barr and Mueller's.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, Presbyterian.
Right across from the White House there, because that is directly across the street.
What are they demanding?
I don't know. We're watching their video, their live stream. Addie, why'd you cut away?
Oh, that was just on loop. So we had actually already seen the end of it, but I can go back if you want. But I'll just go under the New York Times map here.
This is misrepresentative. You know, I mean, they're withholding Pennsylvania, they're withholding Ohio, they're withholding Michigan,
North Carolina.
They're withholding North Carolina, and they're early reporting of.
They don't actually even have any votes counted from Washington. They're giving it to Washington. Not that you can't do that, but
going to win. I mean, Biden's going to win that, but I just think this is duplicitous. You know, not to report the vote as it comes in. Eddie, I think this is a fait accompli actually here, but can we go to the White House?
Yeah. Let's go straight to that.
That's Epic Times.
This is Epic Times is saying Michigan.
A lot of those are striped, though, still.
Yeah. Georgia.
Surprising, he's Montana.
North Carolina.
Be asked to stop filming. Okay. So stop filming.
Okay. Is this
Someone
live?
else just join us?
Live,
That's
Eddie?
the stream. That's the live stream.
No, this is just a clip.
Oh, we do have one in the chat.
Here we go. Antifa. They're out and about.
Doing nothing, yeah.
There haven't been any. There haven't been any particular micro or macro.
Go back up.
questions,
Go back up.
Today, other than the election itself being probably just some some type of microaggression, since the Constitution is.
These aren't microaggressions. These people had a chop where they had. No, they did.
You're right,
Aaron.
You're right.
Autonomous zone means that the UN can give you, or NATO can give you any. That's the. Isn't that the Veterans Building across from Lafayette Square?
where are the cops? Why are there reporters there and there no police?
Who's handing out the goggles?
And who's handing out the black umbrellas? It's like
That's the church. That's the yellow church. They're right across from the White House. Yeah, this way, if we walk 50 feet this way, that would be the White House.
Right.
That's around the White House,
That's
too.
Yeah, that's right where I reported on the defund sign, and that's right where I reported on the.
So Joe could come out and he could say,
He could quell the
hey,
crowd and say, "Hey, this violence is not something you want." They're beating up a Trump supporter. You know, I mean, we're watching it right here. So, I mean, that guy is a Trump supporter, and they're beating him. They're hitting him. They're beating him. Where are the police? Where are the Capitol Police? Where are the Secret Service? That's right across the street from the White House. That's the north lawn of the White House. I've been there 1,000 times.
Well, who do you think they work for? Those are not the true believers.
Well, I
if you
mean,
ask me.
look at they're just punching him in the face.
Bob Creamer, Brett Kimberlin.
Yep. Lisa
That's true.
Fithian.
Yeah, Lisa Fithian.
That's true. That's true. Bob Kramer, that's when he talks about the wacky okies that he brings up and the wacky arkies. That's who he's talking about. Look at this.
It's looking like Susan Collins is going to hang on to her seat in Maine.
In Maine.
If you send your children to college, these are their professors, probably, you know.
These are disgruntled employees. They're losing their job.
All right, who gets fired first tomorrow?
Well, I think Gina Haspel. I really believe that Gina Haspel, the architect of the Steele dossier, Dave Underdown, our great analyst that we have here, did the deep dive on the dossiers and said, hey, do you realize there was a dodgy dossier with Richard Dearlove during the Iraq crisis? And there was a two dossiers to get the Iraq War, and that Christopher Steele is the protege of Richard Dearlove, and there was even a comment in the British Parliament that said they're bragging about the fact that their dossier was better than the Christopher Steele dossier, saying we didn't even need to sex up the dodgy dossier yet. How many years of war in Afghanistan and Iraq? 12. Dave, why don't you talk about that?
You want the dossier report, or you want to talk
just
about
the two?
Can I ask one question?
Sure.
Just because I've been drinking and I can't add. I'm looking at the decision desk, and since they're maxing Biden out, I'm just asking the question: if everything that's blue actually does go to Biden, is he maxed out now?
Yeah.
Because we got 205, so add 4 for Idaho, that's 209. Add 11 for
no, Biden's not going to win Idaho. Come on. Biden's not going to win Idaho. No way.
Biden gets Colorado, though, huh?
I know right where that is, though. That go up.
I'm just saying.
But if you jump to that map for a second, you can follow what Peter's talking about.
Yeah, go to decision desk. Let's just add up the numbers, because there's a lot more red stripies than blue stripies right now.
Right there.
So if we just add the blue stripies to the solid blues, what number do we get?
Who's that? Jimmy Jones.
All right, Peter, I'll help you with math. Maine would be if he gets the whole thing, because
Maine is 2.
Split.
Maine is 2. Rhode Island is 4.
Hold on 1 second, guys. We have a caller, and we're taking a chance here that Jimmy here is a good guy, and he's going to say a good question. Jimmy, go ahead and ask your question.
Hi, everybody.
Where are you calling from?
I'm calling from Scotland.
Oh, Scotland. It's my favorite country, mate.
Yeah, my man. It's nice to see your work, George, Addy, Tracy, Peter, all the team. Aaron, too. Brilliant. Awesome.
Well, can I ask you, as I break into my Scottish brogue, what city are you from in Scotland?
I'm in the borders. Just south of Edinburgh.
Oh, you're near the Royal Mile, as they used to say when I was walking the Edinburgh Royal Mile. So ask us a question, sir.
No, I'm stunned at what's happening on the streets. You know, I'm a little bit shocked at the all the news channels here basically are saying that Biden's ahead, and I'm pretty confused by all that, because what I've all seen on the news has been mainly Trump, you know, has just been smashing it with the crowds. And I woke up early to watch this, and I'm a bit shocked, really. You know, I'm just wondering what's going on, you know.
How did you find our stream, Jimmy?
Hit the link and come through Brave browser.
Brave. Okay, great.
Yep.
No censorship in Brave, right? Because it's an open source browser.
Yeah.
So, Jimmy, I won't do any poor Scottish brogues anymore, but I think what you're seeing is a suppression of the winnings of Trump early on in the the Eastern, Middle Eastern states, and a fast forwarding of the results of the Western states to create a false narrative that somehow Joe Biden is winning, which is incorrect. And we are here. Oh, Tracy, go ahead. Tracy has something to say.
Ohio has been called for Trump on the decision desk.
Oh, wow. Wow.
And I did Peter's math, I think, correctly. And there's no way that Biden can win at this point. Even if all the stripy blues go to him, it's only 43 more electoral votes.
Yeah, it's 242. If you give Biden every blue state that they've got on decision desk right now, Biden tops out at 242.
Yeah.
So sorry to interrupt you.
No, that's very good because, Jimmy, this is the kind of analysis that everyone in the world, and you're calling from Scotland, the Royal Mile up there near Edinburgh. We owe it to all the world to tell the truth about what's actually happening, rather than these false narratives that these Donny O'Sullivans of CNN and of these Smith-Mundt. Smith-Mundt is a provision in our defense bill that we do every year that allows the press to lie to not only the people in the United States, but people all over the world. CNN is in every airport all over the world. And what are you going to think? You're in Glasgow or you're in Edinburgh and you're thinking, hey, Trump, Biden's winning. That's not the case. Biden's going to lose tonight. Ohio's been lost. Ohio was the key linchpin of the strategy. Ohio's been lost. Donald Trump is going to be the next president of the United States.
Fantastic, George. Fantastic. Yeah. Great.
Here first, really.
Thank
you. Thank you so much. Go ahead.
Sorry, George. I've been following you from the beginning, and I have also been following Adiad, McDuff _2020, Aaron, brilliant setup. Addy, amazing man, brilliant stuff, great stuff.
Appreciate you, Jimmy. Appreciate you.
Honestly, fantastic guys, brilliant work, loving it. I'm going to keep following and watch what happens.
I just want to say that the two best photo assistants I ever had were from Scotland. One was from Edinburgh, the other, Mark Eady, and the other one was Paul Fraser, and he was from the Orkneys.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
Yeah, there you go.
Thanks, Peter. Thanks, George. Hey,
You're
thanks,
welcome.
guys. Excellent work. Brilliant. Love it.
Well, to my golf coach who told me to play troon, and he said, play a low wedge on the postage stamp number 13. Don't try to overdrive it. Play a lot of backspin on 13 on the postage stamp at troon. So with that, I will say good night to my good friend in Scotland.
Thanks very much. I'll keep watching. Take care. Love you guys. Love you.
Love you too.
God bless. God bless.
God bless you too. So, wow, what a night of coverage! What a night of coverage. Tracy called it with the Trump win in Ohio, making it mathematically impossible for Joe Biden to win. Peter Duke, what's your reaction tonight?
242. That's where I think Biden maxes.
Wow.
Unless Pennsylvania flips. I mean, we're going off the decision desk map as it is right now, and they're holding up Philadelphia counting. They said Philadelphia's going to do some more reporting around midnight, and then they might not do more reporting until 6 a.m.
Yeah, and as we said, Wisconsin will not announce until tomorrow, probably because they're corrupt AF.
Yeah.
These guys killed a president and got us into a bunch of foreign wars and other things. Can we just,
Well, there's also, I want to
team
say,
here.
the Brendan Dassey case, Brendan Dassey and Stephen Avery. Those guys are wrongfully convicted and imprisoned. Very terrible story there. Also, my friend Pepsi Watson, I want to say free Pepsi Watson. Very similar circumstances in the United Kingdom as well. So I wanted to shout out those guys on election night.
allow me this indulgence for a moment away from our local scene here. Oh, I hear the
Stuff's happening.
Stuff has. What do we got?
Well,
Tom?
nothing.
Okay.
Yeah, well, we can just say that Pennsylvania here has got 50% vote reporting.
55-41 in Pennsylvania.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
So that's Pennsylvania with 50%.
Wow,
right
that's
now.
huge.
They're sitting on Philadelphia.
Yep.
Yeah, I just want to. I don't know how they're going to pull the rabbit out of the hat there, but I just want to say that these people from overseas give us a perspective of sometimes when you're too close to a situation, you can't have the perspective of what's really happening, and sometimes, like Peter says, you need perspective, take in the whole picture, and these people, the UK, the people from Australia, the people from New Zealand. And even the non-English speaking countries from all over the world can look back and see what's happening. They can see this kind of power play happening with NATO and so forth. And they can see Trump as a nationalist. And even though they don't like Trump for being so nationalist, they can see that this is wrong, that this is a kind of an assault on basic human rights. And that's what I love about Eddie Ads, because Eddie Ads somehow, as a 25-year-old, summons up the perspective, which I don't have, and this is why I love Eddie Eds, to talk to people from the UK. He's talking to people in Ireland. He's talking to Ryan Dawson. He's talking to Sean Atwood. He's talking to all these people and really giving us a great perspective that we don't have as Americans because we're too close to the situation. Eddie Ads, tell me, how did you get that kind of wisdom? Was it me? Was it our phone conversations? Was it my coaching? What was it about me coaching you that made you such a great reporter?
Wow, that is not a leading question.
I'm just joking.
George never asks leading questions.
Yeah, Peter knows too well. No, very kind words, George. I want to thank you very much for that. I don't know. It was really like as far as Sean Atwood connection. I started watching him and like mid 2018. I just knew he was going to blow up, and he was only at like maybe 70,000 subscribers, and now he's at like almost 590.
How many years was Sean in prison? 7 years or something?
6 years. Yeah, he's there 6 years. I've done several book reviews of Sean's books on my channel if people want to check that out. He's a great author, probably my favorite nonfiction crime or true crime author. And he runs a great true crime podcast. And that same day I met Sean, I met my friend and colleague, Pepsi Watson, who runs a great podcast as well. Unfortunately, he got recalled under the IPP sentence in the United Kingdom on the 8th of January this year, and he's been locked up all throughout the pandemic, which has been quite stressful. Probably the worst environment you could be in. You hear about the riots in Colombia and Italy, for example, among other places. Just a very restless environment, energy-wise. So he said to deal with that, as well as a transfer of prisons as well. He went from HMP Thameside to the Mount, HMP Her Majesty's Prison. Just referencing the UK connection I've spoken to an author, Sam Samworth, who I definitely want to get talking to these guys as well. He worked at HMP Manchester. But yeah, just really fortunate to have that connection. But as far as my connection with George, I definitely consider him a mentor in this space. And he's a great author. He's revising his 1 Minutes to Midnight currently.
Okay.
And
end of commercial. So I'm back on this point of perspective, which is somehow, I don't know how he did it, but he, in talking to these iconoclasts and talking to these people that are gadflies, talking to these people that are up the institution, up the organization, whistleblowers. Julian Assange, you covered the trial very well. You did great coverage. It's only in listening. I know this is going to sound a little pedantic and a little bit of a speechy, but it's only in listening to these voices from the outside that we really get our perspective on ourselves. And I think somehow Addie Ads has tapped into that and given us something. I know. There's Peter opening the bottle of wine because he knows Pennsylvania's in the bag.
It's not wine. Wine is too fattening, George. It's Jameson's.
Oh,
Whiskey's keto, kids.
Whiskey.
Okay, so done with the accolades for Addie. Because we're in a little bit of a celebratory mood here. I think we know how this is going to turn out. And our thoughts now turn to you, Tracy, for all your incredible, I went out to Los Angeles and I was a lost soul trying to meld 4,000 videos into a story. And you were there with Peter and you did this great, incredible series of 8 videos that somehow made all this mess into a beautiful narrative, and then YouTube destroyed it. And I just want to say thank you. And I just want to say thank you. And I want you to, and Addie's going to ask a follow-up question.
I want to get
No. I want to just say thank you to Tracy for her doing that, but also for her coverage tonight, because she nailed it. And the other person who nailed it was right over there. Mark Buckley nailed it on the Ohio, and Tracy nailed it. Tracy nailed it on Pennsylvania, and that was the election tonight. That's the story of tonight. And
we think.
Yeah.
Don't you think?
We think.
It could be.
It looks that way, but again, we're dealing with the scum of the earth, right?
Yeah.
So they're starting riots in Washington, D.C. right now. It's not.
It would be rioting if they knew Biden was going to win, right? They've been given the word that Biden is not going to win and start the riots right now, right?
I think potentially.
Well, it could be a feint too, because there may be a lot of election rigging going on right now in Philadelphia, in the uncounted precincts. And what they want is everybody looking at the riots so that they're not looking at the vote fixing. So, a little sleight of hand going on.
Well, I've seen the Trump campaign saying we've got people on the ground in Philadelphia keeping an eye on all of this stuff. So we'll see.
Dr. Hamamoto, I did send you the link if you want to join. As far as my friend Pepsi Watson, t-shirt and sweatshirt design of him in the ShrimpZoo store, theshrimpzoo.com, or you can go to ShrimpZoo's YouTube channel, go to his store. Or you can also find some of George's products there as well. We're going to have the stuff on there, as well as the Neighborhood News Hour website.
Mark, you came over here to do a victory lap. I know.
Mike,
come here. I know you're
What is
here.
the state of the media now? I mean, just like that here with last 4 years and the impeachment and the coverage, and you still couldn't take Trump out. It's going to be real hard to work in the newsroom going forward. It's going to be real hard. You have no connection to the public now. You're irrelevant.
What do you think about your analysis of the Toledo suburbs, and the Cleveland suburbs, and the Cincinnati suburbs, and the Columbus suburbs? That razor analysis that ended up being correct. What do you think about that?
That's from working the streets all these years
as a beat reporter,
and just knowing how it's worked in the past, because we've been through these elections kind of before. I remember 6 o'clock in the morning, and it was waiting for the last batches of those Cleveland suburbs to come in. Okay, and I think it was how Ford finally got Ohio.
Wow.
In that, and still didn't win.
Well, I mean, we're in a celebratory mood here. We heard the Jamesons uncorking, and Aaron Adler, come in here.
Free joining Assange.
Thank you.
Free Julian Assange. Free Pepsi Watson. I miss Julian. We already know that. Free Julian Assange.
All these Bill Belichick metaphors I've been doing, George. He plays through the fourth quarter, right? We just got to keep this ball.
No, I know. But the table set here. It's going to be a win for Trump. As a business,
feeling good
as a business owner, how do you feel tonight?
As a father, I feel good that the greatest experiment in freedom and liberty ever tried on this planet is looking better than it was this morning.
That's correct. Yeah.
But we still got to keep marching on the field, move that ball forward. We got a lot of undecided states, and we got people on the streets, and we got tricksters in the media. So this has got to be a landslide, man. Like, if it's not a landslide, they're gonna, come up with something. Like, this has got to be just whoosh, like
I put up a poll on Twitter where I asked who the biggest election loser was, Trump, Biden, or the mainstream media. And currently the mainstream media has 88.7% of the vote.
Perfect.
That makes sense.
Well, that's Donnie O'Sullivan. You may as well put up his picture there. Can we get Dave come on over here to the thing? As a small business owner, it was wiped out, coronavirus. He's now a citizen journalist. Come on in here, Dave. I'm sorry we're taking a victory lap, but I know what's going to happen here. Tell us how you feel tonight.
I still don't believe any of it. I mean, I didn't vote. I think that every character in the story is either a co-conspirator or a derelict of duty. I mean, I just go down the list of all the top people in every department, and they all have massive holes and problems, and including Trump. I think that Biden is a joke that they even ran him. You need somebody that can work hard and work long hours and take a lot of meetings and be diplomatic, and he's just not that guy, and he was the
unless what you're really trying to do is destroy the integrity of the office of the president, which is what Edward Mandell House started doing in 1914. And
and for those who don't know who Edward Mandell House is, Peter,
he was Woodrow Wilson's handler, because Woodrow Wilson was, again, a complete amateur. He had been a governor for 2 years. Before that, he was a college professor, and he had no business being president of the United States. But, he had a banker framework, support system around him that put him into the White House in order to get the Federal Reserve Act and the income tax created in order to turn the American people into slaves. So, they've been trying.
I've studied the money trust and, the Aldrich trust, all these things. And I do think that, going to, 1933, when they did the Banking Act to try to reform it, I mean, that was a negotiation out of a power of great weakness. We went in to basically try to spend our way, out of depression. I think you make a very strong argument that we had a fascist system with government contracts.
We do have a fascist system. We have had it. That's the thing that the Antifa actually got right. It's just that we don't actually understand it. Abraham Lincoln, with his hands in the Lincoln Memorial, his hands are sitting on fasci. When Nancy Pelosi is standing at her dais in the middle of the House of Representatives, on either side of her are fasci. If you look at the cornices of all of the furniture in the House of Representatives, they're fasci. Okay, so fascism was really cool in the 1930s, and they just didn't sell it. They didn't sell it well enough, so they just kind of pretend that it doesn't exist. So
yeah, well, I mean, it goes back to it was the Roman system, and I don't know. It's just hard for me because I feel like I don't really, I don't believe really anything that I read. So as far as like reading the tea leaves or trying to understand like what these different, districts and the different demographics, like I don't have any idea. I mean, I can read, local reports, but, I don't know.
I wouldn't be surprised if I woke up tomorrow morning and it said that Joe Biden was the winner.
Yeah, me neither.
I wouldn't be surprised
So we have
either.
a call. We have a call coming in.
We have a call coming in. We're doing this the old school way. Some people.
I'm giving a heads up. I got to get out of here in 15 minutes too.
Okay. Well, you're gonna like this caller. So this is the famous, the one and only Dr. Hamamoto. I'm about to go on speakerphone here.
I love Dr. Hamamoto.
Dr. Hamamoto, are you there? I am here. All right. We're gonna. George has got you. George is putting you to the mic. You're on the air. Say hello to the crew.
Hello, crew. I'm just calling in to congratulate you on the wonderful coverage you're single-handedly putting out of circulation, the legacy media. It's true and accurate, real-time coverage. We love it.
Well, Dr. Hamamoto, what do you think about our addition to the Neighborhood News Network here with the Tracy Connors in the critical swing state of Pennsylvania?
Well, Miss Tracy Connors is easy on the eyes, and she's super intelligent. So it's reassuring.
She doesn't like that when you say she's easy on the eyes.
No, I wanted to show you guys. This is my culture jam for the day. If you can read my shirt, it's my Handmaid's Tale shirt.
And what does it say?
It says this fake made-up phrase that Atwood came up with.
Is it Esperanto?
So it best artist. It means don't let the bastards grind you down. So I wore it to the polls today because it's red, and the Democrats love The Handmaid's Tale. So
is
it's a confusopoly.
Atwood's. You're not talking about Sean Atwood. You're talking about the writer of
Margaret Atwood.
Margaret Atwood, yes, of The Handmaid's Tale. Well, there's our literary illusion for today, Dr. Hamamoto. Go ahead.
Oh, yeah. I just wanted to comment on Peter Duke's wonderful political analysis. And I wonder if you could tell us, when is your show broadcast? I understand you have a weekly show.
Yeah, Tracy and I do something called the Reality OS, or the Reality Operating System. We do it at Sundays. We try to do it around 4 o'clock Eastern, but usually last week we didn't do it until 5 o'clock Eastern. And that's when we do it. Occasionally, if we get a wild hair, then we do something. We'll do something spontaneous if we think that we've got something well sourced and we know enough about it to actually have a conversation. Tracy, do you have anything to add?
No, I was just going to say, I agree with you. We jump on, like we jumped on Friday night when those tapes came out with Hunter talking about Deimos. And I would imagine that the professor would be interested in that whole esoteric conversation that we had around those ideas. And
we would love to have you on our show when we can, Dr. Hamamoto, because I've got all kinds of questions for you about stuff.
Oh, absolutely. I'd be glad to. I have one last question for residents of the blue state, unfortunately, and I'm also a California resident. What about the Alex Jones scenario that has it the blue states will secede from the union should Trump be reelected? Could you comment on that, blue staters?
I would be at that point. I would become part of the resistance. Somebody put a social distance. I live in George has been here. I live in George has actually been in my laundry room, a very small apartment building in Pacific Palisades, and somebody put up a sign saying that there needed to be social distancing in the laundry room. Yeah. And I have a neighbor who has a resist hat and a resist bumper sticker, and she's Miss Resist, and she's a very nice old woman, and we don't ever get into political conversations. But I did go in with my Sharpie and put #resist on the sign. So.
Thank you, Doctor.
All right, I'll watch.
That's great.
Here on out, I just wanted to comment that I have a very large site in case Governor Gavin Newsom decides to call a riot. So thank you very much, and congratulations.
Thank you, Doctor.
Calling, Doctor.
So we have the unbelievable good fortune of having Eddie Phillips, the Eddie Phillips. I'm not talking about the Pretenders, but Eddie, you've called in tonight. Tell us where you're from and tell us your question.
I'm from Columbus, Ohio. I'm a 64-year-old father of 6 kids, and I just wanted to say that you, George Webb, you're one of my all-time heroes. I followed you from the get-go after the Las Vegas shooting, where my son was living there currently, and I started to get on YouTube and started to find out a lot of things about what's really going on in the world. And I appreciate John O'Loughlin coming in on board. I saw all that occur. I saw Dr. Hamamoto come on board. And I just want to say thank you, people, for enlightening me about what's really going on in the world, and I appreciate it immensely. I haven't convinced all my 6 children that, what's really going on in the world, but I appreciate all your efforts, and I thank you. And
Well,
God bless you all.
I have some advice for your 6 children, and that is one of the things that I do is that instead of trying to argue with people on the merits of whatever the thing is that they disagree with you on, is just to tell them, I think it's really amazing that you believe that. Instead of calling them out on it, just see the wonder of how they can possibly believe something that is so different from what you believe. And by doing that, it causes a certain amount of cognitive dissonance, a question in their mind. And if you can do that, then you can get them to ask you questions. And that usually winds up becoming the way that you can kind of weasel your way in to their psyche.
Well, Eddie, thank you so much for calling from Columbus. But I wanted to say that Attican here he's sort of the son every parent, a conservative parent, wishes they had. It's like Eddie is like a conservative 25-year-old, and he's like the kid that every conservative American over 50 wishes they had as a son.
He's got long hair but no tat.
Long hair but no tat.
Hair but no tat. At least that's good.
So Eddie, what do you do? What's your profession, sir?
Right now, for the last 5 years, I'm a state licensed plumbing contractor in Ohio, but I've got a degree in accounting. I went to Capital University, and I got married when I was 26 and had 7 children in 10 years, and lost a child in an accident, but anyway, I've been really busy learning about, what's really going on, and I appreciate everything you guys have done. And I voted for Barack Obama in 2008, which tells you, how uninformed I was. And I just appreciate, like I said, since the Las Vegas shooting, I got on YouTube and ended up finding you guys and thousands of hours of videos. I finally had the time to do something I wanted to do and learn, and I got to find out, what I know now. So, but anyway.
Well, I want to say this. A prayer for you tonight. A prayer for your child that you don't have with you tonight. And I want to say a prayer for all the people like you who make Ohio the great state that it is. And I want to say a prayer for all the people in Michigan tonight who make the Michigan the great state that it is, because it's the plumbers, it's the electricians, it's the builders, it's the farmers, it's the ranchers, it's the guys that working in the auto factory, right, that make America what it is. And I know that sounds corny, but
no, not at all.
That's the truth. It's not the politicians who want to put their boat in the water before you. It's not the politicians who want to get to the vacation spot before you, right, which is Gretchen Whitmer. And they want to wear the pink medical gloves and say pandemic while their husband that same day is trying to put their boat in the water before you can get your boat in the water and before you can get to your lake property. And I love the backbone of this country of people such as yourself, Eddie, who do most of the living, breathing, working, slaving, sweating, and dying that makes this country so great. And it's you who don't care about politics, you don't care about left and right, that make this country great. You are the great arbiter. You are the great barometer of whether this country is going off course or if we're on the right track. And
Amen.
I thank you. I thank you for dialing in tonight. I'm sitting next to a guy that I've learned so much from, who worked in these factories and made these cars and did these planes and did all this technology and made Michigan the international leader that it is. And somehow people in Washington decided to sell this state out. And these guys, you wouldn't believe the shit that they're doing in these little off buildings. These little outbuildings are doing plastic injection molding, 5D contours, NURB parts, you name it. Michigan can kick everyone's ass. Michigan can kick everyone's ass internationally. Screw the Chinese. The Ohio can kick everyone's ass in any across the board, especially in mechanical CAD technology. Am I right?
Well, absolutely right.
That's exactly right.
Totally
believe it.
These companies will leave Michigan, Indiana, Ohio, and Pennsylvania. They decide, well, we're just going to move somewhere else, and then they want us to go and train the people that don't know anything about it. It's ingrained in us to my mother was an auto worker also for Ford Motor Company, and all of our neighbors worked for GM or Ford or one of the suppliers and this sort of thing, because I kind of lived in a bedroom community. But the fact of the matter is you just they can't take away the information that you just learn from your parents and from even the community college, the trade schools, and all this sort of thing like that. They go and they one factory a bearing company moved from here and went to Iowa, and then they wanted our guys to go out there and set it up and all that kind of thing. And the guy said, screw you, we're not doing that. And they get it out there and they finally get it running and stuff. And then they figure out that, well, we don't even have people to even maintain this stuff. They never even thought about it. And it's just like, if you need an electrician or you need a pipe fitter, or if you need this or that, or somebody that has some intelligence, it's just here. That's just all there is to it. And people don't realize that when they move away or go overseas and that, yeah, they can get by and stuff like that. But when it really comes down to it, you've got to have a core amount of people that are, doing the hard work, and this is the thing that's bothered me, is that the young people in this day and age, I mean, I hate to say it, but they're on their video games too much, and they're not learning things that they need to learn.
Their phones,
That's just my opinion. They need to learn how to do things with their hands and how to work, and we know that that's definitely a problem. Everything's not going to be computer that they're going to be running. You know what I'm saying? So we've got real depth there, and you know that.
I agree.
Too. And it's
I totally agree.
In your business, I have a friend that's a plumber, and he just, even up here, he just can't even get people that want to come and learn the trade and work and that sort of thing. It's just difficult, and he's had nothing but trouble and then now you got people getting paid for not working, and that really has screwed things up. I mean, there are all kinds of places here that are hiring decent jobs even, but where pretty much everybody was employed before. I mean, in Michigan and these industrial states up here. So things are changing, but I just see a young generation that is not really grabbing onto the information that they need to have to be successful in the future. That's just all there's to it.
Well, Eddie, I want to tell you one thing. Eddie and I had a chance to hear Paul Cottrell, another guy on YouTube, and I hope you check him out. Because
I've checked out all of it, believe me.
Yeah.
From the get-go.
Well, Paul, Paul is a great kid from Michigan, and he built cars, and he was a mechanical CAD engineer.
I didn't know that, but
Yeah, for all the auto companies here, and he had a video today that Addie and I looked at, and he said, "Michigan, hold the line. Ohio, hold the line. Minnesota, well, not Minnesota, Wisconsin, hold the line. Right?
Yeah,
Pennsylvania, hold the
Paul,
line."
He's got his own war room there. You got Steve Bannon's war room, but you got to do is check out Dr. Paul Cottrell's War Room podcast is the place to be at. And Dr. Cottrell, total Jedi master.
I haven't watched all of his videos lately. Same with Mark Kulak, but I know all you guys. I watch everything I can. I'm lucky. I'm 64. I'm in business for myself. I've been able to watch, YouTube videos of all you people for the last 3 years of my life, because, and I took out cable TV, which, I understand it's all just propaganda. 3 years ago, quit reading the local newspapers because I realized they're all propaganda. I just want to say that I appreciate everything you guys are doing. It's a great effort, this neighborhood news studio. I think it's a great concept. Keep it up. Thank you all for all your efforts. Believe me, it's great. It's great. Just keep it up. George Webb, you're my hero, man. Dr. Hamamoto, John O'Laughlin, Mark Kulak, Peter Duke, Tracy, you guys are great. Keep it up. It's important that we have people like you, telling us, what's going on. It's important. Okay. Thank you so much. That's all I can say,
Well, thank you, Eddie. Excuse me. George just had to leave the room.
Okay.
We got a little.
I'm gonna have to leave too because
I'm gonna tap out too.
Yeah, I have to go appear on the Kill stream. So if anybody wants to follow me, I will be over on D Live on the Kill stream.
The Kill.
Take care. Love you all.
Yeah.
Great
channel there, Peter.
It's Ethan Ralph's Kill stream. He's been banned off of every other platform, so I have to go on to D Live now.
D Live.
Been a lot of
But if not, you can catch Peter and I on Sunday on our show, The Reality OS. So thanks,
right.
everybody.
Follow, like, subscribe, do everything else, and thanks, Eddie. Eddie, you're a hero.
Yeah.
I think I agree with George, and I think that you guys are the salt of the earth and the things that make this country great. And I sincerely appreciate everything that you said tonight.
Thank
Tracy,
you.
Thank you.
Appreciate everything you're doing. Great.
Thank you.
Keep it up.
We're going to end it here because I can't do better than that.
It's only been 6 hours, George.
I'm done. I'm jelly now. So, Tracy, thank you. Peter, thank you. Tell us how everyone leaving this stream right now can go follow you. Kill stream, is that?
I'm going to go to the Kill stream. It's dlive.com and search for the Ralph Report or Ralph Retort.
Peter, have you tweeted it out? Because that might be the easiest thing to do is send people to your Twitter and have them follow a link.
Okay, I will tweet it out right now.
There you go.
Thank you.
Right.
Thank you, Tracy. Thank you, Peter. Thank you, everybody here at the Neighborhood News Hour.
Thank you.
All right.
Hopefully when we wake up tomorrow, it'll be just as good as we thought going to bed tonight.
I think so. Good night.
Good night.
All right.
Oh, Peter, they